Learn how to build a full stack MERN stack application. You'll build the front end and back end of an online bookstore website. The MERN stack is React on the front end, Node and Express on the back end, and MongoDB as the database. Mohammed Al-Mamoun developed this course.
Hello and welcome. In this video, we're going to build a full stack MERN online bookstore website. It's a full stack project, so that's why I will cover both front end and back end from the scratch. And it's not the end. We will have admin dashboard, cash on delivery features, inventory management system, etc. User can add or remove products to the cart, proceed checkouts, and can easily place an order. Besides, there will be an admin dashboard, and admin can access the admin dashboard by using his admin username password. He can able to upload books, manage or update books information, delete books anytime from the dashboard. As it's a MERN stack project, we will obviously work with React, Node.js, Express.js, and MongoDB. Moreover, there will be used Tailwind CSS, Redux, RTK Query Toolkit, Mongoose, JWT, that means JSON Web Token, and more. This is a beginner-friendly tutorial for the React.js developer. If you have basic understanding of React and dream to upgrade your skills and get started with MERN, then this tutorial is best for you. So let's get started. But before that, let me show the overview of the projects, what we're going to build in this tutorial. So if you refresh the website, you can see a beautiful loader is loaded there. And let me show you again. We will make this type of beautiful loading effect. Then we will have the website presents. It's a very clean and minimal web design, but we'll have lots of functionality inside it. We'll cover all of that stuff. So let me show the navbar. This is a header or navbar, and it's very simple. We'll have a bar, a search field, and here we will have user icon, heart icon, and this is the cart. Initially it's 0, but you can add product to the cart. I will show you that how you can do that. And this is a simple hero section or banner section. After then we'll have top selling books, and here you can filter this by using this category filtering. You can choose adventures, you can choose business, fictions, horror, and lots of stuff based on your need. And it's actually have more. You can see there is a integrator and arrow here. If you click, then you can see it's swipe. That means we will build this type of carousel using Swiper.js, and I will show you how you customize Swiper.js and make this type of beautiful navigation and beautiful actually swiping effect. Okay, so after doing this, this section is actually recommended book, and after then we'll have a news section, then we will have a footer. Now let me implement the add to cart functionality. So by default, if you just hover, you can see book cart, and this book image is scaling, and if you hover, the title is there used a link, so that's why it's color changed. And you can simply add to cart by clicking this. If you click here, you can see a on product is added to the cart, and if you try to add another product, simply click it here. Look, now we'll have 2 products, but if you try to again, so this product is already existed on the cart, so you cannot able to add it second time. So you can only add a product on time. Okay, and now let me show you what if you just click this image or this title. Look, it will load the single book page, and here you will present book details. It's very simple. You can design a page to based on your need, and you can present books. I just shown the image, the author, the categories and descriptions, and here we will have also a add to cart. If you click, then you can see the quantity is increased. Now the next thing is that if you click these options, then you can go to the shopping cart. Here you can remove any items from the cart. For example, if you want to remove this one, simply click this, then it will be removed. And here you can see there is a subtotal, and after then you can just click this checkout, or you can click this continue shopping to add more products. So let me click this continue shopping, And now this time let me implement the login and register functionality. Here if you click this user icon, you can see it will redirect to the login page. If you don't have an account, you can create an account by going to register page, or you can simply sign in with Google. So let me go to register. Here you will have to provide your email and password, then you can able to sign up. If you add wrong password, it will not be able. So if you provide proper password and email, then you can see user registration successful. And if I click OK, you can see it's redirect to home page and a avatar is showing here. If you don't have image set up on your Gmail, then the email will not shown there, but if you have, then you will see your own image. Then let's proceed checkout. I will add another product. Maybe we can add this product. So we'll have 3 products. Then what you will have to do, you will have to click this add to cart. Then from here, or there is another features, let me implement. If you click this avatar, you will have some drop downs. You can go to the dashboard, you can go to the order page, cart page, checkout page, and you can simply log out by clicking this logout button. Okay, so you can either click cart page or you can click this cart icon to go to the cart page. So let me go to cart page, and now we will just check out it. So for this, let me click checkout. Look here again. So look here, we will have subtotal. So this is the total amount. Then if you proceed checkout, you will see the same value is here and the number of products you added. And it's not the end actually. Look, if you just provide your name, phone number, state and others stuff here and agree to the terms and policy without just allowing term and policy, look, if you unchecked it, you cannot place an order. You must have to check it to place an order. And let me place an order. So it's loading and it says your order has been placed. And after then you can see I have placed 2 order. This is our previous order, and now right now I place this order. This is your order ID. You can see you, and the total price is actually here. This is your address and the 3 product ID you just purchased, that is stored here. This information is from backend, it's not from the front end. And after these, actually this is the overview of our front end for the user. Now I will show you how we can just access the admin dashboard. For admin dashboard, let me log out. And now we will have to go to the dashboard page. But if you click, then you can see it redirects to the admin. That means you will have to provide username and password of the admin to go to dashboard. So let me provide the username and password. I'm providing my username and password, but for the first time I am just providing wrong password. If I hit just login, look, it says invalid username and password. But if you provide proper username and password and click this login, then you can see login successful and you redirect to the dashboard. You can see total number of product on the store. This is the total sale. Here trending books, so right now 13 books are on trending, total orders. And here you can see a revenue graphs, and this data is static, but here you can see all of this is dynamic data. Total sale amount, total trending books, total orders, and all of this stuff. Then here you can see we will have 2 options. You can manage books or you can add new books. If you click manage books, it will redirect to the manage books. Here you can see all the list of the book will have total 20 books. So you can see total 20 books. And if you click this add new book, you will see this page. You can upload a book from here, but you can see the navigational bar is here also. This is, if you click here, you can add a new book. If you click here, then the managed book will be opened. So let me add a new book and I will show you how important this is to learn MERN stack. Here I am just providing a book information. So for this, actually let me open notepad. I have written some book information here. So I will upload a book. So this is the book name. I'm just copying it. Then This is the description of the book. I'm pasting it here. Let me choose a category. Maybe it's a business. Then you can just make it trending or not. So let me check it trending. You can provide a old price. Maybe old price is $50. The new price is maybe $15. You can upload a product. It's the important thing. I will show you these also. You can upload a local product. So I'm just choosing this on and open it. So you can see the image name is here, and if you click add the book, then you can see book adding, and after doing this you can see book added successfully. And if you now go back to the home page, you can see after loading you will see your book is here. So it's redirectly showing it here. And now if you click here, you can see all the details of the book. You can add to cart it. So this is the add functionality. Now let me show you how you can customize it. So let me click this tab. Here you can see this is your book. You can either edit it or delete it. For example, let me increase the price of it. So I will just click this edit, and here now the new price will be maybe $30. And then I will choose this is actually fiction, and everything is okay. I will change the category and the price. So let me update book, and if it's update, you can see book update successfully. And if you go to the home page, you can see the book will be updated, and this price is now this. And you can check the category also. Here you can see this is the fiction categories. Okay, so I hope you understand how you can just edit a book from the dashboard. And then the last functionality is there, will have delete functionality. If you click this one, then you can see book is deleted. And if I click OK, look, it will refetch by default. Let me click OK. Look, it is refreshed, and you can see now another book is on the number one position. So we'll do all of this stuff, and you can click this logout by clicking here. Here if you click here, you can see we're redirecting to the home page, and you now logged out. And here it says your image has gone and other stuff. So that is the task we're going to do. So I hope you will enjoy this video. So from now actually we're going to start our projects. So after the project overview, now it's time to get started with real project. So that's why I will minimize the browser, and now I will go to a folder directory. And for this actually I organize my project. So that's why I will go to E drive, then web development course, and inside this folder actually we will create a new folder and start our project from scratch. Okay, so to create a new folder, take these options from the mouse and you will find new, then choose folder, and from here you will have to type your folder name or project name. So as it's a book store, so that's why I will define book store. And as we are going to work with MERN stack, so that's why I am just define MERN projects. Okay, it's up to you how you define your project name. And after doing this, let me press enter. So this folder is created. You can simply open VS Code and drag this folder, or you can open it by using terminal. So let me go inside this folder, and here if you click options from the mouse, and you will see open in terminal options. So either you can click it here, or you can just click on the bar here. Look, and if you type CMD, that means command prompt, and press enter, then this folder will open on terminal as well. You can see you are inside E drive, then you are on web development course, and then this is your project name. So to open it on VS Code, you will have to simply type code dot. Okay, let me press enter. After the VS Code open, you can see this is your folder name, and this project is empty. I am just starting from the beginning, so there is no files and folder here. Okay, and at this time actually, as we will work both the front end and back end, let me create two folder right now. So here, this is the creating new folder icon. You will have to click here. Now let me write front end. You can type it client or anything, but for this project actually I am just naming it as front end. And after the front end folder create, we will create another folder. So that's why I will click this blank space, then create a new folder, and here the folder name will be backend. You can keep it server, or you can name it server, you can name it API, anything else. Okay, or you can just follow the naming as I am doing. Okay, this time what you will have to do, look inside this front-end folder, we will have to keep all the front-end related code, and on the backend folder we will have backend code. Okay, as we're going to build this project as an organized way, so that's why I will share a learning curve. So at first we'll work with front end, and this time actually we'll work with project UI. That means we'll create our UI part first, then we'll move to backend, then set up server and create some API, then move to the front end, then customize this project, and after doing this we will start our dashboard. Okay, so this is the learning curve we are going to follow. Okay, fine. So let's create the projects of frontend. So that's why let me close this terminal. Actually we don't need this, as we are just going to install React using Vite. So that's why we will have to type Vite React. I will just search and use copy paste or other stuff, but I will show everything what you actually need to do. So after searching this, if you see, here is a website link that is actually vite.js.dev. You will click here, and now you can see it's by default opening get started. So if you are not here, you can click this get started. Then if you scroll a little bit, here you will see how you can create your first Vite project. So to do this, here you can use Node Package Manager, you can use MERN, you can use PNPN or BUN. There are branch of option, but for this project actually I will show Node Package Manager. So that's why to create a Vite project, you will have to copy this command npm create vite@latest. Okay, copy it and go back to the VS Code. We'll have to create this project on front-end folder, so that's why you will have to go to on front-ends. So to go inside this front-end, actually you need a terminal. You can see there are three dots. If you click, you can see terminal. You can just create this terminal by pressing Ctrl Shift and backtick sign, or you can simply drag this. Look, there is a border. If you drag right now, you will see your project open on terminal. And as I just said, we can create this project on E drive, then our web development course folder, and inside this is actually our full project name. Okay, but we will just create the Vite project on front end. So that's why at the beginning, let me split this terminal. So on the left terminal, actually we will work with front end, and on the right terminal we will work with backend. So I have two folder inside these projects, and I have two terminal to follow. Okay, so right now you're on the bookstore MERN project folder. That means our main folder. We'll have to go inside these folders. So that's why we'll type cd, and then cd means change directory. You are just going to another folder inside this folder, so that's why cd, that means change directory. And if you type f and use your tab key, then it will suggest, do you like to go to front end folder? Yes, obviously. Let me press enter, and if you press enter, now you can see you are on bookstore MERN projects, then /frontend. That means if you just comment here to creating a Vite project, then it will install inside this folder. So make sure you are on the /path. And now for the backend, let me cd backend and let me press enter. Now you are inside this backend folder. So this terminal, left terminal is dedicated to front end part, and right terminal is dedicated to backend part. Okay, I'm organizing this project. So this time what you will have to do, you will have to paste this command npm create Vite to create a Vite project. So I am just simply pasting it here by pressing Ctrl V. Then you will additionally add a dot and /. This dot and / actually define you will just install this Vite project on the current folder. You don't have to create a new folder inside this folder. So that's why we'll define dot and /. And after doing this, let me press enter. The project is creating, and it says select a framework. We will obviously use React, so that's why you can use your up and down arrow key from the keyboard to move your position. You can, when the React is selected, you can just choose up and down arrow key, and when the trigger is integrating React, and you can see React is underlined, then you will have to press enter. Now it's time to choose a language. You can use TypeScript or you can use JavaScript. This tutorial actually I will focus on JavaScript, but in the next tutorial or somewhere else actually I will show you how you can create a Vite project using TypeScript, and obviously we'll work with TypeScript on backend. So now it's time to use JavaScript, so that's why I will use down arrow key, and when JavaScript is underlined and triggered I will press enter. So our project is creating, wait sometimes, and after then you can see inside this front end we'll have several folders. We'll have public folders, src folders. Inside src folders we'll have assets, app.jsx and other stuff. So this is the default folder structure that defined a Vite projects. Okay, so now it says actually we'll have to run two commands. One is npm install and npm run. Npm install means if you just command this, actually it will create a node modules folder inside this front end. So let me copy it and let me paste it here, and then if I press enter, look, right now inside this front end folder we don't have a node modules, but within a few seconds you will see a node modules inside it. Okay, so as I said, after commanding this npm install, a node modules folder will create. Okay, so next command is actually to run this Vite projects. You will have to follow this command npm run dev. So that's why you can either type it or you can just copy paste it. So npm run dev, and let me press enter. If you press enter, then you can see you will have a localhost URL, and you can copy it and just open your browsers and paste it, or you can just simply press Ctrl and click here, then it will open by default on your default browser. You can see a Vite React project. This is the default project setup, and this is actually a counter app. In the next video actually we will install Tailwind CSS in our project, then customize our projects and do further activity. So for Tailwind CSS setup, what you will have to do, you will have to take a new tab. Let me close this tab, and here we will simply type Tailwind CSS, and I love Tailwind CSS actually. Okay, so that's why here at the first search result you can see tailwindcss.com. Go to this website, and from here, from this is actually Tailwind CSS landing page. At the top you will find actually get started, or you can click this documentation. So I am just clicking get started, and this is actually open installation process. There are several options. You can use Tailwind CSS, you can just install by CLI, you can just use post CSS, you can use framework guidelines, or you can play with CDN. As we're using Vite, so that's why we will click this framework guidelines tab, and then we will choose our frameworks. Look, you can use Tailwind CSS on Next.js, Laravel, Nast, Remix or other stuff, but as it's a Vite project we will choose this Vite option. Click here. Now you will see a step-by-step guidance to install Tailwind CSS on your project. At first it says you will have to create a project. We'll have already done the project setup, so that's why we will ignore this first step. You don't have to follow this first step. We will start from the second one. So that's why here it says install Tailwind CSS. So for this you will have to install Tailwind and its pre-dependency. Okay, so copy this command and open VS Code, and this time look, our project is running on this terminal. So either you can take a new terminal, or you can just stop this terminal by pressing Ctrl C. Then this terminal is stopped, and now you can just do the command here. Ctrl V to paste the command. Actually look here, we are going to install npm install means we are going to install Tailwind CSS, post CSS and auto prefixer, and here -d, that means it will install as dev dependency. Okay, so let me press enter. It's installing. Wait until it complete. Okay, that is added, but how you sure it's installed? So for this you can go to package.json, and here let me minimize this terminal, and if you go to dev dependency, that means we command, look here, we command -d, that means dev dependency. We'll find this on dev dependency, and you can see here actually we will have Tailwind CSS, post CSS and auto prefixer. These three things we just command to install here actually on this line. Look, Tailwind CSS, post CSS and auto prefixer, that is installed properly. Okay, so the next thing is that let's back to the Tailwind CSS website. And here the second thing is that we have to create a tailwind.config.js file and postcss.config.js file. For this, actually this command, we will copy this, and now here we'll have to paste it. You can see right now inside our projects we don't have any tailwind.config.js file. If we just paste this command npx tailwind css init-p and let me enter, and you can see here a tailwind.config.js file is added, and here postcss.config.js file is added. That is said here. Actually, if you read these options, you can see what actually you are going to do. Okay, the third step is you will have to create a template path. So for this, you will have to go to tailwind.config.js file, then you will have to replace this content section. Okay, let's do this. So for this, I'm just copying this content, and now we will go to, let me minimize it, and it says you will have to go to tailwind.config.js file, and if you open this file you can see the content is empty, but the documentation says you will have to replace these two things inside this content. So that's why I will copy the whole content. You can see it's actually marked. You will have to copy this whole content, and let me select it, backspace to remove, and Ctrl V2 to paste it. Okay, what we define inside this content, actually we will define it will be this tailwind css will apply on index.html file, and inside src we will have all the files and folders including javascript file, typescript file, jsx syntax or tsx syntax. Everywhere we can use tailwind css. That is actually it says. Okay, after doing this, let me go back to the documentation, and here it says you will have to add derivatives, and it's actually for tailwind layer. We'll have to add a tailwind layers on our src folder, then index.css folder. It says at first go to src folder, then index.cs folder, and then copy these three three actually layers, and then you will have to paste it on that folder. So let's do it. Let me close it. As at first we'll have to go to src folder, then inside this src folder we'll have index.cs folder. Here we'll have some default css. Let me select all by pressing Ctrl A and backspace to remove it, then Ctrl V to paste it here. Okay, that means we are adding some tailwind css layer on our index.css file. Okay, so after doing this, the process is done. You can simply just run your project by npm run dev. So let's run our projects by npm run dev. Let me press enter. Again, our project is going to run, and this is the localhost URL. If you refresh your website now, you can see your design will be broken, and you will see this type of design, the design already broken. So why? Actually, look, inside this index.css we will have some default css, so that's why we remove all the css, and at this time actually you can just open the app.css, and here we will have some default css. Let me select Ctrl A to select everything and backspace to remove. So if you do this now, if you back, then you can see it's start from the left margin, left border of the monitor. So that's why Tailwind CSS is enabled. We will apply it in the next, but for now actually what we will do, we will set up React router DOM to just manage the routing. Right now we will have a project setup, that is actually with React project setup, and we install Tailwind CSS. So this time actually we will have to install React router DOM. So that's why a new tab, and let me close this Tailwind CSS tab. Here we'll search React router DOM. Let me press enter, and at the beginning you will see reactrouter.com. You will go inside here, and then from here you will have to click get started, then tutorials. Okay, if you scroll a little bit, this is the setup process. You can see this is setup process, and at first it says you will have to create a bit React projects, then you will have to command npm install React router DOM. Okay, we'll start from here because we have already set up our projects. So copy this and open your terminal, and every time it's boring to just stop this project by pressing Ctrl C and run again. Instead of this, you can just take another terminal by pressing this plus icon. If you click this plus icon, a new terminal will be created. You can see a new terminal is created, and here actually you can run your command. At the above two terminal will use to run to keep running our projects, and another external terminal will help you to run all the command. Okay, so here we'll have to type cd. Let me press Ctrl V. Oh, okay, we'll have to go inside this front end folder first. Right now we are on bookstore MERN project folder. Let me go to front end folder. Then we'll have to paste this command. The command is npm install react router dom. Copy it and paste it here. Okay, after this react router dom installed, what you will have to do, you will have to set up some routes. So if you scroll a little bit, you can see how to add a router. Look here, it says you will have to go to main.jsx, then you will have to include all of these three blocks. Look, this is actually import syntax. We'll have to import browser router and router provider from react router dom. Then you will have to create a router by this way, and you will have to use it inside this react.strict mode. Then the router will be added to your projects. Okay, so let's do it. But for this actually we will follow a pattern of the projects, because we will have lots of routes, so we will just keep this routing on a different folder. Okay, go back to the VS Code and let me close this terminal and close all of these tabs. What you will do, you will click this src folder, and inside this src folder you will create a new folder that is actually for routers. Okay, inside this routers folder we will have all of the routing and other system. And at the same time, let me create some others folder. Here we'll create another folder that is actually for components. Inside this components we'll keep all our reusable components, for example navbar, footer, and other reusable component. And another folder we'll need actually for pages. We'll have home page, we'll have book page, that means shop page, we'll have other system. So that's why we will keep all the pages inside this pages folder. So I am just organizing these projects. It's actually nothing else. I just follow this pattern, and as we are going to use Redux in this project, so that's why we must obviously have a Redux folder. Inside this Redux folder we'll set up store, we'll set up features and other system. Okay, fine. And at the last we will have to define a utils folder. Here we will write some utils or JavaScript code inside it. So utils, okay, something like this. So this is the folder structure we're going to follow. Okay, as we have to create a browser router and we'll have to create a router, so that's why what you will have to do, you will simply go inside this router folder, then create a new file that would be router.jsx, and then what you will do, you can simply copy this code options and paste it here. Okay, if you just let me explain it. Actually this is actually create browser router, and this is a method to create a router, so that's why you will have to install it. You can just simply type it. If you're not getting suggestion, you can just import it by this way. Let me copy these options and keep it at the top. We don't need router provider on this page, so we'll remove it, and I can just reorganize it a little bit. Okay, I'm just formatting this. At first we are importing browser, create browser router, and inside it we will have routers. Okay, so as we will use it on main.jsx, so that's why we'll have to export it. How to export? You will have to define export, then default, then this router. You can simply copy it and paste it here and a semicolon. Okay, if we export it from here, we can use it on main.jsx. Look, we'll have to set up router provider inside actually main.jsx. So copy this block, go back to main.jsx. You can see inside this src folder you will have main.jsx. Go inside here. Instead of this app, you can see it's actually inside strict mode. So inside strict mode we'll just cut this and Ctrl V to paste it. Now let me install router provider. You can simply click here and backspace, then type R. Look, it's suggesting, would you like to install router provider from actually React router DOM? Yes, obviously. Let me press enter, and then we will have to provide a router inside this router. Okay, as an object we will have to simply type it, and our router is on the router.jsx, that is inside actually routers folder. So that's why it's the first one integrating. It will be installed from routers, then router.jsx. Let me click here. Okay, our router setup is done. Now if you refresh your project, it says hello world, but in the previous we will have much better text. Okay, but why actually it's saying hello world? Look, right now our app is rendering the routers and our app is starting from this block, and previously when we used actually app here, look, previously we will have app here, that means our entry point was app.jsx, but we defined router is our entry point, and this actually on the root directory it will show this div hello world. If you customize anything hello developers, you can see the changes developers. You can see now, if you see here's hello developer, that means our entry point is now this div, but we don't want this. We'll actually render our app at the beginning, so you can simply select it and backspace. Now you can import your app from here. Let me import app from the app.jsx. We'll import this folder, and here you can simply self closing it. For this self closing you will have to just press a forward slash and close angle bracket. Okay, so if you do this, actually on the root path it will render the app. Okay, so if you see now, you can see all the text from the app.jsx on the code from the app.jsx is presenting. So next, what you will have to do, we have simply created a router, but there are other stuff. You can just include child, you can just define other stuff. We will do that thing. So that's why here we'll have a children, and inside this children we will pass children route using array of objects method. So here we'll define a angle bracket, or this is actually a square bracket. Inside here you can simply define objects. So this is first objects. You will have to define a path, and you can just define on the root path. You will just would like to show home page, so element will be, for example, home component, but as we don't have any component, we can simply define a h1 that will say home. Okay, but what if you just go to your projects, look, it's still rendering the app.jsx component. So if you want to show when you are going to the root path, that means forward slash, then it will actually show home page. To just make it visible, what you will have to do, you will have to go to app.jsx, and here you will have to remove all of this default code. Let me unused code here. We'll have to remove all of this block. We'll have only a empty fragment here, and inside this empty fragment we can simply define outlet. Okay, outlet, and let me import it from React Router DOM. So if you define outlet, actually outlet will render all the children of the app. So we defined inside this root actually directory will have app component. This is the entry point, and inside this entry point will have some children. That means this children is of the app. So this is app children of the app, and these children will render inside these actually outlet. Okay, so if you see right now, you can see it's actually home page. But if you want to make at the above, for example, here we'll have a header. For example, let me define a nav. So this is actually navbar. I'm just defining a text, and at the bottom, for example, you need a footer. So you can simply define this is footer. Okay, next thing is that what if you have defined another children. For example, you need to define order page. So that's why let me define forward slash. Here we need orders. So inside this orders we'll have to show orders, and here the element will be, for example, let me define a div, and we will define this is order page. Or you can just define another children, for example, about page. Let me define a path, that would be forward slash about. If anyone go to localhost forward slash about, it will show actually a div. For now we will use we'll create React component and render it here, but for now actually show a simple div that is actually about. Okay, so let's see here. By default, when you are on the localhost 5173 port, and then if you go For example, if you go about path, then if you press enter, you can see Navbar and footer is fixed, but this content is changed. As I said, the outlet will actually render the children. This portion will be fixed and this portion will be fixed. When you click or if you go any routes, actually it will just render all the children on this outlet. Okay, so I hope you understand. Let me show you. If you go, for example, order space, you can see order space, it will see here is the changes, and you can just follow, or you can just look over here, is it just refreshing or not. Let me change, go to about page, let me press it's entered, because I manually just change it. But when we use actual link component from React router, these refresh will be not included, it will be no refresh. Okay, so and let me do a little bit customizations. We'll take a main tag, and inside this main tag we will have the outlet, and here actually we can just define a mean height, and that would be actually screen size. So by default this main section will be on minimum height of screen size, that means 100 VAs. So if you now check, you can see this is about page, and at the bottom you will have footer. Okay, the next video we will have to work with Navbar creations and other system, but before that let me show you. We'll have a Figma file for this project. I will provide all the image and assets and starters file and assets, so you don't have to worry about. You just check the video descriptions, then you will find this Figma file. Okay, go inside this Figma file and I will show you. So this is the design cover page, and if you click home page, then you will see this is our design actually. So we will have to follow this whole design to build this project. At the first we'll have header or banner, then we'll have hero sections, and we'll follow this design pattern for the UI of the website. Okay, and for now actually if you click this, actually it says you will have the website width, that is actually 1440. that means this width, this is our project, or this is our website width. So we'll define a max width here. We can just define a max width here. That would be approximately, that would be max w screen to excel. It's almost max width of 1536 pixel. And then if you check your website right now, we can see nothing changes. But if you define mx auto, that means it will move to the center position. You will see nothing changes. Look, this is changes. About is now these positions, but Navbar is there because we'll apply it max width screen to excel. Then here we can just add some padding, px4. We can add some padding to the top and bottom, that means py6. And I think that you have already familiar with this, as you will have React and Tailwind CSS basics. Okay, and finally it's okay. I'm just doing this customized right now. In the next actually we will do others customization based on this Figma file. We'll have to config our Tailwind CSS and other stuff. We will just do all of the stuff. So right now it's okay. Okay, now we are on the app.jsx, and you see in the last video actually we'll define all of this CSS, and right now our project is something like this. And I just said I will provide actually a starter file. Let me just go to GitHub. You can go to my GitHub and then go to repositories, and from here you will find actually bookstore. You can simply type actually bookstore app, then you will see app UI and assets. You will have to go to inside this, and here you will see this Figma file. This Figma file is here. This is bookstore Figma, and you can just click here and download it. Then if you drag this folder to this Figma website, then this will be opened, and you can see something like this when you select homepage. Okay, so this is the declarations, and here I will provide all the assets. You can see all the asset is here. You will have books images. You can see if I open book images, then you will have news sections images. I just download it from this Figma file and additionally add this. I will also provide all the data and assets. You can see inside data we will have blog data. That means actually it's actually book data. I will have to rename it. Then we'll have news data, we'll have order data samples and other stuff. And I will obviously provide some UI part. Actually in this video, actually I don't have goal to teach you actually how to create a simple HTML and Tailwind CSS sections. I don't show you how to use Tailwind CSS here. I will cover more about the functionality, more about the advanced topic. So that's why I just create some UI part. Actually we just provide some code. It's actually very simple code. If I open, look, it's a deep sections. It's a sections with some styling. This is Tailwind CSS styling and other stuff, and I will show you how you can use it properly. And it's actually a very simple HTML CSS structure, nothing else. We will implement the functionality by using the help of this UI part. Okay, so next thing is that if you just examine these, actually what you will see, look, here we'll have some design guidelines. The button will be is yellow background, then we will have text color. Look, if you click, this is the text color. So this is the text color of the value. Then we will have discount color, general colors, and all the other stuff will have a favorite color. So we'll have to follow this guidance here. If you see, we'll have actually font family. So let me click here. If I just click here, you can see the font is actually Montserrat. If you open and click here, you will see this is another font that is actually Montserrat, but maybe on the button we will have a font of this font. So we'll have to set up font, we'll have to customize our theme of the website. So let's do this. At first, let me show you how you can customize the colors. So for this, actually let me close all of this stuff. I will customize the projects. So that's why from here, from the everything closed, I will go to the tailwind.config.js file. Here you will have to customize your theme. Look, here you can see this is the theme options. Inside these, actually you can extend your colors. This website has several colors, so we will just input all the colors and show you how you can customize your Tailwind CSS theme. Inside this actually extend object, you will have to type colors. So if you would like to use your personal colors, you have to type colors, and let me, if you press Ctrl and space bar, then it will suggest. I will choose colors, then we'll have to define clone, then curly braces. This is the structure. Inside these colors we'll have color name and value. So at first, look, hot color, at first we can just take a primary color. So how you can define it? For example, you will have to define it inside a quotations, and then you will have to follow a clone, and inside here the second quotation mark you will have to give the value of the color. So this is actually color name, and inside here we'll have to input our color value. If you just check the Figma, look, if I just click this button, and this is actually general color, we'll have to pick this color. Let me click here, and this is the color. We'll copy this value, and here you will have to define a hash and paste the color. Okay, next a comma. So we'll define a primary color. By following this, we'll have secondary color and background color and favorite color. So let's do it. For the secondary color, we'll simply define its secondary, and then we will have to define a colon, the color value. So secondary color value is actually the text color. Here, this is the text color. Let me spec this color. So this is the color value. I'm just pasting it here, and I must have to include a hash here. Okay, next we'll have a background color. So that is actually BG, or you can just simply define black BG, black background. Then you will have a hash. Then the background color is maybe which type of color. Let me click here. Look, this is actually white color. Let me check, is there maybe any background color? I just extract. Okay, here is actually, look, this is background color for a website text color and general color. Let me choose this type of background color. We'll click this style edit and then let me choose this color. Okay, paste it this value. And for the favorite, actually here you can see a favorite options. Let me copy this color value and we'll rename it favorite color, and we'll have to define must a clone. You can just use double quotation or single quotation, it's not matter, but I follow these single quotations and paste the color value. So we'll have customized our colors. And now if you check, actually here we'll have two type of fonts. So now we'll have to add fonts on our project. So that's why what you have to do, you will have to open a new tab. You will go Google Fonts, and then look here. Actually the all of the text will be monserrate, and the button actually text will be actually another, that is actually new Nito Sans. So we need to collect this type of fonts from Google Fonts. So that's why fonts.google.com, this is the free fonts library. Here you can collect fonts. Okay, so at first let me collect the monserrate font. So that's why we can simply define mon emo, and then you can see monserrate is there. Click here, then click this get font. So this font, first font is added on the cart. Next you will have a this type of font. So this is actually new Nito Sans font. So you can just copy this name and let me go back to the font tab and let me search this. Okay, you can see this font is here. We'll choose this and also click this get font. Now we'll have this true font, and if you click this get embedded, then you will see you can use it on HTML file using these link options, or you can just use it on CSS file by using import syntax. I will choose import, and let me copy these portions from inside this style, and then we will go to src folder. Then we will have app.css folder. Here we will have to paste this. And if you check actually here how to use it on actually these projects, all the text and maximum text and style is based on the monserrate. So how you can just customize fonts for these projects. So you will have to go to tailwind.config.js file. After this colors, actually you will define a comma, then you will simply type fonts family, and then you will have to define your objects. Then let me define the fonts name. So this is actually primary fonts, same way as we defined for the colors. And here we will have to define our objects. Inside this object, actually you will have to copy these actually font family. So for the monserrate font, the font family is monserrate. Copy this portion and paste it here. Look, you will have to define a string value here. Okay, so primary font is there. We can simply next another one for the secondary font. So secondary font, so that is actually, let me copy it. The secondary font is this font, new Nito Sans. Copy this portion and paste it here. Let me define quotation here. So this is done. Now how to use this font? Actually to use these fonts, let's go back to the app.jsx, and here I am just using the main fonts here on the main tab. If you just define font then primary, then if you hover it will say this is font primary, that is actually monserrate font. And you can check it from the browsers as well. How? Let me, you can just get a just suggestion from the hot fonts. If you click and then if you hover, you can see this font is suggested monserrate font. Okay, this font is enabled. Okay, fine. So font customization is done, and now the another task you will have to done it. You will have to go to the Git repository, and from here if you just open this UI you will find app.css, and here I just defined some simple CSS. You will copy the whole app.css, or you can just, as we define these sections, you can just exclude it, but let me copy everything and you will have to paste it on your app.css. So let me paste everything here. So this is very basic CSS. For we just define some CSS for swiper.js, swiper slide actually, and we'll define some customizes button color and all of this stuff. So this is very simple CSS you will have to copy, and other stuff we'll make by our own. Okay, so let me close everything. In the next tutorial actually we'll have to make a navbar. By following this Figma file we'll have this type of navbar. Okay, so this time actually we'll have to make the navbar, and right now on our project is actually simple text, but our goal is we'll have to make this type of navbar. Let me go to the home path and here and see our navbar will be something like this. We'll have a bar here, we'll have a search icon, actually search options. Here we'll have by default it will be something like it will show a icons of users. Then if the user is logged in, you can just implement this type of drop downs and these cards options, and you can check it on mobile devices. It will be simply, I'm just checking it on small devices. You can simply, it's actually based on mobile devices. That means it's actually mobile optimized. Okay, so this is our goal. To reach on this goal, actually what you will have to do, you will have to go to VS Code, and here look, we will have app.jsx. Inside this app.jsx we'll have only a nav tag, and here we can simply define a navbar. Okay, but we don't implement this functionality here because we can use React for this. Actually this is the power of React. We can create a small UI component and just reuse it from anywhere else. Okay, so as it's a reusable component, so that's why we will keep it on components folder. Here we'll create a new file, we'll name it navbar, and as we are using React, that's why this is JSX syntax. We'll have to follow this JSX syntax. Let me create it, and we'll create a actually component by pressing Ctrl RAFCE. That means actually React functional component. If you just use this shortcut, you will see a component is created. But how is it possible? How I just reach this goal? So you can go to the extension tab, then you can simply search the extension that is actually ES7. Then you will see here's lots of options. You will choose this extension ES7 plus React Redux, React Native snippets, and if you install this extension and then if you type RFCE, then it will create a React functional components. I am just using this actually extension. By default you will see here will be a install option. You will have to click here, then it will be added to your extension library and you can use it. So let me show you. After installing this, if you type RAFCE, then it will be create a React functional component. But if you don't have to use the extension, how you can just freeze this? So at first you will have to create a functions that would be navbar, and then let me define this way. I can just create a custom React component for you. We'll have something like this. From here you will return something, so that's why I will use parentheses, and inside is, for example, I have simply defined a div that is actually this is my navbar. Okay, navbar. And finally what you will have to do, you will have to export it. So we'll export default and we'll export it on navbar. So this is our custom React component. By this way you can create any component. So this is the simple structure of it. So what you will do, you will go to app.jsx, and instead of this simple tag you can now use your own component that is actually navbar. Type navbar, then it will search navbar.jsx, import it, and now if you check your website it will say this is my navbar. That means I just create a React component and just show how to just use it. Okay, so if this extension or any other extension is not working properly, you must have to do it manually. So that's why I just show it. Okay, so now we will have to design it based on the Figma file. Look, at first we will have a icons here, then we will have a search bar, then all of these icons. So for all of these icons we'll have to use React icons. This is a large library of icons. Let me close this, and I will keep this code bar actually actual UI starter files here, and let me keep it this. We need these options, and then what you will have to do, you will have to take a new tab. Here you will simply search React icons. You will have to search React icons, and if you press enter, then you will see a GitHub repository that is actually react icons.github.oi. Go inside, and if you scroll a little bit, look here, you will find thousands of icons for you. It's totally free, and you can see any type of icons. You can find it here. What you will have to do, you will have to simply install it by npm. So copy this, open the terminal. As we said, the two actually terminal is dedicated to running, and here we are using another terminal. And make sure you're on the front end path, and then paste the code npm install react icons dash save. You can either include dash save or you can exclude it. It is actually no issues. So let me press enter. The icon will be added, and I will show you how to use, but for now let me close. Let me create the structure. Here the structure is, we will have, let me show you. If I just explain these code sections, let me these options, and here actually this is a full width of our projects, and inside this actually will have, look, two sections. We'll have two sections here. This is on sections, and this is on sections. Look, this is another on sections. Okay, inside these sections we'll have another two things. We can just split this by way, firstly, and secondly here we'll have three stuff. So we can just divide it by this way. Look, this one will have another options and all of this stuff. So we will just make sure by this way our UI part will be something like this. And I hope you understand. At first we'll have a container. Inside this container we will have two folder. Inside this two folder we will container, then we'll have two div, then inside this two div we'll have child div. Okay, so let's just implement this style on our Navbar. So at first, look, we'll convert it a header, as we are using a semantic tag on our project. So that's why this is header, and inside this header, this is the first container. This will actually take the width of our website. So that's why here we can just define some CSS. For example, our max width was max w screen to excel. As we define it, then we will convert it mx auto. That means it will move to center position. We'll define px4 and py by default 6. Okay, inside these actually, look, this is the whole thing. Inside this we'll have another div that will actually contain two folder. Okay, so let me take a navbar, and inside this navbar we'll have two folder. So let me define left side. This is a div. So maybe we can just define logo and search here, search bar here, and then we'll have another folder that is another div, or you can just name it right side. I'm just explaining code this way. Then let me take a div. Here we'll have nav items. Okay, something like this. Now if you check your website, you can see something like this. You will have logo and nav items. So we need it to side by side. So that's why what you will do, you will target this child. So these two div actually here, and this is actually container of this two div. Okay, as I said, this way, look, we'll have the whole div, and inside these actually we'll have another two div here. Actually, if I click, let me show it again. Look, this is actually navbar. The first border is for header, then this is for navbar. Okay, this is actually, look, the second one that is actually bordered is our navbar, and inside this navbar we'll have two sections. Okay, so let me define, this is container. We'll define class name, and the class name will be, we'll apply flex to move it side by side. Then to define it, to take some space, we can just define justify between, and after then we can just define some gap on medium devices. As Tailwind CSS is utility first class, here if you define MD, that means this style will be applied medium sized device and above. So that's why here on the medium devices we'll define that would be okay. Actually we don't need gap here, but if need we will apply here. Additionally we can just define item center. So if you do this, now you can see your website. This is your nav answers, and it is sorry, logo answers, and this is your navbars. It's just staying on side by side and take some mass space as we define justify between. Okay, so now let's design the left side. Here we will have a logo. So inside this div, what you will have to do, you will have a link. We will use link. So in HTML CSS we'll just use anchor tag, but here as we are using React Router DOM we'll have to use link. Then let me close it. Here we'll have logo. So by default let me define a text logo, and this will redirect. That means we'll have to use a to, that is actually / okay. Now if you check your website here, you can see logo, and if you click here it will redirect to the home page. So this is logo, but it's actually not logo. We'll have to use this type of icon. So from the icons, what you will search, you will simply search bars. Then you will see lots type of bars, but from here actually let me find a similar one. So which one we can use? Would you like to use all of these, or if not suggestions, you can just simply search bar. Then you will find lots of others option. You will have to find it. So we can use something like this. Let me check here. Actually this type of stuff, so this type of stuff is here. Actually we can use this one. You can use approximately this is perfect, or you can just use this one. So which one you would like to use, it's up to you. Maybe we can choose I'm confused with actually I will choose, so let me choose this one. Okay, how to use, you will have to copy this. You will have to import it from actual React icon first. So at the top define it and then copy it. This is the components similar, and inside this logo text actually will just remove it and paste it here. Okay, so if you check right now on your website, you can see this is the icon. You can just add some size. Here will be class name. You can just define width 6 and height 6. So if you check your website, you can see this is much better. But instead of using this 2 with a height, you can simply define size. It will work the same. Size means size 6 means width 6 and height 6. Okay, so now it's the same effect. After this, actually what you will have to do, you need a search bar, something like this. So for this actually let me, after this link, what you will have to do, you can add a comment. So search input, and then what you will have to do, you will have to take a div. Inside this div will have a icons and input field. So let me take an icon, something like this search icon. So we'll have to find this type of search icon here. Close this, type search, then you will find lots of options, and from here you can choose. For example, this is fine, or you can choose this one, something like this. Let me import it at the top, copy it, include it at the top, then just copy it and keep it inside this div. Okay, inside this div you can additionally define a size of it, but for now it's okay. Next we need a input field. So let me define input. This will be text format. We can add a placeholder. We can just define source here. Okay, and we need to define some styling. So for this actually let me define CSS. We will have a background color. So let me take the background color of it. So from this Figma, if you double click here, then look, this is the background color. We can just copy it, and you can use custom background by pressing BZ for the background and ternary operator, and here you will have to define hash and paste the color. So if you do this right now, we can see you will have a background color, but it's not positioned well. We'll have to style it much better. So let me press an enter, then let me press another enter. We will just write css here. The css will define w full by default. Then we will define padding will be py, that means top and bottom padding, that would be 1. On the medium devices, px, that means padding to the start and end positions, that will be 8, or left and right position actually. Then we'll have by default px 6. We'll have rounded md, this is actually border radius. And after then, what you will do, you can just define on focus. Actually focus will be outline none. Okay, so this is the css. And if you check your uh, website right now, we can see something like this, but it's not positioned well. Okay, at first let me define it side by side, then we'll customize it. So for making it side by side, what you will have to do, you will have to target this div. So this is parent div. Here you will have to define flex, that means it will be side by side. We'll define item center. Okay, it will be centered position. Then we'll define on medium devices, we'll apply some gap. That gap means actually spacing. Gap is actually 16, and by default we'll have a gap of 4. Okay, so if you now check, it will see it's side by side, but it's actually this icon will be inside here. So have to keep this icon inside here. You can apply positioning by this. So for this, click this div and take a class name. By default, make this relative div. Okay, we'll define a width of this div, that would be w72. Then we'll define by default width will be 40 on a small devices, and we'll define a space x1. Space x1 means actually margin right and margin left. Okay, so if you now check, it will be something like this, but we'll have to position this icon to the input field. So that's why here we'll target this icon and add some css. We'll define, let me press enter so that you can see properly. Here we'll apply absolute, then it will go to the absolute position. Look right now here, if you define inline block, you will convert these actually icon to a inline block. Then what you will have to do, you will have to define the icon's position will be from left 3. Left 3 means actually look left, it will just take some space from the left, actually 12 pixel. Then these positions, now we will define inside y-axis, that means 2. Okay, so now we can see this is positioned perfectly, and this is your search bar. Okay, after this search bar, we'll have to make these options, these 3 options. Okay, and here look, this Figma file will have a user's icon, and all of this I will just design it very fast. Okay, so here on this div we'll have actually we'll have a user. So let me search a user. Here we'll have to take user. Let me press enter. So user will be simply there are different type of users, but if I find one, maybe we can just take user from hi icons. So that is actually, let me search control s hi. So hi type icon we would like to use. Look, where is, okay, we can use these icons. So that's why let me input it at the top, and look, it's actually repetitive text. Then copy this, paste it here inside this div. Okay, fine. So we can just define some class name here. Class name will be, size will be 6. Okay, now you can see this icon is there, and after this icon will have heart shape. So that's why let me take a heart icon, HEART, heart. Then you will find lots of heart. We need something like this actually, this type of heart. So let me close this. Heart will be something like this. Which one we can just choose? Okay, you can choose this type of heart. Let me copy it. I'm just copying the whole thing, and after this actually we will simply keep it inside a button. let me define inside a button. So we'll have a button, and inside this button we'll paste it. We can add size, so size will be the same size. Copy it, paste it inside here. Let me input it, otherwise it will not work. Input it. Okay, so let me check. It's something like this. Okay, on the button, actually what you can do, you can simply define it will be by default hidden, and it will be visible on small devices. So it will be visible on small, so that would be block. That means it's actually displaying block. Okay, next actually we have a button, so this type of button with card. So let me define, we can just take a link. Why link? Actually, if I just implement the website here, you can see when someone click here, it will redirect to the card page. That's why I'm using link here. Okay, inside this link we will have a icon of shopping cart. So let me define, simply type shopping cart, then you will have to choose the icons. The icons will be something like this, hi shopping cart, this type of icon inside this. Okay, and we'll redirect it to cart page. So let me define to, that would be cart. Okay, and this is actually the icons. Let me import it. Okay, so is this icon okay? Yes, but we need a background and text. So by default it will present, let me take a span tag, will present 0 here, and we will define 0 here. So you can see this is 0. Let me add background color to the link. So here we'll have a background color, we'll have busy primary color, that means yellow color. We'll have padding of 1, then we'll have on small devices, px will be 6, and by default px will be 2. Then it will be flex, item center and rounded empty. Okay, so check, this is something like this. Then next thing is that what you will have to do, it will be actually px, not py, it's px. Okay, so now you can see something like this, but we'll have to make it side by side. So we'll target this div. Let me take class name, and this div actually will be relative, then is it suggesting relative, then we'll have flex items center, then on medium devices space x3, and by default space x2. Okay, let's check it. Look, this is side by side. And now you can just take mask gap on that card. Actually here you can just do a little bit customization. What you can do, you can simply define this span tag will have some css, that is actually text small size, then font semi bold, and then we can just define on the small devices, we'll define margin left 1. Okay, so let's check it, much better right now. And if you check on small devices, you will see it's much better. So UI is much perfect. If you increase the size, you will see something like this, much better. Okay, so this is the navbar, but we'll have lots of stuff when, look, it's, I'm just increasing the size, but when the user is available, when the logged in user available, you will have to show the icons and the drop downs. You can just implement this functionality. Let me show this. So for this, at the top, let me define, as we don't have any users right now, what you can do, you can just define a variable for now to just implement the functionality. We will close that. We'll have a user equal true. We just define true here, or you can just make it current user. So let me define current user. Okay, current user is true. Based on this condition, actually what you will have to do, you will have to show if this user is available. If available, then show this icon. If not available, look, not available, show this icon. So we'll do it conditionally. So where actually this icon, this is the icon, here we'll do it conditionally. So that's why what you will do here, you will simply take a new div. You can simply take a new div, and inside this div define curly braces, check if current user there. So if we are checking conditionally, so that's why question mark. If current user there, so if it's there, we'll simply show user. Otherwise we can simply do cut these icons and paste it here. Okay, let me the logic. So by default, if you check, the user is available because it's true. Look, this option is true, that's why the user text is showing. That means if this is true, then it will render this block. If false, it will render this block. Okay, so let me define this is by default false. If you make it false, then you will see now this icon. Okay, so this icon, what you can do, you can just convert this to a link if you want. So okay, so it's not hovering properly, so we'll just convert it to a link first, then we will simply paste it here, and these two will be simply login page. So if anyone click this, it will be redirect to the login page. Okay, so now the functionality is if user there, so that's why here we'll make it true. Then what you will do, you will have to just customize this. You will have to show the user image and other stuff. That's why here inside these empty fragments, what you will do, you will define a button. This button will contain a image and will show the avatar image. So avatar image, you can find all of the image and assets to this folder. To these actually assets folder, you will have all of these images. You can download it. As I have already downloaded, I just use it. So let me go to project sections, bookstore starters. This is assets. I'm just copying all these assets. You can just download all the assets if you need. So let me paste it here. Let me replace it. Okay, so you can see all of these assets is coming, and here we need an icon. So that icon is here, actually avatar icon. We will use this icon here. Okay, so for this, how to import an icon? Here we can simply import an icon by this way: import avatar img from / assets, and then inside assets actually we'll have this avatar icon. You can simply, if not such thing, you can simply copy this avatar and paste it here, avatar.png. So we will have to copy this image, and now instead of this hard-coded src, we'll have to paste it. If you check your website right now, look, the avatar icon is there. You can just do a little bit customization here. What you can do, you can just simply define class name, and we'll apply some dynamic classes. So that's a curly braces and then backtick. So size will be by default 7. Then we can just define rounded full. Then additionally, if user available, that means current user available, what you can do, you can simply type some styling. That would be ring. We will define ring 2. Then we can just define a ring color. So ring color will be ring blue 500, something like this. Otherwise you can simply define a clone and define empty string. Okay, so look, the styling is now better. So after doing this, what you will have to do, when someone click here, you will have to show actually drop downs. So how you can just implement drop downs here? To make the drop downs here, you can simply, what you can do, you can simply define a on click to this button. So to define this on click to this button, at the top we'll have to define some use state. So let me define const is drop down open, and so let me define is drop down open, and then a setter method that would be set, and copy this and paste it here. Okay, I will keep the is I the capitalized, and here we'll have to define use state by default. We will have to define use state by default false. Okay, fine. And when someone click actually, okay, so we will simply go to this button here. We'll define on click, and we'll take a anonymous function. This is a callback function. Here we'll call set is drop down, and we'll toggle is drop down open. So now if you console log this, so let me show you, clg is drop down. Let me check what you came. So here I'm just opening the console, inspect console, refresh it, and now console there is no issues. By default it's false. If you click, look, it's true. If you click again, it's false. So it's toggling. So based on when it's true, what you will have to do, you will have to show some navigational items. So here at the top we can simply create a array of objects. So that would be navigation, okay, and that would be an array of objects. Inside this we'll have something like this. We'll have a name will be dashboard, then href. Actually the href will be simply slash. By default you can simply dashboard or something like this. You will have to make a clone, not actually equal sign here. So we can just reorganize it a little bit so that we can just make it copy. We will just make some copy of it, and then you will have to customize it. By default second one will be borders. Then here we will just edit this borders. Let me customize multiple cursor. I just use multiple cursor. So by this third one will be card page. So card page, and here is actually the simply card. Okay, then checkout. Let me define checkout. Okay, we will have something like this, and we will have checkout. Okay, so now if actually is drop down true, we will just conditionally show this. So how we can do this? After this button, actually after this showing this button, you will simply look, this is the button int. Here actually you will show drop downs. Okay, fine. To show these actually you will have checking, you take a parenthesis and check is drop down, and then we'll have a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we can take a div. Inside this div, what you will do, you will take a li tag. Inside this li tag we will simply define curly braces and define navigations dot map, and here every time we will get item, then we will have to define curly braces. Actually we take parenthesis. Otherwise if you define curly braces you will have to just use return statement, and inside it actually we'll have a li tag, and inside this li we'll have link. Okay, so link will be simply here, we can just define this way. We'll have a true, so the path will be curly braces. Here we'll simply define item. Why actually it's not suggesting, is map is not working, so true will be item dot href. Then inside here actually we will have item dot name. Okay, fine. This list li items will be a index, key properties. Key will be item dot name. It will be unique. So now everything is fine. Let me check. If you click, look something like this, but it's actually not proper way that I want. So that's why we'll have to apply some CSS. What CSS you will define here? Look, we will have a div. On this div we'll simply, okay, we don't need to include anything here. We can simply start from this actually div. We'll simply define class name. We'll make it absolute position. Then we'll define from the right it will be 0, and margin top will be 2. We will have width of 48. Then background BG will be white. We can apply some shadow LG. Then we will define rounded MD, and finally z index 40. Okay, so on the ul tag actually we'll have class name. We'll simply py will be true. Okay, on the list actually there is no CSS, but on the link actually we can just add some CSS. Class name, that would be simply, let me define block. It will be block, then it will be px4 py2 text sm. Then when hover actually that would be busy gray 100 something like this. Okay, so let's check. If you now click, look, this type of drop downs, if you hover, this type of thing happening. Okay, and if you click again, it will go on. And another thing, if you click any of these, for example orders, though this page is now not defined, actually that's why it's not showing. Maybe we can have for the orders, actually this is orders, so now it will be. Let me try again. So maybe this page is there. So look, when you click, this is order page, but it's not closing. So that's why to close it, what you will have to do, when someone click this link, someone click this list, will have on click, and will simply define. So callback functions here will have to define set drop down, and will make it false. Okay, so if you do this now, if you click orders, it will gone. If you go to dashboard, this is dashboard, though this page is not there, so that's why it's not showing. Okay, so I just shown how we can make this type of drop down, and it's also work on small devices. If you check, look, now if you click, it will be order space. If you click here, it will just double click here, it will gone. Okay, fine. So this is the Navbar we made. In the next, actually in the next video, we will have to make our banner sections, and let me check how the banner section is there. Okay, this is loading, and we will have to increase the size by this way. Let me take 60%. So we will have to make this type of banner, and it's a very simple design. We will just do it in the next video. Okay, for this banner or hero sections, actually these hero sections will inside this home. Actually it's not for the every child, so that's why what you will do, let me close this Navbar and avatar and app.jsx. Actually if you check the router, go to routers, then router.jsx, look, we'll have a path. So when you are on the root path, you will show a simple h1. Instead of this, we'll have to present a home component. So that's why inside this pages we'll create a new page that is for home. Inside this we'll have home components. Let me click this home. When home is underlined, that means if you click or create new files and folders, it will be inside it. But if you click this pages, when page is underlined, that means if you create any files and folder, it will be underlined on these pages. So we'll have to make sure we are inside this homes, and then we'll have to create a new file that is actually home.jsx. So here rfc, so common syntax to create a React component. And now instead of this h1, we will render our home component. So home, let me import it, and now you can see, so still it's showing home, but it's now this home is from our home.jsx. So here actually we need to create banners and other stuff. We don't have anything here. We can take a empty fragments, and instead of this we'll have to make a banner. So for this, again we will click this home and create a banner, and that is actually banner.jsx, or you can name it hero. Nothing major, actually no majors, how you can just define it. Here we'll have a rfc react functional component, and we'll import this banner on here. So that is actually banner, and let me import it. So now you can see, now it's text, actually not home, it's actually banner. So how to design your banner? So to design your banner, actually let me just discuss about the design a little bit here. Look, again I am just showing you. So we will have this div. Inside this div, actually we will have two sections, so we can just divide it by this way. So we will have two sections, and inside these two sections, actually this div, the main div contains two div, and we will define w_hub and w_hub here, and show this. We can apply flakes, or you can apply grid layout for making this. Okay, so that is the concept. So let's do it. So now we will just design the banner components here. For the banner components, inside this div, actually we will have two divs. One divs contain image, and another div contain actually text. So let me do it here. At first we will have a text. We will just remove this, and for text, actually we will have a h1. This is h1. Let me copy it, and the first div maybe we can keep it. This is h1. So h1 tag, paste the text here. We'll apply some css. if you inspect this design, you will see the font size is 40 pixel, then it's actually medium and moderate. So that's why here we can simply define text by default will be 5 pixel, so it will be on medium devices. We'll define medium devices, and by default we'll use text maybe 3 pixel or 2 pixel is okay. We'll define font, maybe it's medium, and finally we'll have margin bottom 7. And if you do this right now, we can see we'll have this text. And after this, what you will have to do, we will have a paragraph. We can simply take a p tag, copy the text from the Figma file, and paste it inside this. We'll have CSS, apply class name, and now the class name will be margin bottom 10. And lastly we'll have a button. So for this button we can simply take a button, and this button is subscribe. So let me copy the text, we can simply define it, and here we can use class name. And if you check your app.css, maybe we will have a primary button CSS. So this is actually the class. We can copy this class and keep it here. Let me check how it's working. So if you check the banner, the button is done, and you can see something like this. And on the right side, actually we will have to render a image, so that's why we'll take a img tag, and we need to import banner image. So import banner img from, we'll have to import it from src // go to assets, then we will have look inside assets, we will have a banner.png, copy this name and paste it after this /, and finally we will copy this, and here instead of string we will pass it here. So if you do this right now, you can see your image is there. I just downloaded these images from the files, and maybe I can just refresh this Figma. Every time it's gone, why I cannot understand it. So let me refresh it and open the Figma again. Maybe there is some internet issues, so that's why it's just reloading every time. I will increase the size of 60. So I just simply download these images from here. If you double click, if you just let me click. So if you click, and here from here you can just simply click this preview, and if see everything is okay, you can simply click this export, and you can export this image, and I keep it here. I download all the assets for you. You can just copy all of these assets from this starter file actually, and see avatar is there actually. So you can either download it from here, or you can just clone this, or you can simply download by clicking here. Let me show you. Go there, click this code, and let me download the zip. This way you can download it, and from there unzip and copy the assets and keep your folder. Okay, now we need to design it. So for this, actually what you will have to do here, for this image we can simply define here, there will be a class name. We'll define on medium devices with will be half. I said actually it will take 50%, the image will take 50%, and the text will take 50%. So that's why we'll define this. It will be the same for the text block. Here we'll have on medium devices with half, then by default w full, and then what you will have to do. So this is the parent div we'll define. Here we'll define flex. By default will be flex col. That means on small devices we'll have flex column, but on medium devices we'll have flex row. Then we'll apply some padding to the top, that would be py16. Then we will simply define justify between and item center. Okay, gap will be maybe 12. Okay, now if you check, it's perfect, but it's not actually positioning on the right. So how we can fix it? So for this, actually here on this block we can simply define, by default here we'll apply flex. By default flex item center, and we will define on medium devices justify int. So if you define this, now this image will be positioned on the right sections. And if you inspect and check it on small devices, what it will be, you would like to keep this image at the top. So how you can just position this image? So you can either use border, or you can simply cut this image and keep it at the top above of the div. Okay, and now if you define flex row reverse on medium devices, then it's done. Look, now the image is at the top, but if you increase the size, it will be at the end. Okay, side by side, and you can see how responsive this website is, and you can making a great website. So minimal and great website. So after doing this, after this banner section done, we'll have to move to the next section, that is actually top selling sections. In the next video actually we'll make this top selling sections. So for this top selling, we'll have to create a new component. So let me close the banner and the css. For now we'll close okay, we can have to close the router, and we keep the home.jsx open. So for this, actually to make this top selling sections, we will have a component. So we'll keep our component on home.jsx home folder actually, and here when home is underlined, create a new file that is actually top selling products, or top sell, maybe it's sales or something like this, I'm not sure, let me check. ACLLER top sellers, okay, something like this. I'm just, let me correct this, top sellers dot jsx make a RAFC React functional component, and we'll have to input it after this banner on the home.jsx. So that is actually top sellers, and now you can see your website after the banners. You can see this is the text top seller. But how to design this? Actually, look our website here. We will have a categorizations. Now our website is loading, internet is very slow. So here you can see we will have categorizations. You can just filter based on the categories. As we don't have backend yet, we will use a static data, actually book data, then we can implement this functionality. So for this, at first you need the book data, where you will find the data on the repository. Here you can see data, and inside this data folder we'll have book.json, and we'll collect this data. Okay, so that's why we'll keep this data on public folder. Click this public folder, and here create a new file. Let me define books.json, and inside this book.json, as it's a JSON data, we just define it. Let me click this copy option and paste it here. Okay, so data is there. What you will have to do now, you will have to go to the top seller and design this component. So for this, actually at first let me get the data. At first we'll have to define a user state, as we don't have backend yet, so that's why we are following this. But when we have the backend ready, we'll do it, fetch the data from the backend and show it here. So by default user state, it will be empty array. Why empty array? Because this book is a empty, this book is a array of objects. Looks, this is array, so that's why we'll define array here. This will be by default books and set books. Okay, here after then we'll take use effect. So this is actually side effect. Use effect has two things, a callback function and then a empty dependency at the beginning. Okay, inside this callback, what you will have to define, you will have to just fetch the data from the public folder. So that's why we will apply fetch inside this fetch, as it's from public folder. We don't have to include anything. You can simply define books.json file, and after then we can simply define dot then, and we'll have to convert this response to JSON file. So that's why res.json, and then let me call this JSON, and after then we'll have another, then we can simply define data. You can simply define data, and then you can simply right now console.log, and you can console log the data. If you want to format it, you can simply format this way, so that it will be more better. Okay, so if you now inspect your projects, let me check what you will see. Let me click this console, let me refresh this, and I will close these sections. You can see all the 20 data is presenting on the line number 9th. So this is actually line number 9th, and that's why when you will have, you can simply replace this by set books. If you define set books, then your data will be set to the books. Okay, data. And now if you console log, you will see the same thing. So CLG in short of console log and book. Now you can see you are getting a console log on line number 12. That is actually this console log. Okay, so if you have data, now you can present it. How you can do it? Here on this div, actually what you will have, at first we can just define a little bit padding. We can simply define class name py will be maybe 10, and then we'll have a heading. So h2, here we'll define the text. So let me collect the text from here, Figma file. This is actually top seller. Copy this text, paste it here, and we'll have some styling. Let me define class name. This class name actually text 3xl, and then we'll have font semi bold. Finally we'll have margin bottom 6, and after these actually we can present drop down filter. So category filtering, category filtering. Okay, fine. So for this category filtering, we'll have a div, and inside this div we will have select. So select will have an ID that is actually category, and name will be same category. Okay, inside this category, inside this select, we'll have options. So first option is actually we can simply define options and value. So maybe here we can just create an array and display it. So let's make an array at the top. Here to make this array at the top, we can just simply define const categories. That would be an array of things. So at first, look, choose a genre, gen genre. Then we will have business. So busi business. Then we will have another one that is actually fiction. Then we will have horror. And finally the last one is actually adventure. Okay, TURE, adventure, something like this. So I just define some categories, and instead of these actually we'll render these categories. So how you will do, copy this, and here we'll take actually curly braces, and we'll map the categories dot map. Inside this map, every time we'll get category and index. Then we will have to define a arrow, we'll have to define parentheses, and inside here actually we'll have options. Then these options will be render the category. So we'll define the category value here, and the key, it will take a key, so that would be index, and then we'll have a value. So value will be simply the category. So simply the category will have to less a curly braces. It takes actually 2 curly braces here. So if you do this right now, let me check it. Your website will be something like this. Let me refresh this so that the error has gone. Okay, there is no error, but here you will have drop downs to select. Look, we need to do a little bit customization, but right now it's okay. So let's, for the customization, what you will have to do, here on this div we'll have margin bottom 8, we will have flex by default, and we'll have item centers. Okay, and for the select, what you will have to do, you will have a class name So we'll define by default border, then we'll have a background, so that would be busy. So background will be ea ea ea. Okay, so ea something like this type of background. Then we'll have busy, sorry, border gray. Actually we'll have border gray 300. We'll add some rounded medium, so medium. Then we'll have px4 py2, and focus will be outline none. Okay, there is no focused on outline. Okay, so if you do this now much better, you can see if you refresh, by default it says choose genres, then we will have business, fictions and other stuff, and you can choose at least the drop down. But after these, actually we will have to make this type of card. So how you can just do this? So after this div, actually we will have to make this functionality. So we will have to define this way. Actually let me do this, how we can present books. So here we'll have to define filtering. We will just show books based on filtering, so that's why we'll define const filtered books, and we'll just apply filters method on the book array. Here every time we'll get we can just handle it this way. Actually filtered book, we can every time get this way. What you will have to do, we'll check if selected category. Let me define a user state at the top. So here we'll have selected category, and here we'll have set selected. So let me copy it and paste it here, set selected category, and by default we'll select, that is actually the first value. This is choose a genre, by default it's selected. Okay, fine. So now here on the filters book, we'll check if selected category is equal this value, copy this value, the first value, then we will conditionally, if it's equal, that means if it's true, then you can simply show the books, and this will be books dot filter, and inside here actually every time we'll get a book, then we will simply arrow define, we'll have book dot category, and that is equal selected category. So this is actually selected category, and we'll convert it to lowercase and we'll have to call it. So now if you check clg filtered book, then you can see the console log. So what it will present, inspect it. Now here console, let me refresh it. So by default it's rendering all books, but if you choose business, nothing happens because we didn't define on click on this actually select. So how to do it? Here on this select, actually on this select, you can simply define on change, and that would be here. Every time you will take a event, then you will have a array, will have set selected category, and you will have to pass event dot target dot value. Okay, that means selected category changed when you click. Okay, if you do this, now you can see the magics. I am just refreshing it again. Look, if I choose any category, for now business, look, we'll have 5 data. If you choose fictions, we'll have 6 data. If you choose horror, you will have 2 data. If you choose adventure, you will have 3 data. So that means it's filtering. If it's filtering, you can present it here. So how to do it? Inside here, actually, you can simply map this filter books, and you can simply do map it. And here, every time you will get book, you will have to get book and index, then simply show this way. For example, you will have a parenthesis, and you can just render a book card. Instead of doing it here, you can just render a book card, or you can just do it a better way. How you can do, you can optionally check it. So for example, let me show a div to just display the books. So here we'll simply show book dot, maybe book has a title. Okay, let me check, refresh it. Sorry, refresh. Look, all the book data is showing. If you choose business, we'll have 5 data. If you choose fictions, we'll have this type of data. But right now we'll have to make a actually book card for now. So let's create a book card. Where you can create a book card inside these pages, we can create a new folder that would be books folder, and inside this book folder we can just keep book card .jsx. So for this, actually we will have created our card on here. We can simply just copy this card. So where you will find, go to UI tab, and here look, this is card. Here you will have some div, and copy this, take a RFC React functional component, and now replace this div with the CSS. So if you do this, look, there are some errors. So let me fix it. What it's actually there. So the issues is that, what is the issues? We'll have to import this icon. So let me import it from React icons. So let me import it at the top, React icons, but the issues is not solved. So can we check a look where the issues? Here I think everything is fine, but issues is, let me check. We'll just cut it, so there is no issues. Let me keep it, and now we'll try this on. Maybe we can cut this portion, there is no error. Let me keep it, let me cut these options. Okay, maybe the error is actually this block. We'll have to fix this. Okay, I got it. The thing is that here the angle bracket is there, but we'll have to keep it on the UI. Look, after doing this, actually the issues has gone. We can just format it by Control Alt F to format this. Now you can see here, this is not presenting. When to present, actually if you import it on this instead of this div, let me import. So book card, let me self closing it. Here we'll have to provide keys, so that would be index, and then we will simply define book data. So that would be simply curly braces book. Okay, so if you have this, you can just pass this book data. You can receive this book data from here by using props. So book data, so let's check. You can see this type of books, this is actually presenting, but we don't actually want it. We just want much better, but at least it's showing something. Okay, so we'll fix that stuff, but for now what you will have to do, you will have to implement, actually let me fix the image. We need to show the image. So for this, inside this utils, we will have to include a file that is actually a utils file. We will make it name actually get img URL, that means get image URL .js file, and inside this .image URL we will define a function. So that would be function, and the function name will be get img URL, and it will receive a name. You can define arrow functions or others if you want. Inside here, actually you can simply return. So you will return a new URL. So inside this URL we'll have backtick, we will define dot dot slash, then we'll have assets folder, then inside this assets folders we'll have book folders, then we will have the book name. So that is actually something like this. And after doing this, what you will have to do, so after this we will add a comma and we'll take import dot meta dot url. Okay, so we'll return it. Finally we'll export it. So export simply get image url. So if you export, you can use it on book card. So here, look, where is the image? This is the image. We can just use dynamic image here. So that's why curly braces backtick, we will have to define $sign, and here we'll import book cover, and this inside this book actually the get image url we will have to define book dot cover. So if you open the book data, you can see the image name is actually book cover. We can simply define book cover here. So if you do this now, I think the image is shown. You can see this type of thing. Okay, now represent this book title. So how to show this book title? Here on this, you can simply define book dot title. Okay, so look, book title is showing. We'll have to convert this anchor tag to link so that it will work. So we'll just use link instead of anchor. And let me format this. Actually we can just make it a better formatting. Okay, so this to a link will have a path to, and it's actually not imported. Let me try to import it. If not imported, you will have to import it this way. Import link from react router DOM. Now you can see, okay, fine, and this will redirect to the, when someone click here, we can just simply define curly braces backtick, will have a path. So the path will be when someone clicks, it will go to books, and then we'll go to the id of the book. So book dot underscore id. Okay, you can see the data has underscore id. So if anyone click, it will redirect to the single blog page, that is actually book/1. If we, as we don't have the page account right now, so that's why it's doing a error. But I think we can just make this thing, and we can use this same thing to the images. We don't use href, we'll replace this, and we'll have to include, instead of I will have a link. Okay, so this task is done. After doing this, we'll have to show to book descriptions. Here we'll have curly braces, we'll define book dot description. Maybe let me check it. I copy it and paste it. Right now we are showing data from the actually local file, and here you can do a little bit, you can do a optional checking. So here he book description dot length, we are doing a leng trace length is greater than 80 character. You can simply show something like this. Let me show backtick $sign curly braces, and we'll define book dot description, and then we can simply splice it. That means we can simply slice it to 80 character, 0 to 80 character, and we can just define extra dot. Otherwise here we can simply use clone. We can simply render book dot description. So now by default it will show 80 characters. So if the book description is greater than 80 character, it will add some dots here. Look, here it's add dot, but these two things is no dot. Okay, so the style is still creeping, not much better, but for now let me show the pricing. So at first, this is the pricing. We'll define book dot let me check. I just close it. Let me check new. This is new price, so that would be first one new price. Then we will define old price. So old price will be here. The second value will define $, then curly braces will have book, and we can check it by optional checking and paste it here. So if book old price is there, you can show a old price, and you can check optional checking everywhere by using a dot. Before dot, you can using a question mark that will just give you a little bit flexibility to handle error. That's why I am adding. We can also check it here. Okay, so after doing this, everything is fine. We'll have this, but we'll have to make this something like this. We'll have this type of slider. So that's why what we'll have to use, swiper.js. So let me define swiper.js. You can simply search swiper.js, and then you can see swiperjs.com. Go there. So how to install, you will have to click this get started. Then this is the process. You can simply import it by npm command. You can simply install it. So here we are installing all the command. So make sure you are on the front end part. So that is actually /front end. It's going to install. Next thing is that you will have to add css. So where you will add actually css. Okay, so we will apply this way. Actually we can include all of these stuff by this way, but right now let me go to resources, and here we will choose a responsive layout from these. Actually look which there you will find lots of slider options. You will have this type of slider, this type of sliders and other stuff, but we choose actually responsive slider from the navigational menu of the left side. You can see if we scroll responsive breakpoints, we need this. So let me click open it on React. It will go to codesandbox.ui. Here you will see a overview, and you can get the code what you will have to copy. Okay, so for this actually look, if you just check at the top, you will have to include all of this. You will have to import it from React library. So copy this and keep it, let me close, keep it on the topseller.jsx file, keep it at the top of it. I'm just pasting it, and after then I just left this on. I will also copy this thing. So let me paste it here. Okay, so copy. Next thing is that how to use it. Look, this is the block. We will have to use the same way. So let me copy from the swiper top to swiper bottom, and we will use it here. Actually look, we will use it maybe here. So after this div, let me paste it. So if you do this right now, if you go back, look, our React base name is a null. So if you refresh, let me, okay, see, you can see the slider is there. You will have to have the slider. So how to customize this? You can simply cart all of this slider, and now here actually you can do a little task. You can include this block, you can include cart this block and keep it inside here. Okay, fine, let me format this code, and now inside this curly braces actually cart this swiper slide and keep it here. And finally you will have to cart this book cart and keep it inside this swiper slider. If you do this, let me format this code, and optionally I will have a little task. What I will do here, we will check if filters block available, then we will just simply if filter blacks.length is greater than 0, and then then we will just represent it here as the immediate children of these actually sliders. Here will include key index. Okay, fine. If you do this right now, you can check your slider. Look, this is your slider, but it's very creepy design. How to fix it? So at the top actually you can see responsive grid here, slide per view, it's okay, 1, and we'll make the space is actually 30, and we don't need actually pagination. We don't need pagination, so we'll remove pagination from here. And for the breakpoints actually on the small devices, we will include its 1. And by this actually, when you are on this device width, you will include 2, and when you are on this actually, you will show 2. And finally, we will define another one when you are on actually 180, you will have simply define it's actually free. Okay, so if you do this right now, you can see, refresh this website and see it's much better. But where is the integrator? Look here, you need to do a integrator so that you can click. So for this actually, you will check the documentations, and for this actually we need this type of integrator. So if you go at the top here, look, so paginations. So pagination is this type of pagination, and above that you will have navigations. So how this is used, you can just open it on code sandbox, and you can see how you have to use this. Okay, so let me wait. Look, it should be, you will have to just define navigation through this, and you will have to add a modules navigation. Okay, this is the simple thing. We will only include navigation through. Let me copy this, and here actually we'll have to make sure navigation through. And if you do this, look, nothing, just still showing there is nothing. But if you include modules, so let me copy, you will have navigations. So let me, where you will have to eat here, after this pagination you can define navigation, and we will have to import it. If you want to use it, you will have to import it from the modules. So let me import it from the modules. Okay, I just import it from the modules. Okay, fine. And for this pagination actually, navigation, will have a little styling. We'll copy import swiper / css / navigation. That is actually, we can paste it. It's very simple. Swiper / css / navigation. So if you include all of this stuff right now, you can see you will have this array. If you click, it will be swipe perfectly. So that is the very simple design. Let me refresh it. I will show you again. If you click business, now business related book is showing. If you click fiction related book is showing, horror and adventure. So all of these books are showing by default. That means this section is done, and we did a lot of stuff in this section. So for this recommended sections, let me create a new component. I can just close all of this stuff and only keep the home.jsx. Inside this home.jsx, we will create recommended components. So let me recommended.jsx and rfc, import it on home after this top sellers. So recommended, and then if you check your website, it will be recommended here. So this is the text what you will have to do. So let's make this recommended. So for this actually, the style is simple. We will have this thing, so we can just copy paste a little thing. So from here, let me open the top sellers. You can just show this way. Actually, you can simply copy this h2 and keep it here. Inside this div, we will have the h2. It will say recommended. Let me copy this text. It's actually recommended for you, and we will include it here. And after this, actually, the thing is that the same thing we will make, we will have to just fetch it. We will have to just let me include this. Actually, we don't have backend, so that's why I'm just doing all of this stuff. But when we'll have backend, we'll handle it better way. We don't need category, so that's why we don't include it. We don't need to include category here. We'll just simply remove that stuff. Okay, we'll have to import user state. Then we will have to define here. So let me copy the swiper section. What is, so this is the swiper section. Copy this swiper section, just keep it here, and we'll have to import all of this above stuff. So swiper navigations and other system, copy this portion and simply paste it at the top. So if you do this, let me check here. Instead of filtered book, what you will have to do, we'll have books. So check if books available, books.length is greater than 10, we will have to show this. But here we can simply slice it. We can simply slice, will show data from number 8 to maybe 16 or just 18. You can just show all of these books. Okay, so now if you check, use effect is not defined, so let me import it. So import it. So after doing this, you can see book card is not defined. Here we'll have to import book card. Okay, so if you just read the errors, you can find what actually happening. Okay, look, this recommended section is coming and it's still working. So we can just add a must gap to the div. So that's why here on this div we can simply define class name, and we can just simply define a div gap of py16. Okay, so must better gap. Okay, fine. So this section is done. Next section is actually for the news sections, and it's very simple component. We will just make this news section in the next video. Now at this time we'll have to make this news sections, and here it's very similar to the above two on, so that's why we don't have spend much time here. What you will have to do, as it's a news sections, let me create a component on home folder. Inside this home folder we will have news.jsx and RAFCE. Here we'll input it at the beginning of here. So inside this home.jsx, let me import newses. Okay, fine. So if you now check your projects, here you can see newses is there. So what you will have to do, you have to make this type of stuff look, it's very similar. It's the layout of this design is different, but the activity or the functionality is very common. So that's why we'll have to make this type of stuff. So at the beginning, what you will have to do, you will have to need some block data. So where you will find the block data, here you can see inside this data folder we will have news.js. Here I just provide some news. Let me copy all of this news and we will keep at the top of here. And then look, if you just keep place the news here, you can see it's actually suggesting you must have to import it. So right now we don't have any images for this, so let me import images. So for this news on, we will have to import image from, we will go to src. So assets, then newses. Then inside this newses folder, what you will have, you will have news 1 2 3 4 5, and all of these are png format images. Okay, we can simply copy it for 4 times because we will have 4 images. Let me customize it. I am using multi cursor. So if you just press alt and click there, then you can see get multi-cursor. Let me edit it by this way. I'm just performing some activity using this. So all the images and stuff is done. Now using this array, actually we can just make our swipers and other stuff. So I know you can have faced some issues when you are creating this type of swiper, so that's why I am just showing exactly for the beginning again for you. Okay, so what you will have to do, look here in this section, actually we need a h2. So h2 tag that will say it's a new section. That's why at the beginning we'll have h2. And for your understanding, actually I am just making this whole component for you. Actually we can just skip it, but I have to just show you again. So it will be text 3xl, then font semi bold, then we will have mb6. Okay, and here we can define some padding. That would be py16. That means padding top to bottom will be 16. And if you right now check it, you will see news is here, and now we'll have to display the information inside a swiper. So at the beginning you will have to import swiper, so let's do it. And for this, actually you can just see, you can open any sandbox that we previously opened. You will have to import swiper and swiper slide from React. So let me import it at the beginning. I'm just showing. If I show you, actually let me show from the beginning. Firstly, if you are on the swiper.js, go to resources, demos. Then if you scroll a little bit, you can open any of these demos. For example, we can open it on actually navigations, or you can just directly go to the responsive breakpoints, came it here, open it on React. If you can see, its React format is available there, so click there and you can just copy. At the beginning you will have to import swiper and swiper slide from React. Let me copy it and we'll keep it import at the top. Secondly, look, we need some import swiper style, so that's why here we can simply copy these styles, keep it at the top. Then we need to define a module, so that's why we need to define modules. The module's name is paginations and it's from swiper modules. Okay, keep it there. And after doing this, what you will have to do, look, we'll have to copy this swiper from top to bottom. So this is the int, we will copy everything and now we'll paste after this h2. If you do now, you can see here inside your projects you will have this type of swiper. Okay, but for now actually we don't want something like this. We will have a proper way, so that's why what you will do, you will have to remove all of this stuff, only keep on swiper slide. And here what you will do, you will take a curly braces, then we will define map operation here. As news is a array of objects, we can simply define news dot map, and here every time we will get item and index. What you will do, you can simply define, we will have to define this swiper slide. Let me card this, or here you can simply take a parenthesis and keep it here. So if you do this, now you can see you will have only 5 slides here. Okay, so now you will have to customize it, but before that let me define key props. So key props will be unique props, so that's why we'll define index. Then inside these actually we will create a structure of the design, so that's why a div, and inside this div we'll have two div. One div for content, so this is content, you can just define content. And let me define class name py will be 4. And inside this content what you will have, look, you will have actually a headline or a title here, something like this, and then descriptions, and then a bar here. Okay, so for this, at the beginning let me take a link tag. We'll have to import link from React Router DOM, and inside this link what you will have to do, you will have simply take a h3 tag, and inside this h3 will have item dot title. And if you do this, let me define the link will have a 2, and by default we'll define it's the home path, because we don't have time to make another single components for the news presentations. And it's okay. Here we can define some CSS. The class name will be, we'll define text will be large LG, that means large font medium. Then we'll have hover effect. So on hover actually we will have text blue 600 or 500 is okay, it's up to you. You can have MB4. And after this link actually you will have a p tag, and this will simply present items, item dot descriptions. So this is news descriptions. We can simply define a class name, and we will simply say text sm size. Then we will have text gray 600. Okay, so if you check right now, you can see we will have all of this stuff. We need a HR, or you can just take a div, and it will be simply class name. You don't need to define anything. We will define a width, so width will be maybe 4 means 16 pixel, and here we have a basic color, actually primary, something like this. Let me check how it's looking. If you do this, it's not visible yet. We'll have to define a height, so age will be, maybe we can just define 1 pixel or something like this. So if you define this, you can see these effect, but we don't actually want pixel. We will have maybe 4 pixel. So let me check. If you define 4 pixel, then you will have this, but you can just increase the width, so that would be maybe 10 is okay. That means 40 pixel. You can see the effect is there, and you can just take some margin bottom or something like this. MB maybe 5 is okay. MB5, then you can see this is the effect. If you need a little bit larger, you can increase the width. Okay, so this is the bar, and if you hover, all of this stuff is done. Next, you will have to present the image, so that's why after this div we will have another div, and inside this div we will have a image. So for this, inside this image, we can simply use it here. We will have item dot, will have image, then we can have some CSS of it. The CSS will be w full and object cover. That means it will be on centered position, and it will be objectically fit. Okay, and after, then what you will have, you will have a, okay, I think it's okay, you don't need anything here. So for this time, what actually you need to do here, if you check, we will have all of this stuff, but we need to take it side by side. So that's why we'll target this parent div. We'll define this will be flex. By default, flex will be column, and on a small devices, actually, then flex will be row. We will define on a small devices, justify between, and by default items center, and gap will be 12, something like this. Okay, if you do this, now you can see it's actually side by side, but it's not actually looking perfectly. We need to customize the swiper. So here what you will do, look, we are presenting swiper here, and every slide per view is 1, space is 10. We can increase it to 30. So we need to much better spacing. Then we don't need paginations, so we will remove that. Then for the breakpoints, actually by default, when you are 64 pixel width of your device, then you will show 1. Then by default you will show 2, and when you are larger than 124, you will only show 2. So if you do this, look, it's actually refresh it. Look, we will have only 2 things is here. But for now, the next thing is that we'll have to increase the size of it. So that's why here we will target this div. We can simply define its flex shrink 0. That means it will take full width. Then you can see that this is much better size. You can just keep this section left by this way. We don't we'll have need a arrow. Actually we need this type of arrow, but you can now swipe it. Look, it's swiping, but we need this type of arrow. So that's why what we used, actually we'll have to use navigation. So let me use this from the previous component. If I close these assets, if you go either top sellers or recommended, you will find a little code. Firstly, you will have to make navigation true. So if I make navigation true, let me use it on our newses. So navigation true. After navigation true, we'll have to use this module. So that's why let me copy navigations, and here we'll go to this module sections. We'll keep navigations here, and you must import the navigation. So that's why import it from modules, and for this navigations, actually we will have styles. So if I check the recommended sections, you can see here For this navigations, actually import swipers slash css plus navigation. That means we will import css of the navigations and keep it here after the pagination. So if you do this right now, we can see the styling is done. Let me refresh this project for now, and if you click, look, it's swiping. And if you check it on small devices, it's perfectly work. I think it's perfectly work. So this time we'll have to make this footer sections, and it's a very common footer. I don't have much time to show you how we can create this type of footer. You can just copy the code and paste it here. I just do it for you. So let me close all of this stuff. We don't have anything here. We can close the home because our home components is done. Here we'll also close assets and other stuff. What we will do, look here, we need to create a footer. Footer is a common elements or component, so that's why inside these actually we can create simply footer. Okay, so footer.jsx here. Next thing is that rafc, and then you will have to copy the code from the source code. Actually you can paste it here because I don't have any pretend to show it. It's a very simple thing. I hope you can just create it, or you can just copy this code. Okay, so if you do this now, if you check, if you refresh, you will see nothing there because we didn't import it. So how to import it? You will have to import it on app.jsx. Go to app.jsx. Instead of this simple text, simply import footer, and then if you go back to the browsers, you can see footer logo is not defined. That means here a footer logo is used here on this line, but it's actually not imported. So that's why here what you will have to do, you will have to import this footer logo. So import footer logo from assets folder. So that's why we'll go to one step app home, then / assets. Then if you inside assets, you will see footer logo.png. Copy it and paste it here. So if you do this right now, refresh the projects, you can see if icon is not imported, that means here there are some icons. We'll have to import it. Let me import. If it's not suggestion, then you will have to manually import it. Let me do it. Import. So that would be something from, we will have React icons / API icons. So API icons. Now if you try to import, it will available to import. Let me define. So import it, import Twitter icon and import Instagram icon. Okay, so all the icon is imported. Now if you refresh, then you can see your footer section is done. It's a very simple footer, and you will see this type of effect here. And I hope you can just follow these tutorials, and if you face any issues, please leave a comment. I will just give you time to fix, or I will suggest you what to do next. Okay, so the footer section is done, and all the homepage UI is done. Next, what you will have to do, okay, next thing is that we will have to make a login page. So if the user is not available, we will have to make a login, and we need a little bit customizations on the title and actually fab icon. So for this, what you will do, let me customize the title and fab icon of this website. So you will go to actually index.html file. Here you need to define a title. So it's a bookstore app, so that's why I will define bookstore app, and I'm just taking a pipeline and make it MERN stack project. Okay, something like this. Okay, so if you now check, if you hover at the above of the tab, you can see bookstore app, MERN stack projects. Now we need to customize these icons. So for this, actually if you check assets, you will see a fab icon. Just select this and drag it to the public folder and move. So now inside this public folder, we will have this type of fab icons. How to use it? So my strategy is that sometimes actually if you just don't use image properly, don't import image properly, you will face issues when you deploy your project. So that's why my strategy is that keep your all static image to the public folder, then import it. So if you want to import image from public folder, what you will have to do, you will have to simply define / public. uh, so let me show you. At first it will go front end, then public folder, then image. But as we are importing it from public folder, we don't need to include the word public, simply use / and your image name. So make sure that if you import any image from public folder, you have to just define a / then image name. If you have folder inside this public folder, then it will be / here will be folder name, then your image name. Okay, I hope you understand how you can use any image from or any static files from public folder. If you have any folder and inside this folder if you have the image, then you will have to follow this / folder name, then your image name. If it's on the root path of root section of public folder, you don't need to include folder because there is no folder. You can directly use the image name. So if you back look, the icon is customized. So next thing is that we will go to actually component folder, and here on the navbar actually we don't have current user, so that's why right now we will make it false. So if you make it false, you can see here at the top a user icon. If someone click this users, it will redirect to the login page. So that's why in the next video actually we will have to make it. So you can see that we will have complete our home page, and now the next task is that when someone click this user icon, it will redirect to the login page. As this page is not found, look 404 not found, that means we didn't define the route and the component, so that's why it's not found. And right now our goal is we will have to make this type of login form. If anyone click here, it will just appear a login form. He can able to log in by using email address and password. Here is a login button, and here we'll include a login authentication using Gmail. So actually we will have a register. So if you don't have account, you will click register and we will have register page with the same form. Okay, we will have to design this type of thing right now. So for this, let's do it. At first let me close all of this stuff. What you will do, at first I can close everything so that you can just do a fresh start. From here actually you will go to src, then as you know that we define all our routes on routers folder. Here router.jsx, in the inside this file actually we're maintaining our route. So here what you will do, you will have to create a route for login and registration. So let me define a path. So for this login actually our path will be login, and let me define a comma. And for these actually I will have to create a elements inside this component folder because it's a shared element, so a shared actually component, so that's why we will define it here. So login.jsx, let me take refc react functional component, and now we will simply define login. Okay, import it. And as we define login routes, we will have to create another route. So that is actually element, it's for register, will have same way. So / register, and we'll define element will be, we will have to create another component inside component folder, that is actually register.jsx RAFCE, and now import it here, register.jsx. Okay, so now if you back to your website, you can see if you click there, you will redirect to the login page, and if you manually type register, it will redirect to the register page. So at first we will design our login page, and our goal is this one, we will create this type of form. Okay, let's do it. And for this actually we'll go to login.jsx, that is inside component folder. Here what you will have to define it, you can simply define a height of this component, so that would be is by default is screen. So if you do this, and for your understanding let me define a border so that you can understand it. Back to here, on your projects, you can see we will have a border, and you can see it's taking 100 VAs, that means viewport height, but we don't it actually, we want it less, a little bit less, so that's why we can customize the height. So for this here, you can use ternary operators, and that is actually, you can use another CSS properties, that is actually CALC, that means calculations, and inside here you can just calculate your height by this way. Let me show 100 VAs, and then we will less 120 pixel from this 100 VH. Okay, that means this is 100 VH viewport height, your monitor screen height, then we will less it 120 pixels from the height. So if you now check it, refresh, it's not working. Why? So let me check it. Okay, after doing this, maybe it will work. Look, it's actually taking 100 VAs. From the 100 base, I just place 120 pixels, so that's why you can see this is the width. Now it's not actually the full 100 base. Okay, so this is the first task you will have to do, and if you look it here, we will have the center component in the center. So that's why inside these actually we can create a component. So that would be sorry, we can create a div, and inside this div we will have a h2. Let me define here, please login, and then what you can do, you can simply define the same way what we have to add some styling here. So text will be LG size or XL size. Let me define XL size, and then we'll define font semi bold. Okay, and margin bottom actually 4. If you check right now your website, you can see please login starts from here, but how we can move it to the center position? To do this here, you will have to do a little task. Let me remove the border. Here we will apply flex, then we will define justify center and item center. Okay, so if you do this right now, you can see it's on the center positions. We need some shadow and other stuff outside of this, so that's why here in this div we'll take a class name, we'll define w by default full, and on medium device or actually we can define a max width, that would be max is m, that means it will be maximum width is 24 rem. Then we will move to center position, that is actually mx auto. Then we will define busy white color, and then we define shadow md, then it would be rounded. Okay, and by default px will be 8 and p top will be 6. P top will be 6, and p bottom, that means padding bottom, will be 8, and we'll define margin bottom 4. So now if you check, you will see something like this. We'll have a shadow and other stuff. The next task is that you will have to create a form, something like this. We will have input field for email and password, then a button. Okay, let's do this. So here after this h2, we can just take a form. So we don't include actions here. What you will do inside this form, actually we will have a div. Inside this div we will have a label. So let me take a label, and for this actually I will provide all the css and the designs, but I am just doing it manually because I want to teach you how you can make this type of beautiful form. I have already provided the code, you can just copy paste this, but let me show you so that you can understand it properly. So here label html4 will be, this is username, and or this is actually email. You can keep it on, you can just remove it, no matter. So here we will have to include some css. The css will be, we'll define it by default block, then we will make text will be gray 700 or something like this. We will define text size will be sm, small size, font will be bold, and then margin bottom 2. Okay, inside this level we will define email, and after these actually we will have a input field. So input type here as will define itself for email, we can just define the type will be email, and then we will define it, the name is email, id will be email. Okay, so next thing is that we'll have to add a placeholder. So placeholder will be email address, email address, and now we'll have to apply some css, so that's why class name here for these actually will have a shadow, that's why at first shadow appearance none, sorry appearance actually app appearance none, then we'll define border, then we will make it rounded, we'll have w by default full, we'll have padding py2, we'll have padding px3, then we will define leading tight, that means actually line height, focus will be outline none, outline none, something like this. And on focus actually we will add a little shadow, so when focus actually focus we will have shadow outline, shadow inner, where is shadow outline, if you scroll a little bit, let me type shadow and then outline, is it available? Okay, no matters, if you give shadow then it will work I think. So look by default something like this. So our email field is done, you can copy paste this for the password. So let me here we can just add some a little bit styling, that is actually we can simply define mp4, then we will copy it for password. To copy it, shift alt down arrows, and here the label will be for password, and we will define the html for password actually. Okay, and we will define the type will be password, name will be password, and email will be password. And here the placeholder will be simply we can just define password. Okay, sorry, password word. Okay, now if you check we will have email field and password field, and by default taking my email and passwords here. Okay, fine, then we need to define a button something like this. For this button what we will do, after this div actually we will have another div, and this div will be a button, and we will define this is actually login. Okay, and then here we can apply some css, we will define we will make it on center positions. Actually look, at the beginning of each actually we will have at the left position, so we don't need actually, we can keep it simply div. And here on this button we can simply define some css, that is actually bg, by default that would be blue 500, then we will define when hover actually bg, we will define blue 700, a little bit darker, then we will have text white, and font will be bold, we will define py2, px6 or 8 is okay, you can define something like this. We will have rounded, we'll have focus, outline none, something like this. So if you define this, now check, this is your login button, and after then you can see here we'll have a text, you can just simply copy this text, or next thing is that after this div, or you can just keep it after the form actually, we can take a paragraph and we will define this text here. Let me define some css here. So this css will be by default inline block, we don't need actually, okay, we don't need inline block, we can just define align, it will be baseline, then we will define font will be medium, then we will have margin top 4, and text will be sm size. Okay, so if you now check here we'll have this text, but we need a link on this register, so that's why here on the register, let me cart it, we can simply take a link component from React Router DOM and paste it here. we'll define a path, so that is to actually it will redirect to register page. Okay, so look here, you can see we need to define a little bit styling, so do it first. We'll have class name, we can just define class blue, text type blue actually 500, and then when hover it will be text blue 700 or something like this. Okay, so now you can see if you click here it will redirect to the register page, and then this page is almost done. Next thing is that we'll have to make this type of thing for the Google sign in. And there is another problem. For example, if you just provide unwanted credentials or stuff, if you click here it will simply show this type of alert, so invalid email and password. So we'll have to define these alert. So what and how you can do it? So to do it we can just define a use state at the top. Let me define. So const, here we'll have message, and that would be set message, and we will define by default its use state, that is actually empty. And before the actually button, before this button we'll define if message available, if message, and then you can take a p tag and paste it here. So invalid, please enter valid username password, or you can simply define, if you want, if you don't manually include this text, you can simply define curly braces and you can print the message here. Okay, let's define some css for this. Actually we will define text red 500, and this will be text extra small size, and it will be italic. Margin bottom will be 3, something like this. Okay, so now it's fine. If you did any mistake to provide it, actually you will get a message of that. Okay, and at the end, after these, actually after this paragraph, what you will have to do, after this paragraph we will define, this is actually Google sign in method. Okay, so for this Google sign in we need to define a div, and inside this div we will need a button. So this button will say, will have a icons on it, so that would be fa icons. So let me close this swiper.js and previews. We will just define something like Google icons. So we'll type Google, that is Google, and now there are different type of Google font, but we can choose the first one. Let me import it at the top of this login component, and then what the next we'll have to copy it and include it inside this button. Okay, after this what you will do, you will define the text, that is actually sign in with Google, and we can just define some class name here. The class name will define margin right to. Okay, so if you now check you will see something like this, but it's not properly styled. Okay, to make it styled we will have to add class name to the button. We will define w full, by default it will be flex. We will define flex verb, and gap will be 1. We'll have item center, justify center, then we'll define busy secondary color, and when hover actually we'll have busy blue 700 or something like this. Then text will be white, font will be bold, then py2 px4, then rounded, and by default focus will be outline none. Okay, outline none. So if you do this right now we can see this is much better, but we need a little bit gap. So that's why here on this div actually what you will do, you can simply define margin top, maybe 4 is okay. If you need much gap you can just keep the gap. And after doing this, the last thing is that you can see we need this type of thing. We can just simply copy this text and we'll take the paragraph after this div, take a paragraph and keep it here. So we can simply define here some class name. We will define margin top 5, then text will be in center position. Then we will simply define text gray 500, and then that would be text sm or extra small, something like this. So if you now check, it's perfect. If you refresh, let me refresh it, you will this is not our current website. If you refresh this, you will see something like this. By default, it's taken my email and password. Let me remove it, and then I will show it. Actually, it will save your it will just keep your saved password, so that's why I just save my password and it's just presenting it here. Okay, so this page is done, and now if you can able to make this, you can easily make your register page. So if someone click here, it will go to register page, and your register page will be something like this. But before that, let me console log these two actually email and password. That will help you to get better experience. So to get this console log and print on actually console, what you will have to do, I will use a React hook form. Actually, it's much better. React, you will have to search React hook form. So you will search something like this, then you will go to this website. This will help actually to get the form data and just do your console log. Okay, for this actually let me get started. Here at first we will have to install it, copy it, and then we will install React hook form. So as we are using a third terminal for the front end, let me paste it here. Let me press enter. Okay, hook form, you it will help you a lot. Let me just explore it. So how it will help it, so it's installed, and let me close. If we explore a little bit, for example, this is JavaScript code, and if you want to check actually how it will just help you, you can just click, just simply go to home, and here if you click demo, you will see, look, if you input any information here, for example, let me type Mr. X, then we'll simply, let me define Mr., and here we'll define the last name is X, and we'll define uh, mrx at the rate gmail.com. Then you will define a number here, something like this. Then you can choose drop downs, you can select it, or you can just do this or stuff, and you can see it's actually give you an object of the data that you just keep on the form. If you just click this submit, it will just give you this data on a object format. So if you have this object easily without doing any user state, it will be great. I hope you will understand why we will like this React hook form. It's easily help you to capture the input informations and give you a better experience. So that's why I'm going to use it. So at the top, what you will have to do, you can simply click this get started. Then you will have to choose, by default it will show TypeScript, but as we are using JavaScript, we will click the second one, and now you can see at first you will have to import it on your components. Let me import it at the top, and here maybe we can paste it. Then how to use it, look here, we'll have to import register, handle, submit, watch, and form state from this. So let me copy this code block, and we will keep it after this message. And then for the next thing is that you will have to include on submit on your form. Okay, let me copy this, and where is our form? This is our form. Here we will just simply paste it on submit. Okay, then how to just get the data, you will have to include on submit function above of this return. So let me, this is our return block. Here we will define on submit, it will just get the data from the form and it will console log. Okay, fine. And on the input field or any field, how you can use it, you will have to use by this way. You will have to define curly braces, then dot dot register, and then you will have to define a name of the form, name of the input, and then you will have to make it require or true or false. Okay, let me copy this, and for this actually we will use it on this input because we want to capture this email easily. So after this type actually here we can simply paste it. We'll have to define a name. It's actually for email, so we'll define it email, and by default it will be required. So if you don't require it, you can simply delete it, but for this actually we need to be required. Without just giving the email, you cannot just submit the form. Then for the password, the same way, you can simply paste the code and you will define it will be password. Okay, so this is done. Now or the next actually, the next thing is that if you now console log, let me just show it from here. Let me go to login page. Let me define the console, and for this actually I am just defining moon@gmail.com, and I will define a password. This password will be 1234, something like this. Okay, and if you click login, you can see you are getting a data of objects. So email will be this value and our password will be 12345. So you are getting the console log easily. So if you can do it, it's okay. And after doing this, next thing is that we'll have to define a one click for this actually Google form. Here we'll have a button. We will just make a on click here. So on click, and this will be name handle Google sign in. Okay, so as we define it, we need to define a functions at the top. So let me define const a function, and we'll have a arrow function, so that's why we'll have something like this. Okay, so if you do this, we will implement the functionality later, but I think we will have complete this form right now. Okay, now if you have this, you can simply make all of this stuff for the user register. Actually, look, it's actually the same. If you click register, we will have only this text and the stuff. So that's why it's very similar. We can simply copy this div from here and go to register and paste it here. And after doing it, the next change is that we'll have to include this from the top. We will copy this and keep it after this register. Okay, and next thing is that we'll have to include from an icon and link. So copy it and keep it at the top. And lastly, you will have to import use state. So if you do this now, you can see no changes. Let me close everything. If you click register, it will go to the same directory and it says login because we didn't edit it. So for this register, actually please let me define it register, and here everything will be fine. We'll define this will be register, something like this, and we will define have an account, please login, and the path will be for this actually login. A little customization is required here. I just customize this, and now you can see if you click login, it will go to login page. If you click register, it will just go to the register page. So let me define let me remove this actually, and I will have to also remove the password from here. So can we able to do it? Let me click this. Can we just delete this from here? It's very boring. Every time it shows by default my user email and password. Okay, so we'll remove that later, but for now I think this is done. So next thing is that what you can do, we'll have login page and register page, and it's actually printing a console log, nothing else. We'll implement this functionality later, but I think now it's okay. The next task is that you can just work with the add to cart functionality. When someone click, you will have to just make the add to cart functionality. Let me, it's waiting. Okay, if anyone click, you will have to update the state, and for this you can just work with Redux. So we are, maybe it's boring, we are working with front end first, but I think it's a better approach. When your UI will be ready, you will go to backend and just create routes, API models and other stuff, then come back to the front end and integrate it. It's done. Okay, so that's why I'm making the front end first. Okay, so we'll just implement this functionality and we'll update the state. For this actually we will use Redux, and in this next video actually we'll implement the functionality. Let me close all of this stuff for now. In the previous video we just worked with login and register page, and this time actually what we will have to do, we'll have to work with Redux to make the state management easy. So here when someone click this add to cart button, we will just keep this state and just update the state of the cart. So we will actually implement add to cart functionality by using Redux. So why you use Redux? There are context API and other system. Actually Redux give you superpower and it's very helpful to do state management. So that's why for this tutorial I will use Redux and show you how you can do it easily with Redux. Okay, so for this here we will search Redux toolkit, and then you will see this is actually Redux toolkit js.org, the official website. Go there and then we'll have to click get started, and from there you will see the installation process under this get started. So you can create a React Redux app by following this command, but if you don't want, actually we have already installed our we already create our project, so that's why we will actually use React Redux on our project. So that's why here an existing app, how we can use React Redux on your existing app. At first you will have to install Redux.js / toolkit on your app. So that's why this command, let me copy it and then open VS Code. Here I'm just closing all of this stuff, I don't need it, and close everything. So I'm just cleaning the panel, and from here we'll make sure you are on the front end, and then let me paste it. We're going to install Redux.js / toolkit. Okay, so it will actually install Redux.js toolkit on your projects, and after doing this, the next thing is that you need to make a binding with React and Redux. Actually that's why we will have to make an installation of React Redux. We will copy this command and simply paste it here. So installation process is done. Next thing is that how you can use it. So if you just scroll a little bit, then if you don't get properly, you can click this quick start, and then you will see at first you will have to install it. After then you can have to create a store. By default, if it shows TypeScript, you can click the next tab to the JavaScript. We will have to create a store, and this store include a reducer. So let's do it. So for this we will create our store on the Redux folder inside this src. To manage our Redux, actually we just keep a dedicated folder. Inside these actually we'll make a store.js file, and inside this store.js file just copy this and simply paste it here. So if you just copy paste it, then you have almost done. And next thing is that you will have to add a provider to your app, and you should try it to keep it above. So that's how you can just add it. We will add it on main.jsx. So what you will have to do, you will have to import provider from React Redux. So let me copy this import, and we will go to main.jsx. Here we'll paste this. We will import provider from React Redux, and next you can inside this strict mode, or you can just remove this strict mode for now. Here what you can do, you can just simply type provider, then this provider receive a store inside this store. Okay, so we'll copy this store, and inside this store we'll have to pass our store. Our store is inside actually Redux folder, so that's why let me import it from Redux / store.js. Okay, so now if you do follow these two steps and go back to your projects, if you refresh it, and then if I inspect, and if you click this arrow and go to Redux, refresh it, you will see init, and then you can just go to actions. You can see it's initialized. That means if you see this initialization, and that means your store is connected to this. Okay, so this is actually a extension. This extension is called a Redux dev tool. So Redux, it's actually Redux dev tools actually. So I use this extension to make ensure the Redux uh, actually activity. You can use and install this extension if you want. Okay, so next thing is that after doing this, after creating a store and adding the provider, then next thing is that you will have to create a Redux state slide. So how we can do it? You will have to go to features folder, then you will name a features name. This is our features name, and then you will have to create a JavaScript file. Let's follow this. We'll have to go to Redux, then we'll create a features folder, features features folder. Inside this feature folder we'll have a feature name that is actually we are working with cart, so that's why we'll name it cart. And inside this cart actually we will have cart.js or cart slice. So let me check it. It's actually counter slice, so we can just simply name it actually cart. Let me keep it cart slice.js file. Okay, so here actually how to implement the functionality. At first you will have to import create slice from React, Redux this /toolkit. So we'll just paste this. Then we'll have to make a initial state. So initial state, let me copy this initial state actually. So why actually you need initial state? For how you can create a slice at first. So to create a slice, look, you will have to call create slice, and inside this object actually we'll have a slice name that is actually counter. Then we'll have to define initial state, then we will have reducer, and finally we will have to export it. Okay, so that is actually 3-step tasks. You will have to create a slice first, so let's do it. So to create a slice first, what you will have to do, we'll have to make a name. So this is actually card slice, so we'll name it card slice. Then we will have to call create slice method, and inside here we will have to pass a objects. So these objects receive at first the name. So name will be the slice name. So as it's a cart slice, we can simply name it cart. Then it will receive a initial state. So for this initial state, you can just define initial state here, or you can just define it at the top. So to define an initial state, so that would be for these actually we will have a object, and inside this object we will define a name. So that is actually cart items, and we'll make a array because we can just keep our products, or we can keep our book inside this array using actually push method. So that's why I'm just taking a array up, and inside this array we just push our objects. Okay, so if you define initial state, you can simply just call this way initial state, and you can just define your initial state. You can just define to this way, or you can simply keep initial state because we're using advanced JavaScript. And after then we'll have a reducer. So let me define reducer. So reducer will be a curly braces, and inside this curly braces we'll have actions. So at first, the first action, when someone click add to cart, then we will actually receive two things. We'll have to receive a state and action. Okay, fine. Then from here, what you will have to do, we'll have to take a curly braces, and inside this curly braces we'll have to check if the book is available on the cart. So for this we can just define find method here. So we'll define existing item, and for this actually what you will have to do, you will have to call a state dot then our initial state name that is actually cart items. Then we'll have to do a find method. It's a JavaScript method. Inside this method, every time we'll receive a item, and then we'll match it using underscore id. So item will have an underscore id, and we'll try to match it and the following ID that action has a payload, and then it has an underscore ID. So using these, actually we will check if the cart items or the items is added on the cart or not. If the added, it will be true, otherwise it will be false. So after doing this, the next thing is that what you will have to do, we will define a condition if not existing item. So if not existing item, what you can do, you can simply say, you can simply define a state dot cards. That means at first we'll have a state, then this is the state objects. Inside this objects will have properties, that is actually cart items. Then what you will have to do, you will have to push method will apply push method. What you will have to do, we'll have to push the payload from the actions, so we'll have a payload. Otherwise, the next thing is that we can just take a else, and here we'll have a if conditions, or you can just show, and after just doing this, you can just show an alert for now. So item added successfully, something like this. Okay. Otherwise, inside this else if, or you can just simply define else, what you will do here, we say an alert, so something like this, show an alert, item already exist. Okay, something like this. We are just taking message, a simple message here. So this is okay, fine. Let's check it how to use it. So we just define a on actions here, once actually actions here. Next, what you will have to do, we'll have to export the action. So here you can just comment export the actions. Okay, next thing is that to export actions, we'll have export, then we will have to define const, will export actions. So that's why we will take objects here, we'll call this our slice name. So that is actually cart slice. Why it's create slice, so it's actually cart slice, cart slice. Okay, cart slice. And then we'll just define cart slice, and inside it we'll have actions. So the first action is actually add to cart. We'll just export it. After doing this, we can just export default our cart slice dot reducer. Okay, so if you do this, then it's done. Next thing is that you will have to use it on your store. So from this store, actually we'll have reducer, and inside this reducer we will define a name of the reducer, and then we'll have to import this cart slice. So for this, here at the top, let me import manually. We will import cart reducer from, actually from where we'll have dot slash, we'll go to the Redux folder, then we'll have features folder, then we'll have cart, and then cart slice. Okay, and you can use these reducers here. So if you do this, now the thing is that if you just refresh, you can see there is an error. Maybe let me check what the error. So I identifier already declared on actually line number first. So let me check, maybe we just make a mistake. Okay, there is the 2 times. Let me remove on, then I think it will be, let me refresh it. Says the slice reducer key card returned undefined initialization. Why? Okay, let me check. Let me input it properly again. So let me define cart slice from Redux toolkit. Here everything is fine. Okay, and then I think this will be the gone. The key card is defined undefined for the initialization. The state passed in the reducer is undefined. You must explicitly say undefined. Okay, let me fix it. It's from actually Okay, that it's actually not imported properly. Let me import it on a store. So to import it, you can simply get help of it. We'll have to import. Why not suggesting? Does we export it? Cart slice dot reducer is exported. So to import it, actually, let me import here. How to import? This is actually cart slice. Let me import it this way. Okay, so now we can rename it as this is cart reducer. Okay, so now it's actually we'll have to import dot forward slash features, then a cart and cart slice. So now I think this problem will be solved, and it says the cart. Okay, the mistake is that we just defined the initial states wrong way. So that's why here either we'll have to define initial state, or here at first let me call initial state, then we'll have to call our initial state. So if you do this, maybe this problem has solved. So there you can see there is no error. And if you go to the Redux folder, you can see go to this state, and you can see there is cart added. So I solved the problem. The error was actually here. We will just typed wrongly, so that's why the issues. And right now it's just added, and you can see the cart item is now 0. So how to use it? To use it, actually you will have to go to simple. You will have to go to where you will go. You will have to go to actually books, then book card. From this book card, actually how to use it? To use it is very simple. From this add to cart, here we'll have to define const dispatch. This patc is dispatch, and we'll have to call use dispatch. If it's not suggesting, let me import it. We'll have to import use dispatch from React Redux, and here we'll use this use dispatch, and let me call it. And then we'll have to define a function that is actually const add handle add to cart. We can just define it handle add to cart. Okay, it will actually receive a book. So you can just define it name actually product or anything else. It's up to you. You can directly name it book or other system. So here you will call dispatch. You will call dispatch. Then you will have to call your actions. So that is actually add to cart, our actions name, import it. Then inside this actually will have to pass a payload. Our payload is this product. Okay, our add to cart function is done. Now we will use it on this button. So here when we're calling this button, we'll have to define on click, and this on click will just pass the products or the books. So that's why here we'll call the functions, and inside these functions we'll pass this book. Look, this is receiving from here, so we'll just pass the book from here. So if you do this now, let me check if it's working. So I'm just refreshing, and if I click any of this add to cart, look, item added successfully. And now here you can see Redux saying you will have added a cart, and that is the product. On product is added. If you try again, then you can see already added. So it's still, look, if already added, it's the cart items is only one, we don't have any others. Okay, let me try another one. Here what you can do, you can simply click it, item added. Now you can see here we'll have two products. So I think you understand how we can just creating add to cart functionality. And if you have this, you can easily show it on the cart. So how we can do it? Simply, look, I'm just showing you perfectly. So let me go to Navbar. Where is our Navbar? Inside this component folder. Inside this Navbar, what you will have to do, you will have to get the cart items. So to get the cart items here, you can simply define const, and then we want to get cart items. So currently cart items. So to receive it, what you will have to do, you will have to call use selector hook from React Redux, and then inside here you will have to pass a state, and then we'll have to call a state, then our cart reducer name. So this is actually cart. We'll just define this, and inside it actually we'll have, look, will have initial state, so that's why we'll just simply do it. And if you now console log it, so let me simply console log cart items, then let me show the magic. I'm going to here, let me refresh this. Now this cart items, so this is empty, but if you just click here, look, on product is added, and now from the navbar you are getting a console log. If you try to add another product, look, it's added, and you are getting this type of two products from the navbar line number 21. So this is line number 21. So if you have, actually you can just simply, instead of this console log, you can present it. So where you can present it, look, here we'll have a span, we can conditionally show it. So for example, if items dot length, length, as it's an array, we can check if items dot length is greater than 0, we can simply show an span tag. We can simply show this same span tag. Let me copy it, paste it here. We'll simply show this will be, or you can check its end. So otherwise, if not, we can keep it here. We'll define curly braces, then we'll define card dot length. Here it will be card dot length, otherwise it will be 0. Okay, let me check it. I'm just closing everything here. By default, refresh, by default it's 0, and if you click, it's added successfully. Now it's actually 0 1. We'll have to make a conditional here. So how we can do it here, actually we can just define question mark, and we can use optional checking, so by this way. Okay, so now it will be the problem solved. Refresh it. So now it's 0. If I click add a product, then it's showing an alert. You can see this is one item added. If you try again, another items is added, the 2 items added, and if you click again, already existed. So if you do this, now you can show the alert, where we can use it, sweet alert 2, and this is the GitHub repository. At first you will have to install it. Let me install it. By this way, we'll open the terminal and install npm install sweet alert 2. Let me install it, and for this uses, how we can use it. So to use it, actually you will have to go to main.jsx and import these. Actually you will have to import this css actually. Okay, so which one you can just simply copy, you can just copy this first one. Let me import, where we will include it, we will include it on main.jsx, and here and simply paste it. We don't need to include this solve from, you can simply remove it. We'll have to import sweet alert 2 / this / sweet alert js. If you import it, then the css will work. Okay, so after doing how you can use, you can click this example sections, and you can see by default it can show this type of alert, this type of alert, this type of alert. You can just find which one you need, and we will have this type of thing. We can use this when the product is added, we can use this. So to add it on the cart here, when the not existed, you can, instead of this alert, you can just use a sol. We'll have to import the sol from actually. So let me check how to import it. So we'll have to import it from sol. Let me import it by this way, import, then we'll have swell, it will be sweet alert. We don't have to import it from actually anywhere else. So if you do this, then I think this will work. Let me check it. I will refresh these projects, and maybe there is a wrong. So which is the wrong? So node modules doesn't exist for the swell cart number actually. Line number 2 4. Okay, so it's actually will have default export. So if you do default export, now the error has gone. Now if you click any of this item, you can see your work done. You can just simply customize the message from here. So instead of your work done, you can simply show product added to the cart, okay, you can show this type of message. Let me refresh again. If I click here, product added to the cart, and after sometimes it has gone, and you can see there is one. If you try again, it will have this type of thing, two product added. So after doing this, there you can see if existed product, if you try, we will have to show this type of stuff. So to do this type of stuff, this is actually confirmation button, or here this type of button you can use, or just look, let me choose one. I hope you can just this type of confirmation button. Okay, so we can just simply copy this and use it in this block. Instead of alert in this else block, we can use it. We don't need actually results, we can just keep it this portion, and this file will show what you can just simply present it. You can just simply, we don't need inside this title, we can simply define the text that is actually already added to the cart. Then you can just present a text. So the text will be here. You can just simply, okay, keep it everything same, I don't need to customize. And here the confirmation button text will be simply okay. Okay, so let me check now. Let me add a product, and if you try again, then it will show already added to the cart. You can click either okay, or you can just simply click cancel. It's up to you. We can just create this type of sweet alert. Okay, this is the first task we'll have done, and the next thing is that we'll have to implement the remove functionality. When the product add to cart, anyone can clear it or anyone can remove from it. So we will have to implement this functionality. For this, actually we'll have to define another action. So the action will be actually remove from cart. It's very simple. We'll define remove from cart, and that would be same. It will receive a state and action. Then we'll have this, and inside here actually what we'll have to do, we'll have to call the state, then cart items, and here we'll have to define a state dot cart items. Then we will do a filter method here. Inside this filter, we'll simply define every time we'll get an item, and then we'll check if item dot underscore id is not equal action dot payload dot underscore id. Okay, so this is done. We can simply export it by this way. Let me export it. So from here, and lastly we need to define clear cart. So for this, let me define clear cart. So this will clear everything, so that's why you don't need any action. So we can simply define a state. You can simply define a state, and this state will be, will define a state dot cart items, and we make it empty. So if you do this, all the actions has done. Let me export it. And then the next thing is that we will have to create a add to cart page, something like this, and then we'll implement the functionality. So this time what you will have to do, you will have to implement remove cart functionality and clear cart functionality. For example, you can just go to cart page. When someone click here, it will redirect to the cart page, and anyone can remove any product, and you will have to show the subtotal, or you can simply clear the cart by clicking this. Okay, so we'll implement this functionality. So for this, if you check our website now, if you click, it will redirect the cart page. At first you will have to create a router for that. So let me close main.js6, navbar.js6, book. Okay, and for now just go to routers, and here we'll have to define a path for it. So let me define path. So path will be /cart, and we'll have to create a cart components. So element, and here let me create a cart component. Inside this pages we'll have books. Inside this book actually we'll have cart page. Actually we can just define this way, j6 rafc, and here let me define cart page. So if you now check, you will have this cart page. And for this actually I will copy the UI because the tutorial is going to be large, so that's why you can see cart.html. You can simply define this div, and then what you can do, okay, you can simply use it by this way. You don't need a div, you can take a empty fragment, and inside here actually you can paste all of this stuff. If you do this right now, so here what you will have to do, you will have to import a link at the first. We don't have on click, we will have to import link actually, otherwise it will just give you a error. Let me import link from React Router and let me check if it's done. Okay, so if you page the design, you will see this type of static design here. There, if you click nothing happens, if you click nothing happens, it's static in HTML and CSS. Okay, so at first what you will have to do, you will have to present the data. So to present the data, how you can do it, you can do the same as you did on Navbar. We'll have a uh, const sorry nav cart items will have to call use selector from React Redux. Then every time we'll have a state, and from the state actually we'll have cart, then cart items. Okay, cart items. So now if you have this, you can simply use it. So inside this actually you will have an array. So if you have an array, you can present it where you can just present it. You can simply present it after this div. Let me check here. You can see follow root. So after this actually you can simply define curly braces, so cart items, and you can check if its length, GTS length, is greater than 0. You can simply define a parenthesis, otherwise you can take a clone and define another parenthesis. Okay, inside here what you can do, you can cut this UL and keep it inside here, and you can simply define a simple paragraph. So let me take a p tag here, no products found. Okay, something like this. So now if you check, you can see no products found because the cart is empty. But if you add any product, for example I just add two product, and now you can see there is two product. If you click, you can see we'll have only on static data. So why actually we'll have to shoot two static data. Maybe we did any wrong. Yes, we did a little bit wrong. We just taking this actually a list item here. Let me format this code a little bit. Inside this UL tag we'll have a list. We'll have to just map cart items inside here. So that's why how to do it. Here after this UL you can simply define cart. You can just define cart items dot map, and inside these actually every time you will receive product, and then you can simply define parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis you can include this li, include this li inside this parenthesis. So if you do this, let me format this code, and here we'll have to define a key props. So key will define that will be product, then it will have underscore id. You can check a optional checking to avoid error, something like this. Look, now we'll have two items. So if you have two items, you can present the data. So to present the data for this image actually, what you will have to do, you will have to take curly braces, then we'll have backtick sign, we'll have dollar sign, curly braces, we'll get image URL, and inside this image URL we'll have to pass the product dot, maybe inside, let me check the data. So data has actually cover image, so we can simply present cover image. So let me do this way. We'll have something like this. We'll have a question mark, then dot, then cover image. So if you do this way, you can see the cover image is showing here. Now to show the title, here is the product title. Look, this product title, we can simply take curly braces, then what you will have to do, you will have to define product, then question mark dot, then title. Okay, now he can see product title is showing. Now choose category. So where is category? This is category. This is a static category. We'll have to make it dynamic, so that's why we'll have product dot category. Okay, so now you can see the category is, this is business, this is books. You can take a space if you want. You can simply define a space here, so you can just see the space is there. Okay, now quantity is by default 1. We need to show the pricing. So to show the pricing, how to present it? Where is the pricing? The pricing is where? Let me format this code. The pricing is maybe, this is p tag quantity, then button, remove button, and at the above it there is a pricing. Okay, where is the dollar sign? I'm not sure. Okay, here is the pricing. We'll have to define curly braces. We'll simply define product, then dot, and product has two price. We'll only include the new price, so this is new price. Okay, now you can see the pricing is showing. So if you have this pricing display, you will have to calculate the subtotal. So to add this subtotal, what you will have to do, you will have to apply reduce method on the array. So that's why let me define const total price, and here we'll define cart items. Then we will call reduce actually. Then inside this reduce, we will simply get accumulator function, acc in short. Then we will receive item every time. Then what you will do, you can simply define accumulator plus, we'll have item dot new price. Then after doing this, you will add a comma and you will define a 0. Then we will just convert it to fixed and we'll convert it to this. If you have total price, you can simply show it on this. Actually, where is subtotal? Here is the subtotal. You can conditionally show it on subtotal. How? You can simply define at the beginning, you will have a dollar sign, and if total price, then it will show total price, otherwise you will just present 0. Okay, so if you do this, then I think it's fine. Now check, you will have total pricing by adding this two value. So you can see total subtotal is here. Okay, now let me implement this remove functionality. So where is remove? To remove it, maybe here is the button. What you will have to do here, we will have to add a on click. So let me on click. So the on click name, it will have to pass the id. So that's why here handle remove from, so remove from cart, and it will just pass the product. Okay, so it will pass the product. So if you pass the product, what you will have to do, you will go at top and define a functions. So here the function is const handle remove from cart, and it will receive, actually it will receive the whole product. So let me define product, and then we'll have arrow curly braces. What you will have to do, you'll have to dispatch an action. So that's why let me take dispatch. We'll define const dispatch, and that would be, we'll call use dispatch hook from React Redux, and we'll dispatch an action. So if you don't dispatch, then the action will not happen actually. Okay, we'll call remove from cart, and inside it we can simply pass the product. Okay, so if you define this, let me check it. If you click this on, it will be removed. If you click this on, it will be removed. Let's go back, add some product. Let me add this 3 product. We can just add another product from the bottom, and now if you go, we will see total 3 products there. And if you want to remove this one, look, make sure if I click remove, it will only remove this one. Look, the item is removed. And now the last one is clear cart, and it's very simple. So clear cart button is at the top. Maybe here is clear cart, and we'll define a one click here. So the one click is here, it will have the same. We can simply define or we don't need to pass anything here. We can simply define this way: handle clear cut. Okay, something like this. We can simply copy this, and now here on this position we'll have to define a function. It will not receive anything. You can just dispatch an action from here. So to dispatch an action, you will have to call dispatch, and inside here we'll call clear cut and we'll call it. Okay, we don't have to pass it. Okay, so we'll have total 2 product, and if you clear, look, product has gone and it says there is no product. So this is actually add to cart, add remove from cart, and actually clear cart functionality. Let me show you again. So we'll remove on. Now total price is showing. If I click clear, everything is clear. Now the total is 0, subtotal is 0, and this is the thing. And in the next video we'll work with checkout. So in the previous video, actually we'll implement all of this stuff. We can just add new product from the cart, and then actually add to cart product, and we can just go to actually cart page, and here you can remove any product from here, or you can clear cart, or there is an option to checkout. Only valid user can check out. Before checkout, then you must have to log in. So let me click this checkout button. It will redirect to checkout page, but as this page is not created yet, it's just shown an error. What you will have to do, you will have to close everything, and now from here let me show. You will have to go to src. Then after this src, you will go to the routers folder, and here you will have to set up a path. And that's why let me define a path. The path will be something like this: /checkout, and then you will have to define an element. And for this, actually you will have to create an element on actually where you can create it on pages folder, then books. Here we'll define check out page. So this is actually checkout page, JSX syntax RFCE, and now we will import it here. So checkout page. Okay, so for this checkout page I will also provide the UI. If you check the UI, and here you will find checkout.html file. If you simply copy this, all of this div, and if you paste it, then you will get some errors, but I will show you how we can solve that. Okay, so for this, actually let me go to the components, and here we'll convert it to actually section tag. And after this section tag, inside here we'll paste our code. If we paste the code, you will see there will be some errors. Total price is not defined. That means at first you need to show the total price. So how to show that? You will have to get the total price by this way. If you check the cart page here, at first you need to get the cart items from the use selector hook. So we'll copy it and keep it at the top. We must need to just get this. So let me import use selector hook. Then we'll have to calculate the total price. So let me copy this, and we'll also include it on this page. So here, if you do this, then the next thing is that we'll have to define the total price. So this error has gone, and now if you check, you will see a new error, or the error has gone. Actually you didn't get new error. But what if actually the next checking thing is that when we will show a details here, to show a details you must have to add a product. If you check add a product, then if you go to checkouts, then you will see some error. Handle submit is not defined. Why handle submit is not defined? Look, in the cart page, actually if you check the login page, you will see we used actually React hook form. So I am just opening login page, and here look, we need to include handle register. So we'll have to import React hook forms on this cart page. So let me include it here, and let me import actually hook forms. So we'll import it here. Then the next task is that we'll have a functions that is called that on submit. So let me copy it, paste it here. I'm just doing copy paste. Okay, so if you do right now and refresh, you can see the item has gone. And then let me add again, click here, checkout. Now need new error, the current user. So you will get this current user using hooks actually what. So that's why right now for actually we can simply define const user equal, we can just simply define true for now, but we will customize it. So that's why here you can just define a to do. So let me define a to do here. To do is we will define use get user from auth. So we'll have a auth context, and from there you will get the user. So after this, if you refresh, maybe again it's actually showing this. If the card is 0, actually it's not shown this div. Or for now actually we can just simply show we can just simply remove this for now. Let me remove this. I want to show you without the error, and let me define it. We'll remove this parenthesis. So if you do this right now, it and then it says actually link is not defined. So let me import the link. How to, where is actually link used? If you scroll, then you will find a link here. So let me import, and then it checked is not defined. You will have to define it checked. So for this, what you will have to do here, you need to define a use state. Let me define const it checked and set it checked, and that would be we will have use a state hook. Then we will define by default it's false. Okay, so let me refresh. Okay, after this actually everything is fine. Now let's if it's work or not. If you click this, you will go to cart page. Then if you click checkout, look, the total price is there and the item is here. Now if you input any address here, if you define, so let me clear everything. If you define your name, for example, I am just presenting my name, you cannot edit this email address. It will just get from the current user email. Then you will have input a phone number. So I'm just defining a random number. You can just define a address, maybe A, so city maybe B, country maybe C, state maybe D, and zip code maybe a number. And if you try to click, it will not able to add without this checkbox. If you click it, then if you submit, look, you are just able to just format, just console log the data of the input, and you can see the email is not defined because the email is not there. Okay, so now using these actually what you will have to do, we will have to do a little task. We can just format the order structure for the backend. So here we can simply define a curly braces, and inside this curly braces we can console log the data, and we can just create a new order. So new order will be an objects. Will pass these objects to the backend and store this information so that we can understand who places an order, the order value, and his email phone number to confirm the order. So that's why at the beginning we will define the name. The name will be data.name. Then email will be current user. If current user, then it will have an email. So that's why we will just get the email from the current user. Then we will have address. It will be an object. Inside this object we will have city. So city will be data.city. Okay, something like this. For actually country will be data.country. Then we will need to define a comma here. So after doing this, what next? Actually we need to define a state. A state will be data.state. If you need any value, then you can just define zip code. So zip code will be data.zip code, and something like this. If you want to just capture any others information, you can do. And lastly we need to understand his phone number, so that is why phone. So phone will be data.phone. Then we will have products ID. We need to define which products he ordered. You must have to show. So that's why here products product IDs. We can just name it plurals, so IDs, and this will be, we can just pass this items from the cart, so we will call the carts item. Then we will simply map it, and inside this map we'll store only the ID of the product. We don't store everything of the product. If you have the product ID, you can understand, if you are a owner of this website, you can understand which product ID is it. Okay, so that's why we'll define item, then we can just simply check underscore ID. Okay, so product ID will be the underscore ID, and finally we will have total price. Total price will be the total price of above. Okay, so if you do all of this, next thing is that you can simply console log the new order. Okay, new order. So now if you just simply just place an order, try to place an order, you can see you are getting an objects. So we'll have address within this format, we'll have email undefined because email is not there. This is name, this is phone number, and as a product is there, you can see the product ID by default 1 because this product has ID 1. Okay, so you can see the total unit price. We'll just store this data to the backend. So right now our frontend task is almost done. You can just now start the backend, and then you can just start all of this stuff from the next. Okay, so from these actually we are going to start our backend. We will create our database, we will create actually API and lots of stuff in the next video actually. So at this point, our front end is done. We'll have to get started with backend. So that's why let me close it. And for now, let me go to home page. So to make the backend, what you will have to do. So to make the backend, you will have to go to VS Code. Let me close everything by just simply close everything, and we will close the front end. Our front end task is now done for now actually, but we'll back to the front end later. So for the backend setup, what you will have to do, if you open terminal, you can see we'll have these two terminal. One is for front end and one is for backend. For this backend, we will run all the command on the backend folder. So to set up a server, what you will have to do, you will have to simply search Express.js. Express.js is a Node.js web application framework, and using Express.js, you can easily create a web server. Okay, so for this, let me go to expressjs.com, and from here you will click this get started. Then it will give you a step-by-step guidance. So at first it says mkdir, that means it will say create a new folder. So we have already created our folder, so that's why we'll skip this first step. We'll start from the second one. We'll copy this, and then from the second terminal you can see you will have a book store MERN projects, then /backend. You must be sure that you are on the backend folder, otherwise you can just install it somewhere else, but make sure you are on the backend folder /backend. If you check it, then this terminal is for you. You can simply control V to paste it, and after this actually you will define a -y. -y means you are agree with some questions that will ask if you don't define it. So for now, let me press enter. Then if you just command this actually, it will initialize a package.json file. This command initialize a package.json file including all of this information. And if you open this, you can see this is your database name or the project name. You can just simply edit it, or you can keep it same. Let me define bookstore backend. I'm just editing it, but it's not actually required. You have to edit it. Then it's the version. Then the main entry point is index.js. Sometimes you can just, if you use server.js, if you just use a folder app.js, you can include here because this is the entry point of the server. Then this is a test script. Keywords, you can just define your name as an author. So it's actually not your task. I just shown the stuffs that included actually package.json. So first task is done. Second task is we'll have to define entry point. Sometimes you can see that there is server.js, app.js, but for these projects we will follow the documentation. That's why we'll include index.js on your root path. So you must have to create a file at the same level of package.json is. So we'll click package.json and click a new file, then it will be on the same level, and let me press enter. So we must need a index.js file, and after then the third step we'll have to install express.js. So let me install it and let me press enter. So it's done. The next task is we'll click this next. We'll get a template of hello world here. This is a hello world example. You must have to copy all of this code. So let me copy all of this, and here you can simply paste it. So your server, basic server is created successfully. You can run it by using Node. So if you define Node, as you know that if you want to run a JavaScript file, you must have to take help of Node. So you will define index.js, and if you press enter, then you can see your app listening on port 3000. That means here you can see a console log. This console log is printing example app listening on port, and here the port variable is 3000. You can just make a little changes here. You can simply define process.env.port, and you can simply define 5000. So if you have defined a secret port, then it will show there, otherwise it will just show your app on 5000. Now if you want to check what the changes happened if after the edit, you can simply Ctrl C, then again type node index.js. this is your file name. Okay, so it will run this file actually. Let me press enter, then you can see example app listening on port. And if you go back to the browser and go to localhost 5000, the port you defined, and press enter, you can see hello world. That means your server is working. So this is the basic server, and it's very simple. Now let me explain, and I will do it for you, how we can create a basic server based on this. So I am just clearing everything. We'll define const express. I hope you can understand how to define a variable. So this is a express variable, and it can follow const syntax. Okay, so here look what you did it here. So it did actually require express. Okay, let's do it. What is actually require means you just import express. So in the previously actually you know that we import express by using npm install express command. So if you check here, you can just add a library by using npm install express. You added express library on your package.json file. Look inside this package.json file, you have a express.js library, but to use this library you will have to import it. And here it follows require syntax. That means require means import express from the library, and you defined it inside this express variable. Okay, so this is the first line. Then the second line is we will have to call this express. So let's define another variable, that is const app, and we call this express instance to use it. So now you can just maintain all the server activity and functionality and routing based on this app. Okay, so after this line we will have to define a variable port. So port is defined the API calls and other stuff, so we'll include a port. So for this we will additionally add our port will be process.env port, and we'll define actually 5000 port. I use 5000 port always, but you can just give any number here, so that will work for you. Okay, then the third task, we need to define app.get. Look, as I said, when you call the express instance, now using this app you can just maintain your server activity, routing system, and everything. So that's why we will define a route. Actually it's a gets route. Gets route means you want to show something on the browser, so that's why we'll call app dot use. To use the app instance you will have to use this syntax, and then at first we'll define a path. So the path will be root path, / means root path, and here you will have to define a function, a simple function. Look what it did. It's a simple function. It's a arrow function, something like this. Let me define arrow functions. I think you have already understand that arrow function, and this function receive two parameter. One is actually req. Req means request, and then res, that means its response. So when someone hit this path, that means when someone hit this localhost 5000 and // actually, then if anyone press enter or visit this URL, it's actually based on your request, it will just show something. So user will just request something, and based on this request it will respond. So for example, user maybe response something like this, res dot send, and user maybe request what have in this route. User maybe and you can just send a response that is welcome to my server, something like this. Okay, and now the last thing is that if you don't include this, actually if you don't include listen, it will not work. So we must have to include app.listen, and here in this app.listen you will have a port. So you must have to define a port, then another callback functions here. So these actually console log a message. So now if you run your projects, look, let me press Ctrl C to stop it. Let me clear it. Now we'll define node index dot chase. If you do this, you will see the message. And now if you hit this route, let me refresh, you can see the message you defined from here. Okay, so you can see this is the thing. If you edit any time here, you must have to command this node index.js. To avoid this, you can just write a script, but before that let me install Nodemon. It's help you to keep your server running for the development state. So that's why at first what you will have to go, to Nodemon. Then you can simply install it globally by using this command, or this is actually recommended way, or you can simply copy this command, or let me install it globally. We can simply copy the first one, then from the terminal, look, you will have to press Ctrl C, and then you can simply paste it. It will install Nodemon globally, so you can access from it anywhere. Then we will install it on development stage. So that's why dash save dash dev, that means it will only used for development purpose actually. So that's why we will also install it. If you press install, then your task is done. Now you can customize a script for your project. So here we'll remove this test script. We'll write two scripts. One is for start script. If anyone just command npm run start, then it will execute actually node index.js. So it will actually execute this. So for example, look, if I show you, if anyone type, let me npm run start, if anyone type this and press enter, you can see it's actually call node index.js. That means this is actually keyword. If you just call it by npm run, it will actually execute node index.js. That is the thing you defined it here. So as we can just do it, we can just do for the development state running, we can simply define another start.dev. We'll use this command for the development state, and here we will define nodemon index.js. It will monitor your server and it actually keep your server running. Okay, so for now we can use the second script to run our project. So let me define npm then run, and then we can simply copy this script and paste it to keep your server running. Okay, so if you do this, now look, your server will always be re-render and it keep you running. So if you refresh, look, it's nothing changes. But if you edit, let me close this terminal, and if you edit here, for example, this is book server, so we'll write book server, and then if you simply refresh this, you can see book server. If you just define book server is running, something like this, running, and you can just simply define book store server is running, then if you refresh, you can see the message on here. Okay, so I described the basic server. Now the next task is we'll have to install Mongoose, and we will connect the Mongoose to our project. So that's why we'll simply search, go to Mongoose, GWAC, and then this is actually straightforward and schema based. Actually, I said I will follow MVC pattern, that means model view pattern. So that's why we will use actually Mongoose. That will help you to just reach the goal. So from here, you can simply click this read docs. It will open the documentation, and then you will click this quick start. So then it says you will have to install Mongoose by following this command. So open the terminal, and as this terminal is used for the backend, what you can do, you can stop this by control C, by pressing control C, and then you can simply paste control V. So we are going to install Mongoose by this command. And after this, actually how to use, so you must have to require it. That means you install Mongoose library, but you will have to import it on the index.js file so that you can use it. So let me copy it, and we'll import it maybe this position. Okay, after then how to use, we'll have to define a function that is actually main function. So we'll keep this main functions here, maybe, and keep it here. We don't need this comment, so we'll remove that. And additionally, we'll simply cut this portion and we'll keep inside it here. Okay, we'll define it, but what happen if we not call it? If you not call the function, it will not execute. So that's why we'll have to call it. So look, this is actually we call main function, and if any issues happen, it can simply just trigger the catch block. But how to understand it's working, you can just define a then block. Here you can just simply use a callback and simply show a console.log. If server is running, you can show MongoDB connected successfully. Okay, so now let me run our server again. So you can use your up arrow key to go to previous command. So when npm run start dev command, you will have to press enter, or you can manually type it and press enter. So our server is running. You can see example app listening on port, but nothing happens because here we use Mongoose, and here is a default string. It's just showing. We'll have to get it. We'll have to set up a MongoDB database and have to edit this server. Okay, URL. So let's do it. We will go to MongoDB. For now, we'll have to use MongoDB database for this project. So that's why let me go to mongodb.com, and from then you can just simply click this try free, or you can just try Atlas free, or you can just sign in. So let me click this try free, and then it will redirect to the register page. If you just provide first name, last name, company name, email, password, then you can create an account. So I have already an account, so that's why I just sign in using my Gmail account. So let me click sign in. Let me choose an accounts. Okay, by default, as I have project set up, so that's why it's showing something like this. But what you will do, you will click this Atlas logo, then it will give you options to create a new project. So from here, actually from the project sections, you will create a new project. Click here, you will have to define your project name. So it's a book store. So you can just define app, or you can just define MERN app or something like this, and then you can simply click next. Then by default your email ID will be taken as permissions, and then you will have to click this create project. So it's actually loading the project overview, so wait until it's complete, and after then you can simply click this create, and you will have to choose a plan. We'll go with a free plan, and free plan actually give you 512 MB storage. It's a shared RAM, and here the CPU is also shared. You can just define a name of this cluster, or you can keep it by default. Then you can choose the provider. It will be Amazon, AWS, then you can choose your region. But for now, I just choose my nearest region. You can choose any of this region from this drop down. Okay, so it's up to you. Then I will click this create deployment. So after doing this, let me just complete it, and you can see project is loading. And here you will just get the username and password. Let me store the password for now. You can just simply keep it maybe here for now, but we'll handle it in a few way. Okay, and you must have to create a database user. Let me click, and then by default this database has admin access. If you create a first user as a database, then you will have to just connect to your application through this link. So that's why you will go to driver. You can choose any programming language if you want, but for this actually we will choose actually Mongoose. Then here it says you will have to install a drivers. So let me copy this, and then on the backend we'll simply control B and control C and control V to install it. Let me install. We'll install Mongoose. We already did that. Then second thing is it's actually loading, and it says it will take actually 10 to 15 seconds to provide the URL of the connection URL. Okay, wait until it's done. Okay, after it's completed, you can see you are getting a URL. This is your connection URL. If you copy it, and now if you replace it here, it will work automatically. And now let's run the server. So for this, actually, let me run the server by npm run start Dave. Then if it's connected successfully, you will see a message MongoDB connected successfully. Okay, so it's working, but this way actually we can't keep our actually the URL MongoDB connection URL. So URI, we don't keep it this way. We'll have to protect it. So to protect it, actually what to do, you will have to use .env. So .env helps you to just keep environment privately. So that's why let me click here. So this is the npm package. You can simply click here to copy, and now you can just stop your projects. Let me stop this, paste it here, and we'll install it. And after installing it, if you just follow the documentation, it says you will have to define a .env file. Then okay, so inside this root path we'll define a .env file, and inside here you will have to define your secret by this way. You will have something like this. Okay, so as we're using for db URL, that means database URL, we'll define database URL, and here we can simply cart this portion, simply cart the whole portion, and now we'll paste it here. So this is the URL string, and additionally you can just define a database name. So here you can see a / and question mark. In between it you can just define a database name. For example, this project is bookstore, so that's why we'll define this is actually our database name will be bookstore. Okay, so now how to use it. To use it, actually if you read the documentation, at first you will have to require it to the index.js file. We'll simply copy this line and go back to index.js file. You can just include it at the top position, or you can just keep it something here. You don't need this password. Okay, fine. And then to use it, actually the process is you will have to define process.env. So this way you will have to use here, you will call process.env file, that means environmental file, and here dot, after the dot you will have to define the secret name. So this is your secret name, and paste it here. So if you run again npm run start dev, then you will see it's still working. There is no error. Okay, that means we connected MongoDB successfully. So if you connect MongoDB successfully and done it, then if you refresh your project or click this cluster, you will see the graph. So wait, if it's connected successfully, you will see a graph. So look, this type of graph, if you just push any data, it will be use the data size and calculate it. And the next thing is that after doing the database setup, you will go to network access, and here you will have to add a new IP address. By default, this is your IP address by default taken, and you will need another IP address. And click let me show you. I'm just deleting it. We'll just delete it and we'll click a new add IP address. We'll make it allow access from anywhere and then confirm it. It will give you a little bit flexibility to just view your project from anywhere. So that's why this is done. After doing this, the next task is that if you want to give any users to the database, then you can go to database access. Then you can just create a database users. Then you can choose a password, username, password, and then you can just give the role. Then you can add a new user. So this is the process to add new users. Okay, fine. So this is done. Next thing is that what you will have to do, you will have to just keep your data to the backend. So that's why I will maintain a folder structure. Inside this backend will have a src folder. Inside this src folder will have different folders and files to organize the project. For example, we'll have to keep our book on the database, so that's why we'll have a books folder. And then we'll also need orders, so that's why we'll maintain a orders folder. Then we will have another folder that is middleware. We'll keep our middleware here on this middleware folder. Then the next thing is that we have users access. We'll make a route for admins, so that's why here we'll have users. Okay, and lastly for admin starts, we'll have a starts files. And additionally, we can create a new file for utils, but if it's required, we can just make it later. Okay, so let's get started with the books model. We'll create book models and data in the next video actually. So if you work with Mongoose, look, if you follow the documentation, it will say the third step is you will have to create a schema. So and then you will have to produce a model. Then you can just do method. For example, you can save it or you can just edit it, update it, all of the stuff. So for this, inside these books actually we'll create a book model. So you can simply define book.model.js, and inside this actually book model we will have a model for the book. So how you can create a model, you can simply see here. You can just simply copy it and you can simply paste it here. Okay, so instead of kitty schema, at first you will have to create a schema. We can simply define it's a book schema, and we need to import Mongoose. So that's why let me const Mongoose, and we will require it from Mongoose. And then here how our schema will be. So if you check actually your data file, books.json file, you will see our schema will be something like this. We'll have a title, description, categories, and all of this stuff. So let me create based on this data. What you will have to do, you will have to, let me move it. We'll have a name, and this name is actually a string, and it will be, instead of name, it will be actually title. So let me title, and it will be actually type will be string, and then we'll make it required. So that's why required, required will be true. Okay, so without actually providing a title, anyone cannot submit the book form. Actually anyone cannot upload a book, so that's why we require it true. Then we will have to define a descriptions. You can simply add a comma, description will be string, so that's why you can just define it this way. Then we will have a category, it's also a string, so we will have category string value. Then the next thing is that you can use required syntax if you want. For example, you can just simply copy this, and you can also keep it if you want to make it required. If you want to make it required, you must have to define a comma. Okay, after this category, the next thing is trending. So trending is either true or false, so we'll define it actually boolean. So let me copy this way. Here we'll define a type will be boolean, so we'll have to keep it capitalized, and then we'll make it required. So after these actually we'll have cover photo, it will be a string. So let me define cover photo, and we'll have to define this way. We'll have type and required true. So it will be type string and required true. Finally, we'll have two pricing actually, old price and new price. So let me define old price. So it will be simply number, and then this will be new price, will be obviously a number. So if anyone try to just update price in string format, it will not be available. So that's why we'll make it the model schema, it will be number, price will be number. And lastly, after doing this, here we need to define a timestamps to check the created at or updated. So that's why here we'll define timestamp true. So it will track your actually activity when you update anything, or when you just create the book anytime using this create a stamp. So here additionally you can just define created at, and this will simply define a type will be date, and by default will be date now. So this is our schema, book schema, and after this schema, this documentation says you will have to create a model by this way. Simply copy this and now paste it here, and we will name it by default book. Okay, and then instead of this name we'll define book. Don't keep it plural here, must be just keep it singular number, and we'll have to pass this book schema here. So our book model is done. We'll have to export it. So that's a module dot exports, then we'll have equal book. Okay, so our model is done. In the next video we'll create schema, we'll create routes, and we'll test our API from the next video. So after creating this book model, actually we'll have to create routes for it. Actually we will create API. So let's do this. Here on this book folder we'll have to create another file that is actually book dot route route dot js. So it's a JavaScript file, and here we'll just maintain our API here on this folder files actually. Okay, so for this what you can do, you can simply define const. At first we'll have to require express, so it will be express, then we'll require express at first, then we'll have to call it, we'll define a router, and we'll have to call express, and inside express we'll have a router, so we'll call the method. And after doing this we'll simply define module export, and we'll export this router. Okay, so after doing this, what you will have to do here, you will define an API for the post. So how to post a book. So post a book, and to post a book actually you will have router dot post method. If you want to post something from the front end, you will have to use post method, and if you want to just get something on front end, then you will have to define get method. If you want to edit or update, you will have to use path and put method, and if you want to delete something, then you will have delete method. Okay, so if you want, I can just write it here. So post when submit something from front end. I'm just explaining this to database. If you want to keep data to database, then you will have to define a post method. Let me comment it. So let me define a comments here. So if you want to post something to the front end, from front end to back end, then you will have to define post method. And if you get method will used when you get something back from DB, so if you want to get book information from the database, then you will use get. Then we'll have put and patch, put slash patch. This is actually when you just edit or update, when you edit or update data, edit or update something, so you will use this. And finally we'll have delete. So if you want to delete something from the database, you will use this method. Okay, so we would like to post a book. Let me just keep it here at the end. so that we can just track it. If you want to post something from the front end, we will just here we will just post a book from the dashboard. So that's why we'll have post method, and here we'll have to define a path. So by default we'll define this is create book. So this is the path, and then we'll have a function as we defined. We'll use async function. So inside this async functions, it will receive request and response. We already shown it. Actually it will receive and request, and based on this request it will show a response. So that's why we'll have a curly braces. It's a callback functions. And let me, when someone click this route, what will happen? So but before that, let me use it on app.jsx. Here you will have to use, for example, you will define routes here, and for this actually we'll have app.use. Then inside this app.use we'll have a basic route, that is actually API. Then we can simply, this is books, so this is the base API. This is the base API. Then here actually you need to define book routes. So let me define book routes, and we'll have to import it. So that's why let me define const. We will import book routes using require syntax. So require, then we will have to go to /src, then we'll have to go to books folder, then we'll have to import route. So if you do this, now what happened? Okay, but before that let me install two things. We'll have to require a cross origin policy. So that's why let me stop it. We'll have to install npm I course. That means in shorts of actually install. I is actually in short of install. So that's why here we will use course. It will just required, and then we will run our server again. So how to use course? At the top here on this position we'll simply define const course, and we'll require course, and we'll have to use it. So let me use it here. We'll define middleware, and we'll use app.use. Inside it we'll call express first, then we'll define JSON data here. Okay, after this we'll have to define app.use, then we'll call the course. So this is actually for cross origin policy, and inside this course actually you will have a little bit informations. You will have to pass a objects, and these objects contain origin. So origin will be by default a square brackets, and you will just include your front end URL. So this is the front end URL. We'll keep it here using a string value, and then after then we can just simply define credential, and this will be by default true. Okay, so this is your task before just working with API. So for the API development we will use Postman. You can simply download it from Google. So let me close all of this stuff. If you go to browser and type Postman download, then you can just simply download it from this page. Okay, you can just click here and it will be download. I have already downloaded, so that's why I just open it. So if you open, you can see something like this. I will close everything, and for this what you can do, you can simply open this and you can create a new file, actually new collections. So let me click create a new collections. We can just click a blank collections, and as it's a bookstore we can simply define here this is bookstore. Okay, so inside this collections actually we can just define a folder structure. As we'll have a book folder, we'll add a folder named actually books. Inside this books we'll have API request. So we'll create 4 requests. One is for post a book request, or you can just simply define create a book request. Then you will define another request that is for get books. Then we will have another request. We will define actually get single book. Okay, and then we will have another file. Actually another file, not file. Actually we will have a, just let me delete it. We don't need another file. We will have to define another request. So the request is for update book, and then lastly we will have another route, so that is actually delete a book. So we are just organizing our files and folder better way. It's actually I think you will have understand a lot of stuff from this tutorial. So delete book. Okay, so all the routes we organized. So as we are working with, so let me close everything. We can simply close all the tabs, and from here as we are working with post routes, so this is add a book post. At first you need to just define a URL for it. So at first you will go to localhost. Look, this is our base URL. This is where our just server is running. It's actually localhost 5000. So we'll paste it here, and after then we'll define, look here, we'll define API / books. So we'll include this API / book. Let me remove this / and after this, for working with the post route, actually you can see, let me close this book. Here we'll have create a book. Okay, so we will have to include actually this is the endpoint. So we'll include here create a book, and now here you can see this is actually post request. So we will define this request is post. You can see there are options. We will define get, post, put, patch, delete. We all defined it here. So for this actually it will be post, and then to post it you will have to define a body. So inside this body you will pass data from the front end. You will click raw, and from here you will choose JSON format, and inside this you will define objects and pass the data. Okay, but before to pass the data here, let me define a console log. So CLG in short of console log, and you can simply define request dot body. You can simply define a console log, and for example I am just posting some information of a book. So that's why from the book.json file, let me copy all of this information and we'll simply paste it here. Okay, now if you hit the send, that means you will request on this path, on this URL. If you request, send a request from the front end on this URL, then let me what happen. If you click then sending request, and if you open your terminal, you will see you will get a console log here. You will get a console log here. So if you have this data, then you can simply perform an actions. So we will do that step. So let me close this, and here, sorry, here if you have this data on console, you can simply insert it on backend actually. So sorry, insert in on database. So how you can do it? Simply here you will define const new book. We'll create a new book. So as we are using async await, async, we can simply use await. But before that, let me define try catch handler, and here we'll define const new book. We'll have to call our model first. So let me define book model. So book model, we'll define await, then we'll call book model. If it's not available, let me go to a book model. It's exported as book. Now if you type book, and then if you must have to import book model, then you can just do some actions. For example, you can create a book by this way. You can simply define curly braces, and you can pass all the body from the request. Okay, and after this time what you will have to do, you will have to save it. So to save it database, you will have to call new book and then save method. So where I just get this method actually, if you want to check it, you will go to Mongoose. So maybe we deleted it, let me go there again. So Mongoose database, and from here if you just click this documents, then if you scroll a little bit, you can see there are different options. But if you want to create something, then you can have the save method. Save method actually save information to the database. So that's why I use this method. This is actually your model, and we just define a dot save method to save it on database. And finally if it's said save on database, we can just define a response. So a status code will just pass a status code that is actually 200. That means success status code, and then we will just send a message. What message you will do? You can simply define a curly braces. We'll define a message that is actually will say book posted successfully. And after this message we can simply pass the data. So we can simply define book and we'll pass this new book data. Okay, so now here the last thing is that for the console log, simply let me define. So console dot error, and we'll get the error, and we can simply define error creating book. Okay, we'll have to add a comma, and after then if error happens you can show an status, the same status that we defined, but for this actually the status code will be 500, that means error status. And here we don't include the book data, we can simply define the message, and this message will say actually failed to create a book, something like this. Okay, so let's see what happened right now. So if for example at the beginning, what you will do, you will make sure that your project is running, and if not you can just simply press Ctrl C and clear everything and run your project again by npm run start dev. Okay, I'm just running our project again, and you can see MongoDB is connected successfully. And after then here for example, let's try to, we don't include this title, and let me cart it. And if you check on the book model, we just defined book is title is required. So if you just submit the request, then you will see failed to post a book because the title is not there. But if you include the title and try it, then you can see book is posted successfully. And now this data you will find on database. So if you go to database, then from there you will click this cluster, then you will click this browsers collection, and inside this browser collections you see book stored. This is the database name that we defined actually here on .env file. Here on .env file I said this is your database name. Can you imagine, this is the database name that we defined, and we create a model. So this is called it here actually. Look, if you check here, we'll define book. So this is actually the collection name, and I said you must have to keep it singular because here on the backend actually here on the database it will be plural and a small letter. So that's why I said must be use singular value there. Okay, and you can see the book one is created, and you can see all of these results here. Okay, let's create another book. So for this actually we'll choose another data. I'm just choosing this data, copy it, and again what you will have to do, you will have to go to body sections. You will have to remove this data inside these objects. The data is not copied, so let me copy it again, copy, and let me paste it. And if you click send request, then it says the blog book posted successfully. And if you refresh your collection, for example here is the refresh, if you refresh you will see you will have two books. So by this following way, so okay, by this following way we will implement all of this functionality. And if I want to show, for example, if you logged in as a admin of this website, let me just uh logged in as an admin. So let me go to dashboard, and I am just login as an admin. Okay, so from the request happened actually add book request, so login is there. So look, we will hit this URL when we submit this book. So you will have a page for the add new book. Here when someone click this button, we will just call this API, we will just hit a request on this API, then all the from data will capture on this from. Then when just hitting this URL, it will submit all of these informations, and based on these informations it will save to database. Okay, if the data is saved on database, how to get it on front end? So here, to get it on front end, what you will have to do, let me show you here what we'll do. We'll go to book request, and to get the data, here we'll define get all books. It's very simple, books. Okay, and this time actually let me show one thing. So if you want to follow controllers method MVC pattern, that means model view controller method, you can create a new file that is actually book controller, book dot controller.js file. And in this controller file you can simply create function. So post a book function, post a book, and it will be the same thing. We will implement the logic on this controller. So you can simply just cut this portion and define it here. And lastly, what you will have to do, you will have to export it. So how you can export it, we will define module.export, and we will export is by default object format, because we'll just define all the logics on this page. Actually on this controller page we'll keep all the logic. On the route page we'll have only routes, and now we'll have to import it actually here. So how to import it? If you type post a book, then you can see it's imported. So right now our logic is on the controller page, but our route is on this page. So is it working? Let me create a request. So if check the database is running or not, make sure go to at the bottom, database is connected successfully. And if you request, for example, here we'll just edit maybe year 2025, and let me hit send. Look, failed to create a book. Why failed to create a book? Let me read the console log. It's actually book is not defined. Why book is not defined? Okay, because here we'll have to import the model. We didn't import the model on the controller, so that's why the issues. I think example like I have running, and then wait until the database is connected. Okay, database is connected, and if you request again, look, the book is posted successfully. And if you check, your database has 3 books. Let me refresh it. So you can see we'll have total 3 items here. That means we'll just posted 3 books. Okay, now let me just show you the process again, how it's working. So here if I show you, for example, we just have a front end. So from the front end someone can request, so we can simply request to the backend. So it will be backend server, request to the server. Then based on this server request, what you will have to do, you will have to firstly we will check, we will get the request and from this controller. So it will go to the controller first, controller. Then based on the logic, actually here we implement the logic. So based on this logic it will call the schema. So it will call book schema, for example book schema, and schema. And based on this schema, if the request is valid, based on this schema it will request to database, and then if everything okay, it will simply just send a response, or just send data to the server, and then it's sent to the back to the front end, back to the front end. So this is the process. Firstly we will request, we'll send a request from an API from the front end. That means from the front end actually we'll hit a request to create a post from this front end using this API. Then it will just receive this request on the backend server. Then based on this request it will go to controllers, and controllers read the logic of it, and then if the logic is valid, then it will call the schema to match the data if you are providing the correct data format based on the schema you created. So if this schema data format is not matched, for example you just define a string value here, for example if you define string value, for example 12, and if you try to send, you will see there will be a failed. So why actually posted? Maybe actually it's because we define actually not required. So if you define here, it's actually not required. Let me define, we will define this two thing is actually required. Let me do it and let me try again. So we'll have to define type number, and we'll have to define actually the same thing. type number required. And now if you just try to post it with this, you define this is a string value, and if you hit, look why the data is posting. Okay, by default it's actually converting, and you just posted the data. So I am astonished why actually it's happening. Okay, by the way, it's okay. So next thing is that after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to define a get book route. So that's why we will call router dot get, and here we'll have the endpoint will be no extra endpoint, will hit this root up. That means it will be localhost 5000, then /API/books. Then here we'll have the logic. The logic is, let's write the logic on the controller folder, and here we'll have get all books. And for this, let me define const a function get all books, and here logic will be async. Then we'll have request and response. Then we'll have something like this. Inside this we'll have a logic, but let me export first. If we export from here, we can import it from this position. So let me import it. So import it. So if you do this, now let's implement logic. At first we'll have try catch block. So try catch block. Inside this catch we can simply show this error. So let me define console log error. We'll define error fetching. We'll just edit it, fetch fetching books. We'll just customize this error and fail to fetch books. Okay, so now inside this try, if you want to get data from the front end as from the database, what you will have to do, you will have to define const. We'll define a variable books, we'll call await, then we'll call the book method, so sorry, book model. Then we'll have a find method. Inside this find method we don't include anything. So if you do this, then you actually find all the book. So where I get the find method, you can just simply, let me show you here. If you just click this queries, then you will see lots of stuff. Look, there is a find method. You will call on actually model dot find. So this is the exact thing I used. This is our model, then dot find. So it will find all the books, and then you will have to send a response. So the response is the same response. Let me define it. We'll simply copy this response, and now we can just simply do it. And the message is, you can include a message if you want, or you can simply define this way. You can just simply send the books. Okay, instead of these, actually if you want to keep pass one value, then you don't need to define anything. You can simply pass this books. Okay, if you have multiple values, you can have to define a curly braces. Okay, so if you do this, let me hit this API. So for this, actually let me click this get books, and you can edit it, get all books, actually get all books. Okay, the request is, at first you will have to go to let me show you. You will at first go to hit this localhost 5000. Then we will have to go to index.js file. It will check the path is this path. Then let me paste it here, and after then it will check the router. The router is actually /. So let me copy it, and we'll include / here. And from this, actually it's a get request, so we'll keep it get request. Make sure it's get request, and if you send a request, you will see all the book data is showing here. The first one, the second one, the third one, and fourth one, and all of the data is presenting here. So if you have all of the data, the next thing is that what you can do, you can just do a sort method to sort the latest book first. So that's why we'll have to define sort method, and inside this sort we'll have objects. We'll define created at that would be created at, and then we can simply define ascending orders. That means -1 descending order. Okay, ascending and descending order based on, you can just sort it. So now latest blog will be present at the first position. Okay, so you can test this get API from the browsers also. So if you just only browsers allow you to just get request. So you can simply, if you just click here, you can get all the data from the browsers actually. So this actually our browser source for get request. Okay, so this is the thing, you are getting all the book data, but we will insert some data. How we can insert data on the database? So we don't have time to manually post data, so that's why we'll just simply request, we will simply insert some data. Let me delete this, we will just drop this, or we can simply manually delete all of this functionality. Let me delete one, and let me delete another one, and we will only keep one data for deleting activity. So this is the third one, we'll have next to delete it. Okay, for example, right now what we want, actually in this book.json file we'll have lots of data. We'll want to insert this data on the database, so that's why you will copy all of this stuff, and then from this database collection click this book collection, and here insert document, and from there you will choose object format, and you will remove everything, you will paste everything from here. Now I don't include the underscore id, it will be automatically generated by the MongoDB, so I will remove all of this underscore id from here. Then you can just let me do it. Okay, I just removed underscore id from here, and if I click insert, then look, previously we'll have on, and right now we'll have 20 of many, and if you refresh you can see we'll have total 21 data maybe. Okay, total 21 data maybe here. Okay, so the first page actually presenting 20 data. Okay, so we are inserting all of this data. The next thing is that we will define a routes for single book. So how we can get a single book? So that's why, so in points we can just define single books, book in point, you can just define it this way. Okay, so router dot get, as it's a get request, here we'll have to define a controller. So the controller will be on this page, you can simply define const. Here the logic is actually get single book, here we'll have async, then request response, then curly braces, we'll have to export it. Let me export here, and now we'll import it from here. So this is a repetitive task, you can see how repetitive this task is. Okay, so if you import, maybe it's imported. Okay, so after doing this the logic is same. Okay, so inside these actually what you will do, at first you will take a try catch block. Let me copy it, and here the logic is that we'll simply define fetching book, here we'll keep books, and here the logic will be, the logic is the same, but you will have to do a little bit changes here. At first you will get an id from the params. So how you can get an id from the params? So actually the route here will define a question, a clone and id. Based on this id we will just catch this id by this way. Let me define const will get the id from the request dot params. So we'll send id from actually params, so that's why we're just get id params. Okay, and this will be the same d structure format. So this is actually id, so we'll keep it here id. Okay, after this what you will have to do, you will have to find book, so that's why const book, and here we'll use await, we'll have to call book model, then the method we will use is actually, the method is actually find by id. This method you can simply copy it and you can simply paste it here, and inside these actually we'll have to pass an id, the id will be this id, and finally we'll have to send a response. The response is that we'll simply, instead of books, actually we will simply pass this book from here, and additionally you can check if there is no book. If the book is not found, that means not book, you can simply return a response. So the response will be similar to this, you can simply copy this type of response and we will include it here. So response will be 404, that means not found, and we'll simply say book not found. Okay, book not found. Okay, let's try to hit this. Okay, so how we can do, we can simply copy this API, and for the single book additionally we'll have to pass an ID of it. So from this book, actually let me get the ID of the first book. We will simply add it here. Okay, maybe we will just get a get request here, so we'll get all of this book here, and now we'll simply change the ID. And if you hit a request, then you can get single book data. This is a single book data, but if you make a mistake, for example, if you remove one from here and send a request, it will say fail to fetch book. That means this error is triggered, fail to fetch book. Okay, so now if you just provide correct ID, then it will fetch the book data. Okay, so this route is done. Next one is we'll have to update, so that's why we'll define update a book endpoint. So I just renaming it, so that would be, I said you will have to either use put and patch. Put actually replace everything, and patch is just update partially. So we'll use put for this project actually, and for this method actually we can just define the route something like this, / edit, and then we'll have to define the clone ID. So we define ID here because we want to just get it on params. So here we'll have to create a controller. The controller will be, so update book data, and for this const update book, and it will be same async await request response. So let me just export it, and here we'll import it, update book. Let me import it. So after this import, what you will have to do, you will have to implement logic here. So for this logic actually, the first logic is actually we'll have try catch, and then let me provide the console.error block here. We'll define here the message will be updating a book, here fail to update a book. Okay, and additionally on the try block, what you will have to do, at first you need to get the ID, so that's why we'll have ID from the params. Then after getting this, the method is we'll have to define const a variable that will be updated book, and we'll call await, and then we will call this book model. Then the method is, if you check here, you will see update find by ID and update. You will have to copy this, or you can simply paste it here. It's actually find book by ID, and if this is available, you will have to just do actions. So if you want to just see the example, you can either just scroll to the bottom positions, then you will find it, or you can simply click that. So let me click here, let me click it on a new tab, then you can see the way you can use it. If you scroll a little bit, then you can see at first you will have to provide ID, then you will have to provide update information, then we will have options. So this is the way you can just use it. Okay, so let's do the first value we'll provide, that is actually ID. Then the second value we'll provide actually request.body. That means we'll just send information on the body, and lastly we'll have options. We can simply define options, that is actually if new data found, it will just define true, that means it will insert new data. Okay, so all of this, and lastly we'll have to define a response. So the response is that, but before that let me check if not updated a book. That means if the book is not found, what you will have to do, you can simply define a status something like this, copy it and paste it here. So book is not found, book is not found. Okay, otherwise here we'll simply define a status, so that would be res.sense, and we'll pass the updated book but here we'll just let me check the message. Here we'll send a message updated book successfully, and we'll update this book. So data will be inside a book. Okay, we will just make this way. So let's work with the updated, and for this actually we'll have the API. So let me get this API, and for this update actually we'll go there, we'll paste it, and after this actually from this router page you can see we'll have this, we'll have edit/id. so this id will be single id, we'll have to pass a single id. So from this single book, for example, would like to update this. So if you click, then look, this is the single book id, will update this book. So that's why here pass this id, then on the body you will have to define raw data, then JSON format. Let me get all the, I just copy all of this information. We don't need to update this, created it or updated it. So simply here what you will do, you can simply take a objects, and now what you will have to do, you don't need to define the id, we already pass it at the top. You can simply, for example, you can just simply define updated. That means using these, if we update it, we can just get this. Okay, let me send a request. So book server is running. Okay, because we'll have to change this. Actually here if you check, it's actually put request. If you don't define the request properly, then you cannot just check the proper result. So that's why from here we'll make sure it's put request. Then if you send, then it will say book updated successfully, and it says that look, it's updated. And if you check right on this single book page, you can see the updated result. So this way you can update a book. And lastly we'll have a delete book. So router dot delete method, and here we'll just delete based on id. So that's why here what you will have to do, you will have to define a controller. The controller is defined something like this: const delete a book, and this will be same thing, async await. And inside this async await, let me just export it from here. So this is the function, we'll call this function from here. Okay, import it. And now here the logic is very simple. We have try case at first, then we'll just pass this error here, then we'll make it's actually deleting a book and fail to delete a book. And on here actually we can simply define const, we'll have to get the id from the params, then we'll have to define const deleted book, and it will be await. Then the method is here, so you can see it's actually find by id and delete. So we'll call this method. So let me take book model, then just do it, and inside here actually you will have to pass this id. If you do, it's done, you don't need to do anything. You can simply check, if not found, it will just send a book response, that is a book is not found. Otherwise you can simply just define the response by this way. You can just simply define a response, book deleted successfully, and inside here you can just simply pass deleted book. So book a deleted book. Okay, so let's delete it. For example, I would like to delete a random books that is created. So let me hit all books, and if you scroll at the bottom, maybe let me where is actually a random book, maybe let me check. Okay, maybe we can just delete the first one. So here we'll have this updated, and we'll collect this id, we'll delete this book. So that's why we'll go to delete routes. Here is delete routes, we'll have to make it delete. Then here we'll have the api, so api will be at the end, we'll have to pass the id. So we'll have localhost 5000/api/books, and after that we'll have id. If you just send a request, then it says book is successful and this book is not found. If you check this now on here, look, book is not found. That means there is no book, there is id but there is no book. So that's why the book is deleted. So by following this, we'll have implements our api endpoint, and in the next actually we can go back to the front end, and based on this API we can just perform actions. At this point actually we can work with this true value. These two API call can only perform by user, and all of these will perform by, actually all of these three will perform post request, update book or delete book. It will perform by admin, so we will have to implement middleware. We'll just protect this route. Only admin can able to update this, so we'll have lots of tasks. But for now actually we can go back to the front end and can only we can get all books from the database and from the server URL, and we can get show the single book right now. Okay, so after creating all of these API controller and routes, we move to the front end, and here actually so we just showing this data from a static file from the public folder. Now we'll just create an API using Redux API toolkit. Then we will paste the blog from the backend and show it here. So this is our goal. What you will have to do, we will create a Redux API, and then actually we will implement all of these functionalities. So for this actually let me close this Mongoose, and we can just close this Express.js. Now we will go to Redux toolkit again, Redux toolkit, and then from here you will go to the first website, and then if we'll click get started, and by the help of RTK query actually will implement all of these functionalities. So let's go to RTK query. We'll now use RTK query toolkit. So for this, if we scroll a little bit, then it says you must have to create API. Then by creating a create API, it's actually worked. So if you scroll a little bit, it will say at first you will have to create a API slice. Okay, so let's do it. We will just close, let me keep this close. We'll have routers, we can close models and close everything. We can also remove this index.js. We'll have API open, sorry, book routers.js, routes.js is opened, and now we'll close the backend. We'll move to the front end, and from here we'll go to Redux. Inside features, so look, we'll have on features. Now we'll add another features. When the features is underlined, you can create a new file. That is actually, we will just create an API for books, so that's why the feature name is books, and inside this we'll have a book API. So we can simply define books API .js file. We'll have to create an API at first. So to create an API, actually React will provide a create API. So we can simply copy this one and we can import it here. To create an API, at first you will have to define const. We will define book API. This is our API, and we'll have to call this create API. Inside this we'll have a curly braces, and then at first you will have to define a reducer path name. You can see reducer name. Let me copy it. We will have a reducer name that is actually, we'll rename it. Actually this is actually book API. You can just rename based on your need. Then after, then you can see we'll have a base query, something like this. Okay, so we'll define base query, and this base query will be phase base query. We can just create a base query above. So how we can do it, simply define const base query, and this query will be simply, we'll call phase base query. We'll just make it differently, and inside here actually we'll implement the logic. Inside this curly braces we'll have a base URL. So this base URL will be a base URL. So that's why what you will have to do, you will have to define a utils file that is actually base URL.js file, and this is actually defined const. We'll have get base URL, and it will be a function. This function simply return something like this. We can just simply return our backend base URL. So our backend base URL is actually localhost 5000. So we'll simply return this. Let me just return this, and we don't include forward slash. So if we edit this, it will edit from anywhere. So we will use it. So that's why let me export export default, and this is actually get base URL. So if you export by this way, then you can use it on here. So how you can just define it? You can simply define, we'll have to define $, curly braces, and we'll call base get base URL, and if you call, then it will be done. And then we'll have to define endpoints for this book. Actually we'll have, if you check, we'll have API/books. Okay, we'll only include API/books here, and API/books. And after these, actually what you will have, you will simply define credential that would be, maybe we can just simply define include, and then additionally we will define prepared header. So that is actually prepared header, and this will, inside this will have passe headers and headers. So these headers will just simply check the token. So we'll have a token. Let me define the token. That would be, we'll just store a token from the local storage when we will have the verification for the admin. So we'll just store this a token from actually local storage, and then we'll check it. If token is there, if token is there, what you will have to do, you will have to define headers. We'll have headers dot set, then we will have simply authorizations, and we will define base barrier token and something like this. And then what you will have to do, you will have to simply return the headers. So if you this way, then your task is done. We'll have done this thing, and now we'll call this base URL a base query here. Okay, so after doing this, the next thing is that, let me check, maybe it's not running, is our API is running. Okay, there is a little issues, let me check. Okay, there is an error. We can simply define clear it. Let me run our backend server again. So okay, so if you do this, wait, connected, and now if you refresh, the API will work perfectly. If you just go to localhost 5000/API/books, it will show all the books. Okay, so the next task is, we'll have to define endpoints by this way. Okay, endpoints, then it will actually builder method, and inside this builder we'll have something like this. So let's do it here. Let me close it. After this base query, we'll have endpoints, and inside these endpoints we'll have base query. So let me define curly braces here. We'll define, first one is actually fetch, will fetch all block, apt says fetch all blocks, actually all books, and then we will simply call the builder. Then if you want to query, then you will have to, if you want to get data, you will have to use query. If you want to update, or if you want to do post or delete or update method, you will use mutation. So as it's the get method, get request, then we'll define query, and inside this query we will simply define curly braces, and we'll have a query. Query will be simply, will hit the endpoint. So the endpoint is, you can say the endpoint is actually root, so we will have to hit this root path. We'll define the query will be simply /root path, and then here you can just define a provided tag. So provided tags, and this tag name will be by default, let me define it, books. Okay, so if you just use provided tags, you will have to define a tags at the top. So that is actually tags types, so that will be books. Okay, so our first API is done. This is very simple, and let me export it and use it, then we will just make others API one by one. So for now, let me export, then we will define const, then we'll have to call curly braces, then we will just call it from actually books API. So it's actually books API. We name it book API, sorry, let me create it books API. So it will be books API. Okay, we'll just export this phase based query, but before that let me get suggestion. If you type use, then it will suggest phase. You must have to include this keyword. It's the default keyword. If you check the documentation, you can see everywhere you will use this default keyword. And after doing this, how to connect, you will have to define this way. You will have to go to a store. So let me go to a store. Where is a store? This is inside this Redux folder. Here you will have to define this way. So let me copy this. We will include a comma here and define it. Instead of Pokemon API, we will have book API. So we'll simply define books. And let me, okay, we forget to export it. We'll have to export this book. Export default, then book API. Sorry, books API. Okay, we'll export default it, and now we can import it. So let me type I and let me import it. Then we'll have to define it books API. And lastly, if you check the documentation, you will have to define a middleware, something like this. Okay, you will have to define a middleware. So for this, after this reducer, actually let me make sure, after this reducer we'll have to include it. So after this reducer we'll have default get default middleware, and here we'll include our book API. So books API dot middleware. So it will be books API dot middleware. So how to understand it's integrated? So again, you can refresh. Is there any issues? Let me check. Our bit project is running, and if I just simply inspect, I will see API is not defined. Why? From line number 5 from of book API. So here line number 5 books API, line number 5. Okay, here is the issues. We'll have simply curly braces, then we will have something like this. We'll have to, let me type it again. Here we'll have a wrong things. We'll have dollar curly braces, and we'll call get base URL. We'll have to call it, and after doing this curly braces, actually after doing these curly braces, we'll have to define. So let me, after this curly braces, we'll have API slash we'll have books actually. So we'll have books. Okay, fine. So now if you hit the root path, so how you can work. So for this, let me go to, we have to use it on actually pages. Then we'll go to home page, and here actually we'll have top seller book. Look, in the previous way we just use state hook and use effect hook, but now we don't use it. We can simply remove this block and use a state. Simply we can just define const, as we're just requesting API. So that's why we'll use curly braces. If you define query here, you will use curly braces. If you define mutation here, you will have to define actually angle brackets. So here you will call use fetch all books, and then you will receive data. Let me take data, and you can rename it by their some, for example, books. And if you check, for example, now let me console log. So let me console log books. Okay, so if you now define, the length is not defined, but if you go at the top, it's actually nothing is there. But why it's actually not working? Okay, maybe here is the thing. What we can do, we can just make sure it will be, for example, a array. So if you include initially it's a array, then maybe this problem will be solved. Let me refresh. Now you can see you are getting all the data, and this time actually it's line number 23. That means these lines. So if you now check, let me how you understand is from the backend. You will go to network tab and then click this fetch slash xhr, and if you refresh, you can see a path. So this is actually books slash, that means forward slash path, and here you can see here this is the localhost 5000 slash API slash books. That means this is the get route that is defined here on this. Actually look, here is the get all books. So from this API, actually right now we are fetching request, and this is actually status 200. That means we're getting request. So this data is now from the backend. You can just do filter method is still here, it will work by default. And now after doing this, the next task is that we'll also show it on the recommended books. So for this we can simply copy this section. Let me remove this console log. We don't need this console log, and we don't need this console log. We'll remove all of this console log. And for this, next thing is that we'll go to recommended book, and here we'll remove this and also remove all of this stuff. You can simply define. Okay, maybe let me get it back here. Okay, let me remove this block and we'll import this. Let me import it, and if you import it, the functionality will work. Okay, so look, still there is no error. If you refresh, the data is presenting from the backend. So if you have the data presenting from the backend, now we can just develop others API on this. So let me close all of this. We'll close store, and we can also close base URL. Here we'll have to create others API based on this. Actually we'll have let me define. We'll have post book, we'll have get single book, and delete and update. So we'll make one by one. So after this, actually what the next thing is that we can create a new API for this. Actually fetch book by id. Okay, so as it's a get request, look, if get request will use query, it's a get request, so that's why we will have builder dot query method, and here we'll have curly braces. What you will do, you will have to define a query, or the query will be something like this. This is query, and this query actually receive an id, so that's why we'll include an id. And the endpoint is here, so let me define backtick, and if you check, it's the endpoint something like this. We will copy it and we'll paste it here. Instead of this hard-coded id, we can simply define $, curly braces, and the backtick is removed. So let me define, we'll pass this id here. Okay, after this, actually we'll define provided tags, actually books. Okay, so if you do this, you can just edit this way, you can just modify this by this way. You can simply define by default results, so LTS results. Actually then you will just define error, and then you can just define id. So then you will have a arrow here, will have something like this. We'll define types. Type will be by default books type, and then after this, actually you can simply include id. So using this, you can also use the provided tags. So as it's received an id, so that's why I just customize it this way. Okay, so this is ready. The next one is actually add book. So for this, actually let me define add book, and here as it's a post request, let me check. Add book is the first one, it's a post request, so that's why we'll work with builder dot mutation, and inside it actually we'll have curly braces. At first we'll define a query, so inside this query we'll have receive new book data. Then we will have something like this. We will have curly braces. Okay, let me define a parenthesis first, 10 curly braces. Okay, inside this, at first we'll define a URL. So we'll have to define the URL for this. Actually post will have this URL. Let me copy it. We can simply define backtick and we'll include URL. Then we'll have to define the method, as it's a post method. Look, this is post method. I don't memorize anything, it's actually post method. So that's why we said this is actually post method. You don't have to define method to the get request, but others request required it. And after this post method, we'll have to define body, and this body will be simply will pass this data. Okay, book data. Okay, so if you do this, this is done. And then after doing this, actually you invalidate the tags. So invalidate tags will be these book tags we provided from the fetch all books and provided from the fetch single books by id, but for now we'll invalidate. That means it will refetch, your when you just adding a book, it will refresh the data. When the new book posted, it will just include to this API. Okay, the book will be included to this API. Okay, so that's why we will invalidate after this added. Otherwise, if you don't include this, actually it will require you to refresh your browser to include the data. Okay, so then the next thing is that we'll have update book, and it will be the same. We'll have builder dot mutation, and inside here we'll have curly braces. So at first we'll have the same query. Let me define it, and then it will actually receive two things. Actually it will receive two things, so that's why we'll simply define curly braces. We'll have first one is id, then we'll have rest, that means it's actually body. Then url will be for this update, the url is actually edit clone id. So we'll define this is actually, we'll pass the id here. So dollar sign curly braces, this is id. Then the method will be put method. Let me check, it's put method. So here let me define this is put method, and now the body data will be the rest information. And finally after this we'll have to invalidate the books. So let me, after the query you will have to invalidate the books. And additionally you can just define a little thing, that is actually you will provide a headers. So if you provide headers, that would be inside these headers will have content type, that will be application.json. So our update book is done. Now the last API, so delete book. So delete book API, for this actually, as it's a delete method, we'll have to define mutation. Here we'll have curly braces, then we'll have a query will be simply receive id. Then we'll have something like this, we'll have parentheses curly braces, and inside this we'll have a url. And then url is, let me check it, it's actually root url. So we'll define the url will be simply dynamic id. So let me define dollar sign curly braces, it will be id, and after then we'll have a method will be delete. So let me define delete method, and finally after this you can simply invalid this. Okay, so invalid tags book. Okay, all the API is created. Now we'll have to export it. Let me export it. Firstly find fetch book by id. Then we'll have to define post, use post. So this is actually, let me check, add, actually sorry, it's actually not post, use add. If you type fast later it will just suggest you. Then we'll have use update, so you update book mutation, and lastly we'll have use delete book mutation. So all the API is created. Now you can just do others performance. And lastly what you will do, let me define a single book. So we'll have inside this, actually where is the book pages, here inside this books, let me create a single book.jsx, and that is rfc. And for this actually let me create an router for this. So routers, inside this routers will have a book router. So here how you can just simply define it, here we can just define a path. So the path will be when someone look, let me show you when, let me define the path first. Here maybe this is actually books, then we'll have clone id, then we will import the element that was actually single book. Okay, so for example let me check, when someone click this book it will redirect to a new page that is actually single book. Okay, we'll have to design the single book same like this. Let me go back and let me show you. So data is loading, when the data is loading we will show the loading, or you can just ignore that. If you click, we'll have to present the book data by this way. So let's make this component similar like this. Let me close this router. And for this, if you go to there on the starter file, let me check, is there information there? Okay, database layout, card, checkout, login from order. So maybe that this is not there. So let's actually, I just copy it to show exactly, but I will include the single book card informations here, so it's actually not a big deal. So let me just use this. Here I will just capture the styling part. If I copy this div and just simply paste it here, replace it, then the thing is that what you will have to do here, you will have to get the id from the first, you will have to get id from use params hook, use params. So it will be from use params hook. So if you cannot get it, let me try again. Use params, if not suggesting, let me input it, import, then we'll have curly braces from, it will be react router dom. Okay, now if you just call params params, will import it. Then at first when you get the id, you can simply define const, then we'll define parenthesis, we'll call use fetch book by id, and inside here we'll simply pass the id. And this time we can also destructure the data. The data will rename it as book. And then if this is fine, everything is okay, let me import this get image url. If not suggesting, let me open this get image url, then we can just import it. Okay, fine. Now here additionally we'll receive something. We can simply receive is loading from here, and we can just simply guess it is error. Okay, so is error. So now we can show a loading. If is loading, we can simply return a div that is actually says loading dot, and if is error, then we can simply show / div error happening to load book data. Okay, or book information info. So now everything is fine. Let me check. We need to import these icons first. So let me import. At this here we need to import an icon from React icons. So here we'll have curly braces. We can simply define from, it will be React icons, and then it's actually maybe the icon name is actually fi icons or something like this. Okay, now let me import it. If I click, now it's suggesting. So now if you do, it's I think okay. Let me check our single book, and you can see the single book is here. So if you go to another one, if you click this one, look, this is the thing, this book data is showing. And if you click add to cart, it's not performing because we'll have to include add to cart functionality from this actually. So book card, you can see here is the conditions. We'll copy this and we'll include it on this page, then it will work. We'll have to import dispatch from Redux actually, then we'll have to call add to cart, then I think this functionality will work. Everything is fine, and now if you click, it will be added and you can see the updated items. If you go back, then let me open this book, and now if you click, it will add it 2 items. We'll have all of this stuff. We'll go to checkout process and all of this thing. So as we don't have included the admin functionality, so that's why we cannot create or update or delete book. But the next thing what you will do, we will implement a functionality for the users. Let me log out, and we'll implement this functionality. When someone click login, we'll create Firebase login authentications. Anyone can just log in using an email ID and password. So you must have to register at first, then you can able to log in with the same username password. And you can also enable this Google login system. Okay, when someone click this button, it will just give you the way how you can just log into this website using your Gmail account. So that's the thing we will implement in the next video. So from the previous video, actually we will work with the sections. Actually we are fetching data from the backend, and now we are presenting this. And now the next task is when someone click this user icon, we will implement Firebase authentication system. So how to implement Firebase authentication system? Let me close this on. And we don't need actually Figma file. Our task on Figma file is done, so that's why I will simply close this one. And then the next task is that we will go to Firebase. So you will have to search Firebase, and then if we scroll a little bit, you will see firebase.google.com. Go there, and if you have a Google account, you can simply use Firebase using that. So that's why you can simply click get started. So after going to get started, by default, as I have created my account on Firebase, so that's why it's showing all of these projects I did. Okay, so now I will show you how to create a project setup, then integrate it to your application, and then implement login system or login functionality. So that's why at the beginning you will have to click this create a new projects, and you will define a project name. So as it's a bookstore, let me define bookstore, and then we will define MERN app, something like this. You can just define your project name here. So we're going to create a Firebase project. Let me click continue, and then we don't need actually Google Analytics setup, so that's why we will just close this one, because in this it's actually test purpose and we don't need analytics. Okay, then we will click this create projects. It takes a few seconds to complete for the project setup. Okay, it's done. Now let me click this continue button, and after then it will redirect to the page. And from here what you will have to do, you can easily just click this, as we are integrating this to our website. So that's why we will choose this code icon, and if you hover it says code, it says actually web, and we will click here. Then you say actually you will have to provide a app name for this project. So we can just define bookstore, same name, bookstore MERN app. You can just define any name here, and then you will click register app. After that it says the second step is that you will have to install Firebase on your project by following this command. Let me copy it, and now we will open terminal. Here on the right side actually our front end, and on the left side our backend. We will stop the front end by Control C, and let me paste it by Control V. We will going to install Firebase, so that's why you can either manually type it or just copy paste it, and let me press enter. Okay, it's done. Let me just run our project again by clicking npm run dev, and then we will run our project. And let me close this. Okay, so after installing, the next step is you will have to create a config file, and you will have to include this code to your project. Okay, so for this actually let me close everything. We don't need anything right now. We will close everything. Okay, then let me close the backend folders and stuff. Then we will close front end as well. Let me close all the tabs opened. Okay, so now we will have everything closed. We will go to front end and we will go to src. Here look what you will have to do. You will have to create a new file for the Firebase. Let me click src folder, then we will click this create new folder. Here we will define this folder name will be Firebase. So inside this Firebase folder actually we will define our config file. So let me click this Firebase, and let me click and create a new file. Here we'll define this will be, you can just define any name. You can just define app.js, or you can just define anything, but for now actually as it's a config file, we will name it by default firebase.config. So config.js file, actually it's a relevant name, so that's why I'm just doing it. So in this firebase.config.js file, what you will have to do, you will have to simply copy this and paste the code here. Okay, and the thing you have to do is that you can simply export it. So we will simply export, then we will define const, and we will name it auth, and we'll have to call get auth. So get what, so if it's not available, we'll have to import it from Firebase. So and inside this auth we will pass the app inside this auth. That means we export it. If we export it, we can just get it from anywhere. So let me import it at first. If let me check if it's suggesting or not. So if you press Control Shift space bar, then if not suggestion, let me import it by this way. We will import curly braces and we will define from what we will define Firebase /what. So this is the what, and now if you just hit something, okay, let me define what and let me install it. So after importing it, you can see this is the import syntax, and okay, it's fine. So our configure setup is done, but is it okay if we keep our code here? It may be conflict, so that's why we will add a .env file and include all of these secret to the .env file to protect it. Okay, so that's why inside this src folder we'll click, just make sure that the folder .env file will create on the same level as the package.json is. So you can either click this package.json and then click this create new file. Make sure you're on the front end path, and here for the environments variable setup we have to define .env .local. Okay, so how I define .env .local, it's actually for local state, and for this actually you can just search bit environment variables. Then you can see the process. You will have to go to the first documentations, and if you scroll a little bit, so how you can just define a .env file. Look, there is options. You can either use .env, you can use .env .local file, you can use the mode and others specific mode or other stuff, but we just use these one actually .env .local. So this is our folder. Okay, .env .local. So after doing this, how to use variable, actually you must have to define. Look, if you define anything, for example this way, it will be undefined. So the best way is you will have to define bit keyword at the beginning of the .env file for the front end. Okay, make sure it's for the front end. We don't use this method on backend. We will define a .env file on the backends using a npm package. So for this actually at first you will have a bit underscore, so we can just simply paste it. Then we'll have to name our thing, then we will have equal sign, then our code. Okay, so for this let me go to config file. We don't need package.json file. The first one is actually API key. We'll copy it, we'll define API key. Okay, then we'll have just define a equal sign, and we'll simply copy this code and paste it here. Okay, and now you can just make it uppercase if you want. So how you can do, you can simply select everything, press Ctrl Shift P, and then if you search uppercase, so transform to uppercase. Look, this key is now uppercase. So you can either define API key this way or you can just use this way, but make sure you include bit underscore at the beginning of it. Okay, we will have to do all of stuff for this. So let me copy what domain. So we will have bit underscore, then auth domain. We can just rename it by this way. Sorry, let me define, paste it. We will have the a capital, then we will have underscore auth domain, something like this, or you can just keep it this way. I think it's better. Then we will have to copy the value of it. So let me copy the value. We will copy the whole thing from here and paste it here. Do it properly, otherwise you missed the option. Okay, so as we everywhere we need bit underscore, we can just copy multiple times for it. We will have something like this. Okay, now you can have project ID. Let me paste it. So this is project ID. We will have equal sign, then we will copy this string, paste it there, then we will have a storage bucket, then paste it here. Then we will simply define the storage bucket is this bucket. We will simply copy this, paste it. Then the third one is message center. We will have message center here. We will have equal sign. Then we will have to include the ID of the project, paste it. Then last one is actually app ID. We will include app ID here. Then we will define the value of it. Okay, so the last value is something like this. We'll copy it and paste here. Okay, last one is we don't need. So now the thing is that we can just transform it. So that's why we can just edit it a little bit. let me define this way, and we will transfer it by default transform. So Control Shift P, then choose uppercase, then choose this one, Control Shift P, choose uppercase, this on, Control Shift P, choose uppercase, and for the last one, this one, Control Shift P, uppercase. Okay, we define all the variables here on .env.local file, but next thing is that we'll have to use it. How to use it? You will have to use this import.meta.env, then your environment variable name. Okay, we will have to follow this. So for this, let me include this, and we go to the firebase.config.js file. Here we will remove everything, and we can just replace it by this way. Okay, I am just doing this copy paste. Okay, so for the last one, this is okay, and now we'll have to copy one by one. This is API key, we'll keep it on API key field. Then we will have domain, we'll copy it, and after this dot we'll have to paste it. Then the third one, project ID, copy it, and for the third one, paste it here. Then fourth one, so this is actually a storage bucket, we'll have to include it a storage bucket. Make sure you are just including it proper value. Okay, so this is bit messaging center ID, so this is messaging center ID. Do it carefully, otherwise you made a mistake and it will give you time. So this is app ID, you can just define an underscore here if you want. Okay, it's very boring, we can keep it this way. We'll have to copy this name, and then we will include it at the last. So if you do this, then Firebase setup is done. Next, go back to the documentations, go up to the documentations and click this continue to console. So after doing this, the next task what you will have to do, you will have to click this build, and then you will simply go to hosting, or you can simply do a little task. What you will have to do, you will have to define, click this project section, and from there cloud message integrations. Okay, let me service general setting. Okay, here actually you can see the code if you want, but for the actually where we will go to build and then hosting. Then let me click get started. Okay, we can do it later actually, so right now we don't need this hosting. Actually we can just simply implement why actually. If you click project overview, then project, okay, you should have to click this project overview, then you will see authentications. We implement authentication, so that's why we will have to go there. Maybe you can find it maybe on this build. Here is the authentications, you can go either from the build, click authentications, then you will redirect to this page. Then we'll have to set up the authentication. So get started, and then we will enable email password based authentications, and we will save it. Then we will have to add another provider, and we will implement Google. Just select it, we'll have to define your email address, and after defining it you will simply save it. So we enable two authentication system, but if you want to use others, for example if you want to use Facebook or others authentication method, you will have to add a provider at first. So for example if you want to use Facebook authentication system, you can use it. If you want to implement GitHub authentications or phone number authentications, you can use this service as a provider. Okay, so first thing is done. Next thing is that after doing this, you will have to define a context space. Actually we manage all the login state, logout state, registration state, and a current user state. So that's why we will do a state management. So for this actually we will use a context API. Okay, so React context concept will help you for these sections. So now let me create, we'll click src folder, and let me create a new file, new folder, that is actually auth context. We will name it context, and inside this context we will have auth context, context dot jsx. So inside this auth context actually we will implement our context for the authentication. So for this, at the beginning what you will have to do, you will have to define const auth context. So you can just define aut is at context, and this will be, we can just create a context by create context hook from React. We will import it. So the first thing is done, And then after doing this, what the next actually, look, we need to define a use auth. So that's why here we will simply define const. We'll have to call use auth. So using this actually we will check if the user is available on the context or not. So that's why here we'll simply define something like this, a function, and that will return this. We will use this auth context. So that's why we will use auth context, use context. And inside this use context, firstly we create a context. Now we will use that context. So to use context, you will have to define use context, and then you will provide this value to this inside this parenthesis. So it's done. We can simply export it. So if you export, then you will get it import from others file. Okay, now for auth provider components, we will create a component. So that would be, we can just define a comments. So let me define a comment. So that is actually auth provider. Okay, so auth provider will be, we will have to define const. This will be auth provider. If you use actually context, then you must have to include a provider on it. So that's why I will define a provider, and this provider will have something like this. Let me define this way. And so from these actually we will have to return something. So let me return, and what you will return, we will have a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis, at first we'll have to call auth context dot provider, and inside this actually we will pass some children. So that's why we will pass children. So from where these children will come, you can just make it, is it imported? Okay, we don't need to define children here. We can simply define our own children by this way. So if this is there, it should be received from here, so as a children. And then actually auth context dot provider receive a value, so we'll have to pass a value, and this value will be simply here. So we'll define const value, we'll create an object here, then we'll pass these objects to there. Okay, we will include this and we'll pass this value inside this value. Okay, so our auth provider is done. Now you can simply export it. So you will have to export it. Okay, so after this auth provider, how to use it, actually you have to use it on your app folder. So the thing is that you can go to app.jsx. So let me go to app.jsx. Here we can use this auth provider. So how you will have to use, you will have to simply import auth provider, auth provider. Look, we are just importing it from the context folder, and then inside it actually we'll wrap all the navbar, outlet and footer. We'll cut the code and keep it here. If you want to format it, press Ctrl Alt and F to format it. Okay, that's why our auth provider just pass some children inside it. So look here, we just use our auth provider and we pass some children. So these children will be a navbar, a main and a footer, and these children will receive from these actually from here. So we pass all the component from these, actually these will be children of the context, that is actually auth provider, and will receive a children on it, and then we will just pass this from here. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, so after doing this, what the next actually, after doing this, the next fact is that you have to implement login and logout functionality. So let's do it. At first we'll have to define is the user is there. So that's why we will define a use state. That is actually, let me define use state, and that would be actually, we'll check by default it will be null means no value actually, and we will have current user, current current user, and we'll define set current user. We can simply copy it and paste it here. Let me define, and C will be capital. Okay, so by default we'll check if current user available, and then you can simply pass this value to this actually here. So if you pass the value, you can receive it from the Navbar or somewhere else where you actually need current user. Okay, so the first task is done. Let me complete the other task. Here we will implement if it's loading or not, so that's why we'll define const. We'll use loading, so then we'll define set loading, and that would be use a state hook, and by default we'll define true. Okay, so next thing is that we will have to give a power to register, so we'll just add register a user. So to how to register a user, for example, let me define a function. So we'll define register user functions, and let me define a async functions. Here we'll have something like this. We'll have to define a async functions, and these async functions actually receive two things. Okay, let me just see how you can just implement it. So for this you can just take a new tab. Let me close this. You can simply write Firebase documentation or docs. Okay, so if you go this Firebase documentations, from here where you will click this build, then you will click authentications. So this is the process. After going there you will click this authentications, and after doing there you can just read all of this stuff if you want to understand, or you can simply go to web and then you will click this get started. So look, it says step by step process. Firstly you will have to define a config file. That config file is defined on firebase.config.js file. So first step is done. Next step, you can create sign up a user by this way. Create users with email and password, so we can just sign up by this way, so we can follow this. Okay, so at first what you will have to do, you will have to define this way. Look, we'll create a functions and we call this, okay, inside it. So let me copy it, and here on this auth context we will define, we will simply return this, and inside it actually we'll have to pass three value. Look, we'll have to pass what email password. Okay, so we will have to pass what email password, and then this will be done. We can simply define a clone, and we can just define await as it's a async functions. So the next task is you will have to export it on the value. So just create objects of user register, and it's done. So the next thing is that what you will have to do, we pass this thing, and this what will come from the firebase.init file. So let me try to import it, and look, we are just going to import this what to the firebase.config.js file. We are just including this at the top, and after doing this our task is done. We will have to pass email as a parameter here, so email and password, then it's done. So how to use it? To use it, actually I think it's very easy. So let me go to register page. Where is our register page? Maybe it's inside this component folder. We'll have register page, and inside here actually we will implement when someone click. Look, let me explain. Here by default, if you refresh, so our project is refreshing, wait, and okay, if you go to register, by default our register component has something like this. Let me open the console. If someone click email, for the example, if someone click user1 and just pass a password, and if click this register, it's actually console log this value from the line number 15. So that means on the register actually we will just do a console log here on submit, and we are just using React from hook. So that's why this I have designed this previously, and I know you have much idea. Okay, here you will take a curly braces and paste it here. So the next thing is that we will at the beginning, what you will have to do, you will have to import the register from the what. So let me define const. Here we will include something, so it will be as we pass it. Look, why we'll use object, why we don't use actually array. Look, we pass it inside this object, so that's why here we will take objects, and then we will call. Look, here we will export a use what. So you can see we just export use what, so we can use it. So that's why we can simply call use what and use it, and let me call it. So we'll have to import this user from the auth context. So let me import it. So it's done, and inside this actually what you will receive, you will receive this value, the register user from the auth user. Okay, so we receive this. So if you have, this is actually function, so how you can use it? So inside these actually on submit block, let me add a comments here, register user. So for this actually what you will have to do, look, it will convert it to async functions. Then inside these actually we will have try catch. So if any errors happen, we can simply console log it. So let me console log it, or you can just define set message and send a message, for example, please provide a valid email and password, something like this. Okay, and after this block actually on the try block we will call await. Then we will call this use register. Look, I am just explain it simply, and this will receive two things. So inside this data we will have email, so we will firstly pass data dot email field, email, and then inside this data we will have data dot password, so password. Okay, so if you pass these two things, and after then you can simply say alert, and this alert will simply say user registration successful. Okay, so if you do this, let's check if it's working or not. I, for example, refresh it and firstly try with a wrong email or Gmail account. Let me try to do something like this, and if I click register, it says, look, it's a please provide a valid email and password, because this is not a valid user's email, so it's a wrong email. So that's why it's just showing a message here, you must have to use a proper email and password. So let me use a proper email address. For example, I have an email address, so that's why we can just use this email address for now, and then I will define the password. Let me define the password. We can just simply console log this data. Actually I don't show you my password. So then what you can do, if I click everything and now click register, look what's happened, nothing happening. Let me refresh it and let me try it again. We will define a password here. Then if I click register, it's provide please provide valid password, and for maybe is it created here. If you click users, then users is not created yet. Maybe let me try again, is there any errors? So let me console log a error. So here console dot error, and we can simply pass this error here. Okay, so let me check. The error is that internal server error, the component could be a syntax error, so we will have to check it, a syntax error. So where can it be happened? So maybe it would be happen on actually async. It will be async, it will receive data, then register user. Okay, let me try to console this. Okay, the thing is that we'll have to simply let me check. Let me call console log this register user, then let me check it. Okay, the thing is that I got understand. So here we use this email password but we didn't input it, so let me input it at first. So we'll have to input it from firebase.what. So if you don't do this, then it's actually not working. So after then let me refresh it, and now we'll provide a valid email and password for now. And if I click register, look, it's just console logging this, and after then you can see register user registration successful. And if you click, you can see here and go to the Firebase. If you refresh, you can see on user is just define a registration from by using email and password. So after using email and password, the next functionality we will discuss is about, so after this registration, what we'll have to do, we'll have to define login user. So let me define, we'll define login the user, and here we'll have to define a function that is actually, we can just name it login user, and this will be the same, it will be a async function, and this will receive something. So let me see where you can just get the documentation. So for this actually, look here, you will see password authentications, and then if you just go to their password or authentication related issues, then or you can just get it from here. Look, so in the same page actually on the get started, actually you can see we'll have user in existing user. So sign in existing user, the method is we'll have to call sign in with email and password. I want user can sign in with email password, so that's why we will just return it. So return, then we will define await, and we'll define sign in with password, and inside it actually what you will have to pass, we'll have to pass what email and password. So let me define what email and password, and as we pass email password here, we'll have to pass it from the as a parameters. Then let me define, we just define it and we should export it. So if you export it, now you can use it on your registration page. So let me go to registration. Here the same way as you did, you will have to just copy this use what, or you can simply use this way. Here at the top we can simply define const, we'll have objects, we'll call use what, and let me import it. And after then actually what you will just receive, we will receive this user login user from here on this login.jsx, and now you will have to use it on data actually. So we'll take a curly braces, and inside here we'll have a try catch. So let me copy this console log. So we'll have to define a set message here, and this will be please provide valid email and users, and here actually we will have to define await. So that's why here it will be async. You can simply define await, then you will have to call this login user, then inside here we'll have to pass email and password. So we will receive email from data.email field, and we will have data.password field. If it's okay, then you can simply show an alert. So we can simply say login successful, and after then you can navigate it to home page. So how to do that, you can simply use navigated hook. For example, we can simply define const navigate, and if login successful we can redirect to the login page. So we'll have to import use navigate hook from react router dom, and now we will use this. If registration login successful, we will redirect to the home page. Okay, something like this, and we can just check if it's working or not. So here after this creating an user, what you can do, you can go to login page, and by using this same username and password, let me try to just use a invalid password, and if I click login, it say provide a valid username and password, and it's actually not defined. So let me import it, I forget to import, so it's make a error. Okay, let me format it. Okay, so now let me try with again a wrong password. I just define a random password and try to login. It says please provide a wrong email password, and you can getting a console log that is actually what or invalid credential. That means the password is not correct. If I try to add a proper password, for example, I am just trying to proper password, and if I just click login, look, login successful, and if I click OK, it will redirect to the home page. Okay, so we are just implementing login and register functionality. The next thing is that after doing this, we will have sign in with Gmail account. So I want user can use authentication system using Gmail. So that's why here we'll have to add a comment that is actually sign in or sign up with Google. Okay, so how it will be, we'll have to define same way sign in with Google. We just define sign 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 in with Google. If you understand one thing, you can just implement everything. We will have a async functions. This will be something like this, and then we will have something like this. And let me export it at first. We'll export it, and we'll have logic on this function. So how we will implement logic? So for this Google sign in method, you can go to get started, and from here see here is the Google tab. You will click here. So if you want to use Google authentications, you can just follow this way. You will have to create a provider that will be Google auth provider, or if you want to Facebook login authentications, you can go to Facebook login and you can implement the same way that I show Google. Okay, so go to Google, and here at first you will have to create a provider. Let me create a provider at the beginning of the of the sections. Here maybe we can create a provider here. So let me define a provider and we will name it's actually Google provider. Okay, it will rename it as Google provider. Let me import it from the Firebase auth. And then how to use it, look, you have to use it by this way. So what the process? Okay, the process is that sign up with pop-up, we'll have to define it and we'll have to provide auth and provider. So let me copy it, and here on this functions will return we'll have await, then we'll have to return sign up with pop up, and here we will have to import it, then we'll have to provide a provider. Our provider is this provider actually. So we'll have Google provider. From here we can simply copy this and we'll pass this. Okay, so if you do this, now we can implement it on login page. So here when someone hit this login Google sign in from, then it will be work. So how it will implement, so that it's very simple. Inside this handles login Google sign in, here you can simply just take a try catch block, and inside here actually what you will do, you will define this is a async function, and then here we'll have await, we'll simply say call this. Okay, we'll have to, let me copy this, we will have to copy this and we'll have to import it at the first. So we will have to use it as a object, so that's why we'll define comma, and here we'll call this so sign in with Google, and inside here we don't have to pass anything because it don't receive anything. And after doing this, what you will have to do, if everything okay, you can just simply show an alert login successful. We don't need to this way, we will simply define login successful. Then if it's okay, we can navigate to the actually home page, and if any errors happened, we will show a message something like this. Okay, or you can just show an alert instead of this message. So you can show an alert, so alert will be Google sign in failed. Okay, something like this. Okay, let's try it. So it's actually used in login page, so let me refresh it, go to the login page, and now we will implement if it's able to sign in with Gmail. So let me click here, and you can see the pop-up is opened and it will let you choose your accounts. For example, I am choosing these Gmail account for now, so let me click here. If I click here, you can see it's just give you a login. Click continue, and after clicking continue, it's redirect to the home page. And if you go back to your just Firebase project, and if you reload, then you can see we'll have two users right now. This is actually using Google login system, and this is actually manually login system, and these two users is available. So as we define this way, we can simply copy the same code block and we can keep it on the register page so that user can register by this way. And we'll have to define async here, and we'll have to call this from here. Okay, so these two processes done. We can, anyone can, the user registration by using email and password or using Google sign in from. Otherwise he can able to log in using authentications using actually email password, or you can just use login with Gmail. Okay, so now at this time what you will have to do, if you do this, the next thing is that you will have to do a little task. So your task is that you will have to manage the login state and you must have to work with logout. So let me do, when someone click a button or click a somewhere else, you can just let you log out. So for this, let me define here, that would be logout user. So let me define const log out, and for this actually it will be simply a function. We don't need to wait for the logout, and here we'll simply define so return. And for the logout, you can simply go to the documentations, and if you check where is actually logout, so maybe you can just go to manage users, and then if you scroll a little bit, maybe let me, okay, so sign out block, So how to define it? Actually, you can click this get started and maybe you will get it at the bottom. So user data. Okay, so if you can't find it, the way is actually you can search it. So you can simply search logout, logout or sign out, something like this. Maybe we can just search it sign out, sign, sign out, and let me search the documentation. Let me click this on, and if you go at the bottom, the process is sign out method and we have to provide this auth. So that's why here we implement sign out method, and let me import it. So sign out and we'll pass this. Okay. Okay, so the last thing is that we'll have to manage user state. So for this here, we'll just go to use user state, use manage user state, or you can go to the get started. And if you go to get started and go at the bottom, here you can see on auth state change. Using these, actually you can manage users data and observer, so a state observer, by using this format. So let's do it. And for this, actually we will implement it. Actually, let me define here. The comment is manage user. Okay, so here what you will do, you will take a use effect hook. So we will create a side effect, so that's why we will just make it use effect hook. It's actually receive two things. Actually we will have anonymous function at the first and empty dependency. So on this anonymous functions, let me create a function something like this, curly braces, and inside this anonymous functions we will define this way. Look, we will have to use one auth state change, and this will receive a auth and the user. Okay, so let's do it. Let me copy it, and here we'll define a variable at first. So we'll name it subscriber. So unsubscribe. So unsubscribe, then we'll simply call one auth state change. Let me import it, and inside it, actually look what you will have to pass. You will have to pass the auth and the user. So it's actually callback functions. Look, this is a callback functions. So let me define auth first. So we will include auth, then we will have simply we'll have a callback for the user. So let me define user, and this user will have something like this, and inside it we will set the current user and we'll pass the user here. So it will set to the current user, then we'll just define set loading false, and after then if the user is available, then if you want, the user can just have email password, so then you can just simply check if user available, then you can just manage his email password. So that's why here we'll define const curly braces, we can destructure email, then we can destructure display name. You can just, I don't memorize anything actually, so if you just go there, you will have to just define what to customize, or you can just go to the manage user sections, you will get more details. So look, for example, you can look this way. You can just you can just show a display username, or you can just simply define username, and that would be user dot something like this. If you want maybe username, so username will be, so actually it will be display username. So user dot, that means we will just use objects format. Then it will actually, if you want to get the photo of the Gmail accounts, you can simply do it by photo URL. So we can simply get photo URL. We are destructuring all of this stuff from the user. So inside users we will have all of this stuff. So after destructuring, we can create a user data. So we'll have user data, and this data actually will create objects. So our object will be, we will have email, then we will have username, and this will be actually, our username will be the display name. Okay, and finally we will create a photo. This photo will be this photo URL. We are just creating an object by based on this information. We will destructure all of this information from the user. So if everything happened, then what you can do after these, actually you can simply define nothing. And after then you can, after this block actually you will have to return it. So let me return, and we will return what, we will have to return a callback. So let me take a space, we will simply define callback, and here we will simply define unsubscribe, and let me call it. So as we define a function, then we can just return this function. So if you do this, then it's done, our auth provider is done. Now let me implement this state. When someone log in here, the users will be displayed. So for this functionality, how we can just do it? So for this functionality, you will have to go to navbar. So where is our navbar? So this is our navbar. Inside this navbar, look, in the previous actually we will simply define current user, that is actually false. It's actually from by default manually, but we don't do it. We can simply define const. We will just get it from actually use auth hook, and we can simply destruct the current user. Let me copy it. I don't just type it manually because we can make mistakes, so we can get the current user here, and at the same time we can just get the logout state, so that we can just implement logout functionality. So if current user available, let me see here, by default it's showing the profile. But what if the login logout is there? So if the logout is there, you can just simply define a functionality that is actually const log handle logout, and this will be a function, and we can simply define const curly braces, and we can just simply define logout. We'll have to call logout. Okay, so if you do this, let me use this, where actually here maybe we'll have a logout. So after this navigations, we can create a button. So let me, so this is our UI. So after this UL, we will take a li tag, and inside this take li tag we'll have a button, and we'll make it actually log out button, and this will simply say some css. For example, this logout button have class name, and we will define this will be same css that above defined. Let me copy this, but for now let me copy all of this css from here, and we'll keep replace this. And after then this button actually, if you now check, if you just click look logout, but these do nothing, what you will have to do. So additionally, let me define this will be w full. Okay, now maybe it's fine. Okay, we don't need it to center position. Okay, we can simply define text left. So now maybe it's okay. Okay, it's okay. When someone click it, you need to call a one click handler. So that's why here we can simply define on click, and we will call these functions from here. This is handle logout functions. Okay, so look, if anyone now, if you refresh, look there, after a few seconds the user is there, and if anyone click logout, look, it's login. If you go to login, then if you log in with your Gmail account, I'm just showing it. So, yeah, if you log in with Gmail account, then it's go there, and you can see the login user avatar is showing there. So by this way actually you can manage your user login and logout state. But so if you want, so you can see when you log out, it says something this. When you just log in, it just redirect. It takes some time to replace this, but we'll handle it when actually we'll have loader. So when we'll have loader, it can just be a more smooth way. Okay, so I think you can understand how we can implement actually user login and logout functionality. And after these actually what the next, so after based on these we have to implement the card functionality. For example, if anyone click here, then let me only user can go to checkout page. So by default any user can click this checkout and go there, but we will protect this page actually only if user login, then this page will be visible, otherwise this checkout page will not be there. So that's why what you will have to do, we'll have to work with protected route. So we'll just protect this page so that unwanted registered user cannot access this page. Only registered user can access this from or this page, checkout page. So if anyone want to go to this page, he must be login. So we'll implement that functionality in the next video. Okay, so for this now actually we'll implement private routing. Only logged in user can access to the uh checkout page. For example, if anyone try to check out, so if anyone try to go to the checkout, it redirects to the login page. So without just login to the website, anyone can't able to check out. So that's the functionality we'll implement. So let me close everything. We don't need anything here, so I'm just closing everything, and we'll close all the components and all the stuff. And the thing is that what we'll do, we'll go to src folder, then we'll go to routes. Here we'll create a private route. So that's why that would be, we'll name it private route, route dot jsx. Now here on this private route, what you will have to do, you will have to create a uh, provider or router. So that's why this way you can simply define RAFCE, so React functional component. And then what you will do, look here, this provider receive a children, so that's why that would be children, CISLDREN, children, and we'll return these children, okay, from this block. But we can just do it conditionally. Firstly, we will check if the current user is available. So that's why we will have to get the current user from the use auth hook. So use auth, so that is actually use auth hook. If not suggesting, you can go to the context page, and let me open it on the new tab, then you can just get the suggestion. So use auth hook, and then here we'll have current user. So let me copy paste. This is actually, at first we'll check if there is a current user. So if the user is available, we can just show the children, otherwise we can just simply redirect to the login page. So if current user, so current user, then we will show return children, otherwise if not, we can simply, let me define here, we can simply return navigate to. So let me define navigate. So if navigate is not suggesting, let me import it. So from where we would like to import, we will have to import it from actually React router DOM. So React router DOM, and we can simply, now let me type navigate. So this is navigate, and inside this, let me close this, we'll navigate to actually login page. So if user is not there, we'll just navigate to login page and we'll replace. Okay, so this is the thing, we'll have to do it. Now let me protect this route. Only registered user can just access this. So that's why we'll go to router, and then if you want to protect this route, what you will have to use, you will have to wrap it within these actually private route. So let me cut this, we'll call private route, and inside this, let me paste this. So if you do this, now we will go to the checkout page. So checkout page, maybe inside pages we'll have books, inside this we'll have current books. So here we'll check if user is logged in, actually we will show the users, otherwise we don't do allow to get here. So for this, here what you will have to define, at first you will have to check if user is there. So here, let me, we are just adding a to do. This is actually manual process, we define the user is true. But for now, what you will do, we don't include it, we'll have to get the current user from the use auth. So use auth hook, will have to get the current user. Let me just get current user and include it checkout. So if you define current user, then you will have to define a performs. Okay, so what you will do, if you do this, now let me check it. By default, let me refresh, and if anyone go to checkout, then go to checkout page. But for now, let me log out, and by default let me hit manually. For example, I am a random user and I want to go to access the checkout. So checkout page, look, if you go to the checkout page, it's redirect to the login. So you must have to log in first to check out. Okay, so you can just try it this way. You can just add some product. Look, I just add 2 product. Now I would like to check out, so we'll go to this page, and now if I click checkout, look, it not redirect you, it not redirect to the checkout page, it's just redirect to the login page. And let's log in with Gmail accounts. Click here. Now look, it's redirect to the home page, and then you can just go to here. Then if you click, it's redirect to the checkout page. Can I understand how this is working? So right now here you can see the default email address is showing here. Now you can place an order, but for this order placement we'll have to store this order data to the backend so that we can actually use it in future. So that's why we will have to move to the backend to create a model and route for this order management. We will do it in the next video and complete the order process. Actually we'll have to save the order informations, phone number, email address, the product, the user order, and all of these locations, so that in future the inventor can call them to just provide the product. So that's why in on cash on delivery we will receive user data and store it on the backend, and then when need actually the owner can do perform actions or send product to the user. Okay, so now for creating an orders actually or placing an orders, what you will have to do, you will have to at first work with the, we'll have complete the Firebase authentication. Let me close this, and for now actually what we will do, we will go back to the backend. So let me close all of this stuff. We only open this checkout page, and let me close this frontend folder. We'll open backend, and inside this backend we'll have src folder, then we'll have a order folder. Inside this, at the beginning you will have to create a model of the order. So let me define order dot model dot js file, and inside the JS file we'll have to create a model same as we did for the book. If you open the book model, you can see at first we'll have to create a schema, then we'll have to create a model, and at first we'll have to just create we'll have to import Mongoose to this. So let me define Mongoose, then we'll have to create a schema. So let me write this way, we'll have to define const order schema, order is schema. Okay, and the process is we used actually will have new mongoose.schema. So let me define new mongoose.schema. Inside it actually we will have objects, and this way actually look here we'll define all of this way. If you just see, we will have title, description, and all of this stuff. But for the order schema, what you will have to include, look, for the order schema the process is we will just pass this information from the frontend. So that's why our model will be based on this information. You can go to the checkout page and you can see all of this stuff. At first we will have a name, so this will be the username, so we'll include the field name, and this will be by default what, this will be simply we can simply define type will be string, because the username will be a string value. Then we'll make it required true. After then we will see from this checkout page we will have email, so it must have an email. We can simply define email field, and we can simply copy this because it will be required and the email must be a string. So let me define this way, and after then email we can see there is another information, address. So for this address actually we will have some objects inside it. So how you can define it, you can simply define by default, look, inside these objects will pass city, country, state, and all of this stuff. Let me go to city, and here we'll paste city, and here this will be actually string format. So that's why we will define the same format, type string, required string, and as then after the city we will have country value, and inside it actually we will have the same way. Let me define this will be string. I'm just doing this way. Then we will define just a state. So a state will be by default string. string, and then we will have zip code. So zip code is by default string. Okay, so make it a string. So this is address. Then after this address we'll have to have a phone number. So let me define phone number here. After these actually we'll define comma, and that would be, we'll simply define this will be, you must have a phone number, otherwise fake order can happen. So that's why we'll have a type. The type will be, so before users shifting the order, you must have to call the user to confirm the order. So that's why we include phone number, and the type will be, and required will be true. Okay, and after then look here, what will pass? We'll have pass orders or products IDs. So for this actually here is the main thing. We need to define products ID, and this will be by default an objects format, and inside this objects will by default it's an array format. Look, we are just passing array here. So if you use map, it will return an array, as you know here. So we'll define at first array sign. Let me do it again. We'll define an array. Inside this array we'll have objects. If objects has two things, if objects has a type, so that's why here we'll define typ type, and here we'll call at first mongoose, and then we will have schema, then we will have types, and after then this will actually define object id, and we'll make a reference of the book model. So if you define book model, that means this id will come, this object id will come from the books, and actually it will replace when someone just click pass the area of product id, then it will check based on the book model. It will check, look, when we are working with it, look here on this database, you will check every book has an id underscore id. So let me check every an object id. Look, this is an object id. It will store only actually from here, from this command actually we will store only the object id from the backend. Actually if we just store id based on this book model, actually we can understand which product is ordered. So that's why we make a reference, and after then we can make it required true. Okay, so you must have to required true. So after then actually, like the last one is actually total price. So let me define total price here, and total price will be simply objects. We will define type number and required true. Okay, so lastly what you will have to do, you can simply define a timestamp. So timestamp will be true. We can track the when the order is placed. Okay, after then we'll have to create a model. So the model name will be order, and we'll have to call this way. So we'll have to include mongoose.model. So let me copy it, and we'll have to replace it here. So model name will be order model. So we will have order. So it will be next pass the order schema instead of book schema, and finally we'll have to export it. So we'll define module.export order. So our order model is done. Now we'll have to create an API for this order. Actually, for creating the order API, let me define here. Inside this order we'll have a order dot route.js, and inside this, if you want to use controller, you can also create a new on that is actually order dot controller.js, and for here actually we will implement all your logic here, and for this route we will implement our API endpoint. So to check it, how we can have to do, you can open the book route. Actually here you can see at first you will have to require it, then you will have to use router. Okay, so let me copy it and we'll keep it at the top, and after then actually from the book route you can see we'll have to define a instance of the express.router. So let me do it here, and finally we'll have to export it. So module.export, we will export this router. Okay, so after doing this, what you will have to do here, let me define a post a order. So create an order. So we'll define create order endpoint, and here what you will have to do, you can simply define router dot post as we post data from the front end, and that will be by default forward slash, and we'll have a async functions. We implement the functionality on the controller page, so that's why. So create a order, so it's a function. Let me define this function on the controller page. So this is order controller. Let me close this. Here we'll have to define const order, create an order. It will be a functions. So let me do this way. We'll have async function here, and lastly we'll have to export module dot export. We'll have to export in object format. Let me export it. So if you export, you can just let me import it from here. Okay, so import it, and now inside this controller, actually what you will have to do, we'll have a try catch block at the beginning. We'll have a try catch block, and then right now here what you will include, you will have a new order data. Let me format this code so that you can understand. Here the thing is that we'll have to define const new order, and this will be, we'll call await. Then we'll import the order model. So order model, then inside this order model we'll pass require dot body. So we'll pass information through the body, so that's why we'll have to define require body. And after then, actually what you will do, we'll simply define const saved order, and we'll define await, and we can simply call this new order. And above these, actually we can just define save method, something like this. Sorry, save method. Okay, finally if done, we can just response it. So response and res dot status, sorry, it will be res dot status. Oh god, dot status code will be 200. So it's a success started. Then we can simply JSON and we pass the orders. Okay, inside this error block, actually we can just console log the error creating order, and we will just fail to create an order. So our API endpoint is done. Now we'll have to include it on index.js. Here how we will do, you will have to copy it, and for this actually we'll have our API. So that is API slash orders. Then it is not actually book API, it will be order routes, and let me input it at the top. After these, actually let me define const orders route, and we'll require it. So from where we'll require, we'll have dot forward slash src slash, we'll have orders slash, then order route. Okay, so if you do this, let me implement it from the front end. So how you can implement it from the front end, here you can see we'll have a on submit form, and it's actually console log the new data, new order data. So let me check here. If you inspect and if you click the console, let me do it, I just refresh it, and it will redirect to the login page by default, or you can simply go there, and if you click here, go to their checkout, and you will have on product. Let me define my information. Maybe this is Mr. X and Mr. X. Then we can simply define phone number. So I am just providing a phone number. Then I just defining a locations, maybe city Kolkata. Then maybe street, we can just use a random street, A B C. Then let me city A B D, we country E, spread F, and there is a zip code. And now if you try to place an order, it not happened until you just check out. If you check out now, if you click this button, it will just give you a data on the line number 35. That means here line number 35. If you have data, you can just create an order. So how you can create an order, you can simply define a try catch block, and inside this catch block, what you will include, you will define console.error, and you can capture the error. You can just rename the error. So that is actually, let me define a comma here. We'll define error creating an order, something like this. Okay, or you can just define place an order, and let me show an alert fail to place an order. And inside this try block, what you will have to do, look, we'll have to convert it to async function. So add here, we'll add async function. Now inside here actually we can use await, and then we'll have to create a order API. So how you can do this? For this actually I forget to create an order API. Let me do it. We will go to Redux. Where is the Redux folder? Okay, inside this Redux folder we'll have features, and inside this features will include orders, and that would be inside this orders we'll have order API. Okay, orders, order API, or orders API, something like this, order apis.js. Okay, so here how you can create an API. Let me open the book. Okay, I did a little mistake. This book API will be inside books. So let me replace it. And now maybe if you do this, we'll have some issues on the checkout page. So let me go to the book here. Actually there is some little changes we'll have to do after this. Actually inside this store we'll have to just import these from actually book API will come from the books folder. Okay, so after then is there any corrections? So maybe let's check. Maybe it's used on, I just did, we will go to the home page, then we will use it on top seller. Maybe we can just, let me input it this way again. We'll have query, and let me input it. Everything is done, and on the recommended book we'll have to change this API if it's just did it again. Okay, so let me close. Okay, now imported perfectly. So now here I think we'll have nothing to do. Let me go to checkout, and here we'll simply define, let me await, close it. Now let me check if there is any error. So the error is that on single book, here we'll have to just make the editing. So we don't include the Facebook API from cart. Actually we'll have to include this from the actually books features. So let me simply change it. Okay, so this is fine. I think the error has gone. Actually we removed the actually page, so that's why this is the thing, it's happened. Okay, and you can handle this actually. Okay, every time if you refresh it's getting there, but for now actually you can just define a user state hook. Actually you can just define a user state hook to solve that. I will show that, but for now let me work with order API. We'll have to define a order API. So for this we can just close all of this stuff. This is unnecessary for now. And now we will go to order API. How to create it? You can simply just, let me close all of this stuff we don't need. We will have all of this close. We will have only open a store and order API. How to create an API? So if you check the books here, you can see we'll have to create API by this way actually. Okay, so you will have to define a API by this way, create API. Let me copy it, let me paste it, and here what you will do, you will simply define parenthesis curly braces. Let me input it. How to input it? You will have to input it from React query. You will have to define it, input on React query, and inside here actually look what we will did. We'll have to a reducer path. We can copy it and paste it. Instead of this actually it will be simply order orders API, and we'll just name it orders API. And after doing this, what you will have, you can simply have a base URL. So we'll have a base URL, base query, and inside this we will call phase base query. And inside this actually we'll have something like this. We'll have base URL, and this base URL will be dynamic, so that's why we'll use backtick. Then we'll have to call $sign, then we'll call get base URL, and inside this get base URL, after this curly braces, we will have to define API slash worders, and after then actually we'll make credential true, credential true, credential actually include. Okay, after this actually we'll have reducer, or we'll have endpoints, but before that let me define tag types. So tag types will be worders. Okay, let me define this way and let me close it, and then we will have actually endpoints. We'll have builder method, so inside it actually we'll have builder, then we'll have simply curly braces, parenthesis, curly braces, and inside this curly braces we'll have a uh, create worder. So this is the name of the API. Then inside here actually it will be builder dot mutation, and then we will have something like this arrow, parenthesis, curly braces. Inside this actually we will have a query. Hi, let me define query. So did we make any mistake here? Let me check. Okay, we will have to define curly braces here. After this builder dot query, we'll have inside this we'll define query. Query will be simply it will receive new order data, new order, and we'll have a arrow sign. Inside this we'll have parentheses, curly braces, and then we'll have a URL. The URL will be root URL, so that is actually not extra path here. Then we will have the method will be, so it's actually post method. You can see if you just go to front backend, actually if you check your orders route here, it's actually post method, so that's why we'll include this is actually post. And after then what you will have to do, you will have to pass a body that would be new order, and let me define a credential true or credential include. If you include it at the top you don't need this, but we can just do it again for just showing. Okay, so if this API is created, now we'll have to export it. So let me export const, and we'll have to export it by this way. We'll have create we don't have create API, actually it's order API. Okay, this is order API, and inside this actually we will pass this way use create order mutation, and now we will connect it on the store. So let me copy this. We'll have actually orders API, and let me input it. Okay, we will have to default export it. So let me export default orders API, and now we can easily import it. I and input, and now we'll have this is actually order API, and we'll have to define a middleware by using a comma. So that would be order API.middleware. So if you do this, now everything is fine. Let's check an order. We will handle this logout state by default when we're working with data. Okay, by default let me place an order. We will have to place this true product, and we will simply, okay, but before that we didn't use it here. Inside here we just let me define const. We will have to mutation, so that's why here on this block you can simply define const. We will have to, if mutation you will have a square bracket, we'll have to use call use create order mutation, and we'll receive actually, let me close the store, we'll have to receive this create order, and then we can actually receive uh curly braces. We can receive actually is loading. You can just receive prefetch. So okay, is loading is fine, I think. So now what you will do, and at the same time you can just receive error. Okay, so if anything happens you can just show here actually after this div. If you check if is loading, you can simply define a return. The return will be div is loading dot, okay, something like this. Okay, so otherwise here on this await, what you will do, you can simply call the create order, and inside this create order will pass new order. So this is the object will pass new order, and after then we'll unwrap it. Okay, so after doing this, what you will have to do, if order placed successfully, we'll navigate it. Actually your order or we can just simply show an actually swal. So if you want to use swal, is w sweet alert, actually is w sweet wt sweet alert. Let me go there and we can show something like a confirmations. So let me add confirmation button. We just do this swal from here. Let me we simply copy it, and we can simply, instead of alert, we can show it here. Let me install sol at the beginning. So if it's not installed, let me import it this way. Import sol from sweet alert, and here we'll customize are you sure your order placed successfully? Okay, and title will be confirm order. So if I confirmed order, and maybe here yes, it's okay, and here we will define result will be is deleted, something like this. Let me check what message it will print. Yes, cancel is deleted. We will simply define okay, it's okay. Here we'll just define yes, it's okay. Or let me check actually. Okay, actually we don't need this then block. Actually we don't keep it. We can simply remove this block. We don't want this. Actually let me remove, and we'll only keep this swal. Okay, let me check what it happens here. Refresh this. Now we will add two product. Let me try to add two product. I am just closing this, and now we'll have two product on the cart. I am just clicking the checkout, and you can see total price items, and let me define the order. For example, I am just define the name of my name, MD Al Mamun. Okay, then I will define a random phone number for now. Then I just provide a locations, maybe these locations, and state will be maybe Dhaka. Okay, now I am just clicking agree, and if I click place an order, look loading, and after then fail to place an order. Why? The order is failed because, let me check it. Why? Actually let me submit it again. Why actually order placed? So because the API slash order refuse the connection from this. So error, there is an occur error on line number 53. So why actually? Unwrap API creation, API route, everything is fine. Why it's happened? Okay, status is that type error to face an order. Why the type error? Maybe we can just define, let me console log here. Let me check the terminal. Why the order is placed failed? Here if you read the documentations, so race is not defined. Here actually the error is here on the error block, and if you just define Okay, request is not there, so let me check order route, and it's actually order controllers. Here we will have simply status req is not defined. Okay, we mistake here. We'll have to define request and response here. Okay, after doing this, let me check the database is stored. So example like a MongoDB is connected successfully. Now let me okay, and for now we'll confirm it, and let me clear everything. And if I place an order, look, confirm order, yes, you placed an order successfully. If you click OK, then it's fine, order is placed. And if you go to the database, you can simply check a order collection is there, and you can see order one is placed. So look, there is a order collection, go there, and you can check a order is created, and this is the product ID. Look, this product, two product is added here. You can see this is your email, this is your phone number, and total the price. You can store this data on the database, so you can call the phone number and confirm the order, and you can ship the order. So that's way actually cash on delivery should work. Okay, so after doing this, the next thing is that if you want to just do an navigation, you can, when the order is done, you can place to the order page. For example, here what you can do, let me close it. When the order is successful, you can just navigate the user to the order page. So that's why you can simply do it const navigate, and then it will be use navigate hook, and we can simply, when the order is confirmed, it's actually redirect to the order page, for example orders page. Okay, so let me check if the API, if the endpoint is created. So that is actually orders, yes, there is a div. Okay, now let me place an order. We will simply create a new, let me refresh it, and now let me choose, we will choose different to order. For example, let me just purchase this book. We will go to click here, checkout, then we will define full name. So for understanding, I am just defining a wrong name here. Let me define a random number, something like this, and we'll define a actually, let me define West Bengal, Bengal city, Kolkata, Kerala, and country India, and then state maybe ABC, then zip code maybe something like this. And if I confirm and place an order, you can see order confirmed, and you redirect to the order page. Now if you place order, you will have to show the order here on this order page, so that user can just check which order is placed and the status of the order. So for doing this, actually we'll have to create a route for the orders. So where is actually, let me go back to the backend. Let me go back to the backend. So we'll close the front end, and inside here actually we'll have order routes and order controller. Let me keep this order API here actually. So our checkout page is done, we will close that. Okay, for get the orders, actually we'll have get orders by user email address. So by user email. Okay, so user can get all the order by his email address. So that's why we'll have something like this. So for this, actually what you will have to do, so here we'll have a get router dot get. Here how to do this, actually we will simply define email, and then we'll have user email, then we'll have to close it. We'll have to create a controller. So get order by email, and let me create a functionality for this controller. Here we'll have const, this is will have request response curly braces, and then inside here we'll have try catch. The same way we can simply define the console log error. So create error fetching orders, and here is fetch order fetch order. Okay, inside the try block, let me export it export it from here, and inside this try block, what you will do, at first you need to get the email. So you will get email from the request dot params. So how you will get the same syntax you use after the clone. So this will be the email, and after then actually what you will do, you can just define create an order const. We'll define orders, so it's plural. We'll define await, and then we'll have to define order model. Let me call order model. Then we'll have a find method. Inside this find method, we'll find based on the email. So that's why email, we can simply then sort the order. So latest order will be sort based on the curly braces created at, and here we'll define based on the -1. Okay, after this order, if it's available or not, if the order is not there, if not orders, then you can just define a return status, return res.status, so order not found, something like this. And finally, after doing this, what you can see, you can just define a status that will be ordered, something like this. Okay, so now we can create this API. Let me import it from here. So we will simply import it. So this is done. Now we will create an API on the Redux folder. Inside this Redux we will have orders.api.js file. Here came it, and let me define another one, get orders by email. So here the process is, we'll have to simply define it will be builder dot query, as we are just using get method. Then inside this, what you will have to do, inside this actually we will have simply, the task is very simple. We will have simply define query inside here. The query will be, it will pass email, and then we'll have arrow, parenthesis, curly braces, we'll have URL, and then the endpoint URL will be this URL from the routes. Let me copy this block, or you can simply copy these options, and let me define it this way. Here we will simply define the URL will be received by curly braces email. Okay, something like this. Okay, after doing this, what you can do, you can simply define a provided text. So after this actually provided text, and that would be by default orders. So let me define orders. Okay, if you do this, then it's done. You have to export it by this way. Let me define get at the first use get order by email query, and we will have to call it, let me create a order component. So where we can create, maybe we can create it on actually books. Here we can simply define order page dot jsx, and here rfc. Okay, now we'll import it on router. So here we will have to include it here. Let me define, instead of this we will define order page, and here actually what you will do, we'll also use a private route so that no one can see personal order. So that is actually private route, and inside this actually will paste order out. Okay, so by default, if you able to go to, for example, if you able to go to order page orders, it will redirect to the login. Okay, so it's actually by default redirect to the login page, but if user is login successful, you can see the login is there. Okay, so if this is okay, the next thing is that what you can do, you can just here present the orders. So we'll design this component for this actually. At first, let me get the orders. So const, we will have curly braces, then we will call use get order by id, we will call this, then it will actually have by default data, and we'll name it order. We'll name it orders, and by default we can name it as an object. Then we will have simply curly braces is loading. Okay, we don't need actually curly braces, we can simply check is loading, and we can just check is error. Okay, so if loading, let me show. If loading, then we can simply return div. So div is loading dot, and you can simply copy it and check if is error. So is error, you can simply show error getting orders data. Okay, fine. So we'll have to design this page. For this, actually it's a this design page is very simple. What you will have, we can simply define a structure of it. Let me define this way. We can simply define a class name, and here we'll define containers mx auto and p of 6, something like this, and inside here we can simply define a h1 or h2. So that would be, so your orders, your orders. Okay, and we can just add some styling. So that would be, maybe here we will define text to excel, semibold, and margin bottom 4. So we'll do all of these classes, and after this actually we will check. So if orders dot length and gts length is equal 0, then we will conditionally show a message that is actually a div, that is actually no orders found. We'll have simply no orders found. Okay, something like this. Otherwise we'll have to use a clone, and then we'll take parentheses. Let me take a new div, and inside this div we can simply define if orders is greater than, then we'll map it, and then we'll every time get an order, and we'll get index. Then we'll have arrow parentheses. Inside this parenthesis we'll have a div, and inside this div actually we'll have a h3. So that is actually order id. We can simply define order id, and that would be simply curly braces, and we'll destructure order, and every order has an underscore id. Okay, so now let me check it. So if you now go to the order space, you can see no order found. But why? Actually you will have to pass an email here, otherwise it will not work. So at the beginning, let me get the email from the actual current user. So let me use auth hook, and from here we'll get current user, and inside this current user actually we'll have email. Okay, so now after doing this, you can see we'll have two order data. So if you present the order data, I just copy the css, copy the styling. I think you can able to do that. So it's very simple, I just copy the styling. But the theme is that if you just able to show this, you can able to show other stuff. So let me format this, and now you can see we'll have this type of order. So you can see this is the order id, you can see the order placer name, so phone number, price, then locations, then the order id. So the second time we order the one product, so that's why if you want to add extra thing, for example here you want so number one or something like this, I think you can just include here, simply show maybe. So you can just simply show a paragraph, and you can just define hash, and you can just simply show the number. So index plus 1. So this will actually show let me go there, we'll have to fix these issues. So this is number one order, this number or two order. Okay, so if you able to this, now I think it's fine. You can just add some background color, so you can simply define, so px p actually 1, and we can just define bg secondary color. Okay, and text will be white. And now we can check something like this. We can have to make a width, so maybe width is maybe 10, something like this. Now you will have, you can just define round it, so round it will be something like this. And you can see your order, first order to, you can just add a little gap, so mb maybe 1. Okay, now mask gap is there, so this way you can present all the order. So you can see our order page is there, and if anyone click after pressing an order, the order is presenting, but there is an issue. If you refresh, look, it redirect by default on the login page, but the user is there. So we'll have to fix these issues, though user is there, but it's actually redirect to the login page. Why and how to fix it? So to fix it, the issues is that actually when we just the website is on loading state, actually it's the current user is not available, so that's why the issue. So you can solve it very simply. Look here at the top, you just simply define a login and set login state. So you can simply just get this state and you can just pass it from here. So we'll simply define loading state here, and now you can just go to the private routes, and here you will, this structure is loading. Then here you will check if loading, so if loading, then simply, so curly braces return loading, something like this. Or you can just simply define a loader that we have created, loader that is that created, or just let me define a simple loader here. Okay, we didn't just make our loader yet, so that's why I just showing this dip. So if you include this, then now let me check it. If I go there, if I go to orders, and if I refresh, look, at first it's loading, then it's actually presenting the data. Okay, so that's why there is no error. If you just refresh, then the error has not there. Okay, so after doing this, the next task is we'll have to implement admin functionality. If admin has this functionality, then he can able to access to the admin dashboard. Let me do it. So admin login successful, then you will have to show all of this stuff. We will have to present all of this data. He can able to add a new book, manage books, all of the books, and then also do others performance. So for this, actually let me remove this. We don't need all of this. Actually this time, actually we'll have to create an admin from the backend. Actually admin, we will have only one admin for this project, but you can create multiple. But for now, actually we'll make a super admin, and then super admin can have access to the dashboard. So here let me close everything. We'll simply click here, and let me close the front end part here, src, and all of this is state, close on by on, or you can simply let me close. Okay, so front end is closed. Now we will have to work with backend. At first we'll have to create a admin, so that's why inside these actually orders we will have a user dot model dot js. Okay, so this is, we'll have to create a model from the mongoose. Actually that's why we'll define const mongoose, and we'll require mongoose at first. Then we'll have to create a schema, so const user is schema, and we'll simply call new, and we'll call actually mongoose dot schema. And inside this, actually we'll have to pass, look, actually when someone just log in here, actually look at the beginning, if I go to / admin, then it's actually say it's actually receive username and password. So that's why what you will have to do, you will have to only create an schema by this way. So let me define here, we'll have a username, and it will be simply by default will define type at unique true. Okay, and then it's actually have a password, so that is actually password field, and this will be simply type string required true. And lastly we'll have a actually role type, so role will be by default the user has a role that is actually type string, and we will define type will be string, then we will define enum. So enum will be by default, it's two things actually, by default user and admin. So this is two type of enum. If you need third users, you can define it. And finally we will define required also true. Okay, so we'll have all of these stuff, and after then actually what you can do, you can just hash the password, so on no one can just check it. And finally let me create a model at first. So const user model, then we will call mongoose.model. We will have something like this. Inside this user we will simply pass this user schema. So let me user schema and let me export it. So we'll just define module dot export the users, and before that, before completing this, here actually we'll call user schema and dot pre method. Actually you can just apply two method on schema. So one is actually pre and on post. So pre will work before save, so we'll just define the actions name. And then here we'll have a async function, then we'll call the function keyword. Let me function keyword, we will define a next here, next, then we'll have a curly braces. Let me define, okay, here it will require. So inside this actually what you will define, you will check if not this dot is modified, then the field is actually password. You will simply define the password field, then you can simply return next. Okay, so you can simply return next. Otherwise what you can just do, you can simply define this dot password, and here we will define await, and we'll have to use bcrypt. So let me install bcrypt. So for this actually bycrypt, and here we'll use this. So let me install it, it will install on backend. So let me stop this backend terminal, Control C Control V to paste it. And at the same time let me define JSON Web Tokens, JWT, and search it. Then you can go to this npm package and also install this. We need this to think right now, so let me install it. So after installing it, how to use actually bcrypt, let me run our server again. So our server is running now. How to use bcrypt, actually if you check here, actually to use bcrypt you will have to use this way. Look after the, so after the installation you will go at the bottom, you will have to define, you will have to require at the top. Let me require, here we will require it this folder. And after then what to use, so you can simply use look bcrypt.hash this method, and then inside this you will pass your email address, then a salt. Okay, so let's do it. We can simply define this way. Let me call, so here bcrypt dot hash, then inside this we will pass the password. So this is actually inside this dot password. And after then what you will have to do, the second parameters we'll have to pass is actually a salt is 10 by default. So if you do this, then you can simply next it. So your schema is created, done, and your model is done. Now we'll have to define a route. So route will be user dot route dot js, and here on this route actually we will have to create a admin. So that's why here let me define, at first we'll define const express will have to require express. So after then we'll define const router, and that would be express dot router method, and let me export it, module dot export, we will export router. So if we export router, let me import it on index.js. Here we'll have to create an API endpoint. So that is actually, so it will be auth or something like this. I'm not sure which one is this, but we can just do this way. or as it's an what okay is fine, but you can just define it admin as it's a admin route. So that's why let me define admin, and here we'll simply define admin routes. Let me do it this way, or you can just define get admin routes. We can simply define const get admin routes, and that is actually require. We'll have to define dot slash src slash users slash user route. Okay, we just did a mistake. I actually will define it actually what, so what is actually perfect, and maybe if we can just define its user route, so this is perfect. We'll define this actually user route, and let me correct it. So this will be the same thing. We will have to define this way. After this, actually the next thing is that we will have to create a route. So we will need to define if the email and password is the same. So that's why app.post here will have something like this. What the route will be for this actually, if anyone hit admin route, then we will have to define actually async request response curly braces. We don't create any controller here because we have already shown how you can do it. You can just do it by based on your demand, but for now actually what you will have to do, you will have to destructure username and password from request dot actually body. Okay, you will just destructure username and password. Okay, so after this you will have a try catch block. Inside this catch, what you will have to do, will have console log error, and we can just define the error name, that is failed to login as admin, and we can simply do this. And let me status send a status invalid credential, and above this what you can do, you can just define or fail to login. Instead of invalid credential, let me just show the same error, so fail to login. Okay, so inside this try block, what you will have to do, you will have to create, you will have to check uh admin, you will simply define await, then you will call user model. So let me import it. Then we will have a find on method, so it will actually find on method, and it will actually find based on actually username, so it will actually search based on username. Okay, so do this actually on the database. Actually, if you go to database and refresh it, look, there will be users here. You can simply create a new users by inserting this. Let me insert a new users. By this way, we can simply define an objects. Inside this objects will have a username, so we can just get help of this model. Will have the same username. Let me define username, and the value will be by default admin. Okay, then I'm just creating a admin manually. Then we'll have password. I can just copy this password so to avoid the mistake. Here password, and now maybe I'm just defining a password, maybe 12345 6, something like this, and this is the admin password. And when done, let me copy. Okay, let me keep it. If I insert, then you can see one user is inserted. Okay, after the user is inserted here on this route, firstly it will check based on this username. So that's why if it's available, it can simply show. If is admin not available, it will show admin not found, and otherwise here it will actually check if user dot password then not equal admin password. You can simply, what you will do, you can just simply define invalid credential, or you can just simply invalid password. You can just alert this password, and otherwise here what you can do, if everything is fine, you can just generate a token. So const token will define JWT. So if you have to do JWT, let me import it. Okay, you will have to import by this way. We'll define const JWT and we'll use this JWT here. JWT dot sign. Let me check it how you can use it. So if you scroll a little bit, look, you will have to define require it, then you will have to use JWT dot sign. So this is the method. You can just follow this one. So you will have to pass your information, private key, and your algorithm or its stuff. So that is actually jwt.sign. Here at the beginning you will have to pass your information. Don't pass the informations, the sensitive information here only will pass. ID will be user or admin dot underscore id. Then we will pass another value. So for example, username user's name will be admin dot username, and maybe we can just pass the role. So did you define role? Actually I forget to include the role. We'll have to include a role field here. So let me delete this data. Actually we can just delete this and we can just create another one. So I forget to include the role field here, so that's why insert inside this. Let me click here, and here we'll have to simply define curly braces. Here first value will be, let me do it this way. Now I will do it perfectly. So username, then we will have, this is actually admin, then we will add a comma, then quotations. We'll have password, we'll have a password. This is actually, let me define a password, and then the last field will have to include actually role. So for this role, actually this is role, and we'll define the admin has a role of admin. Okay, the admin will be the role of admin. If you insert data, now this is the perfect data will required admin. Okay, so if you will have, actually we'll back to the routes. Here we will have the role field. We can just simply pass this role, then it will be admin dot role. Okay, so this is the first value of the JWT sign. This is the first one, and after this you will define a comma, and then here you will have to define a secret. So for this, actually we can just create a secret on .env file. For example, we can just name it JWT underscore secret key, something like this. Here you can just define a random key, something like this, or you can generate it by using just let me close. We can just simply go there. We can just simply define node, and then the terminal is okay. For node we will simply type random crypto random bytes, and there if you go to the documentation of overstack flow, then you will see at first you will have to require crypto, then you can just generate a random key for you. So let me do this way. We can simply use this. Okay, let me paste it here. Here instead of 32-bit, actually we will just define 64-bit. That means we'll get a random string of 64-bit, and we can keep this string to the here of this JWT token. Okay, so let me just format it a little bit. Okay, so the token is done. We can just simply Control C to stop the terminal. Okay, now we'll have to use it on this. So here we can simply define const JWT secret, and here we'll simply define process.env dot, we'll have to define the secret key name. So that is actually JWT secret key, and now we'll use this secret to these positions after this comma. You can just let me just do this way so that you can understand. Okay, so after this first value we will define user information, then the second value will be the secret, and the third value will expire it in on hours. So if you do this, a token will be generated. So if the token is generated, we can simply return the status. So let me define res, and let me define return a status. So res dot status code will be 200, and then we will have to define either JSON or just send message. So at first we'll have a message will be authentication successful. Then we can just pass the token. Then inside the users objects we can simply define what we can pass. Here we can pass only username and role, so we can just simply define username and role. We don't need include anything. Okay, so if you do this, then I think it's okay. Finally this sprout is done, and now we can just create a request from the admin, and we can just do this performance. So if you want to test it, for now let me do test with API here. So for example, the book route is done. Maybe we can just define a new folder that is actually, maybe it's for user. Okay, inside this we'll have add a request. So the request is get admin login. Okay, this will be a post request, and the URL will be localhost 5000 slash. Here you can see the index.js file defines API slash auth. We'll copy this, and inside it here actually we'll simply define auth, and after then maybe let me close these. Actually we don't need. Here the route is actually slash admin. Let me click here. So slash admin, and then inside this body what you will have to pass, you will have to pass raw data on JSON format, and inside here actually what you will have to pass, you will have to pass either email and password. So here maybe we'll have a mistake. This will be user dot password, not actually, or it will be actually admin, as we define admin dot password, and here we will just match it with the above password, something like this. Okay, so it will actually check admin dot password is not equal to password, given password, it will show invalid password. Okay, so I think now it's okay, everything is fine. Okay, now let's test here. As I know, the user name was simply admin. Okay, and after then we just define a password. So password was actually 12345 6. Okay, now if I just send a request, you can see sending request, it generated message authentication successful. This is your token, and you will have the users. So if you will have this token, you can just verify the token by using a middleware. Then we'll move to the front end. So for this, actually inside this middleware, what you will do, inside this middleware you will simply define verify token. Let me create verify admin or something like this, admin.js, admin token. Okay, admin token dot js, something like this. Sorry, it's not actually js6, I made a mistake a lot. Okay, it will be js, and inside this what you will have to do, you will have to add first need jwt. So that's why we can simply get it at the top. Then you need this secret, so let me copy this secret. We'll have to need these two things at the first. Then we'll define const verify admin token, and here to verify it, actually it will receive, as it's a middleware, it has request response, sorry, it will have request response and sorry, response and next function. Then let me define it, and thirdly we will simply export module.export. And here what you will define, you will have to get the token at first. So that's why let me define token. The token, we will get the token from request dot headers, headers headers. Then inside this headers will have actually authentications. So let me define, we'll have authentications, then we will check if authentication, then we will just split it, split split it, we'll split based on actually empty, and finally we'll get the string, the value of 1. Okay, so now what to do, actually if you would have the token, by using this you will actually get a token, and after the token what you will have to check, if not token, you will send a uh, status, that is actually the message will be uh, access declined, denied. Okay, and no token provided. Okay, so after doing this, simply if the token is available, we'll have to verify it, so that's why jwt verify, and inside this actually you will have to pass the token, and then what you will have to do, you will have to include the jwt secret, and here actually we will have error and user, or you can simply define a arrow here. So this will be simply if error happens, so if error happens you can simply return what you can return, you can return a status of invalid token or invalid credential, you can just define credentials, something like this. Otherwise, if everything is fine, after this if block we can just define request.user equal the user, and you can simply call this next. Okay, so how it should work, for example, if you want to make sure that the only admin can post a book, for example, right now we can see we'll have all the routes, so anyone can create a book by hitting this. So we'll go to the books collection and let me post a books. So right now if anyone hit this, for example, let me type with token, so we are just creating a book by this way, we'll just define the title will be this, and if you hit look, this book is created, but it's actually not check if the user is admin or not. So how to define it, so on this actually book route, if you implement here, if you call verify admin token, and now if you just try to hit the same way, so with token, maybe we can just define to here, and if you now send request, it will see access denied, only admin can post it. In the previously actually anyone can hit this API and post a book, but right now only admin can able to post a book, so that's why at first the user have to log in as an admin. So let me log in as an admin by using this, here you will get a token, you will have to use this token to the hit authorization, then you will choose barrier token, and here you will have to choose this, you don't have to choose it manually, we'll handle it better way. So that's why if you click here, right now we can see the book is successfully posted because we just defined the token, we provided the token, so that's why it will work. You can protect the route by this way, same way you can simply protect update book and delete books, so only user can admin can update or delete books. So all of these tasks is done, now we will all back to the front end and implements our admin routes. Okay, so for this admin routes actually have to do it. Okay, at first we'll have to create a login page for the admin when someone try to access the dashboard. So dashboard, then it will actually not there, we will have to implement some routes for the admin, and then we'll simply show that. But before that, let me go to the Navbar here. Okay, no, keep that. Okay, we'll close the backend only, we can just open actually the user route, I think it's okay. So for now actually after this we'll create this stuff in the next video actually. So now we'll have to work with admin. So at first let me define some routes for the admin. So we'll close backend, we will go to frontend, and we'll go to src. Inside this src actually we will have routers. So here is the routers. Inside this routers, we'll have to create another routes for this actually. So we'll close this first routes, and here we'll take another routes. Here we'll define the path will be by default. So the path will be by default slash admin, oh sorry, dashboard. So this is dashboard. Then we'll define elements. We'll have two elements by default. Let me define a div that is actually dashboard. Then we will define some children the same way as we did previously. We'll have something like this. Here in the children, at first we'll have a path. So path will be empty string. Then we'll have a element, for example dashboard home. We just define this is dashboard home, and we can just do same way. But here in previously actually we use that a forward slash, but this time actually we don't include forward slash because we will use relative and absolute path. So that's why we'll define path. The path will be, so for add a book actually we will have add new book, something like this. Then we'll define a element. So element will be by default a simple text, add a new book. So let me close it, and we have something like this. We can just copy all of this stuff. And the second one is actually, so add a book and edit book. Then we'll have to clone an id. Then we'll simply define that is actually, this is edit book. And third one is actually manage books for manage books. So this text will be manage books. So our routing for this admin is done, but it's actually not work. So if you now go to dashboard, you can see it's go to dashboard. If you get dashboard slash add new books, for example, then if you click, nothing happens. So why actually nothing happens? We can just fix all of this stuff, but before that let me create a admin route. So that is actually admin route, and this route will be a JSX. So here we'll create the same as the private route is. So that's why here let me define RAFCE, and here we will receive children, children, children. Then we'll remove this return block. We'll check at first token. If look inside, when we're just requesting this, when we are just requesting admin login, we are generating a token named a token. So we'll get if the token is available. We'll set the token when the admin login. We will set this token to the local storage, but it's not the best way, but we can just do it for now. I want to show you. So that's why this will be, maybe this is named as token. And after then, if this token available, then we can check. If not token, so not token, then you can simply return return true. Where actually you can simply return, not extra parenthesis. You can simply do this way. We can simply define navigate from React Router DOM and simply navigate to actually to admin page. Okay, admin. Okay, so then what you will do, otherwise will return the children. If there is children available, we'll simply define children. Otherwise we'll have navigate to outlet. Okay, so outlet, something like this. So if you do this, then your task is done. Now you can use it on to protect the route. So this is how you can use it. You will have to protect it by this. So here we can simply define, so admin, inside this actually we will have admin route. Let me input, did it export it? Yes, export. So that is actually admin. Why it's not working? Let me keep this way. Sorry. why it's not export it. We'll have to export this admin route at first. So let me define admin route, and then inside this will be admin. So let me define a div. This is actually admin dashboard mode. Okay, and then we also protect all of this by this way. You can simply check. You can either check all of this stuff or keep this way, nothing matter. But if you want, you can just do this way. For example, you can check admin route, paste it. You can also do this for admin route. Admin route, add a new book. Let me close it. So let me edit admin route, edit book. Let me close it. And lastly, admin route, manage book. Okay, so now if anyone try, look, if anyone try to hit it, it's actually by default do nothing. So it will check if the admin is there, otherwise it will just redirect to so login. But did we have already set? Let me check. Here we'll have applications, we'll have a token. Let me clear this token, and if you now refresh, look, it's actually redirect to the admin because admin has no page. Let me create a new page. So here at the above the here we can simply define another curly braces, and we can simply define a path. So the path will be /admin, and then we can just define a component. So that is actually element, that is a simple div. Let me define admin login. Okay, now we can see, so it's actually admin login as you don't have token, so that's why it's by default showing admin login. So if you try to go to, for example, dashboard, it will redirect to the admin login. If you try to go to dashboard / new page, dashboard / add new book, look, it's still go to redirect to the login page. So we'll design the login page first. So where you can create a admin login, here this component folder will simply define admin login.jsx, will have RFCE. Then this login will be the same as the login, so we can simply include the whole div from here. And for now, let me just replace it. And after doing this, let me include all of this from the above. We don't need include, we'll just need to form. We need to the form at first. Let me input the form, then we'll have to import hook forms. Then actually what you will have to do, you will have to define a on submit. So we'll have something like this. We'll have on submit here. Now we don't include anything here. We'll have to remove this stuff. Okay, fine, this is okay. And after then what you will have to do, you only need this from, actually you don't need Google provider, we don't help Google provider, or you don't need something like this. Let me check. What if you just check it, so we'll have to import this on the router here. Instead of this, let me check admin login, and let me check if what's happened. So there is a message not defined, so let me define a message here. So we can just copy get message, it will be something like this here, include it. So after doing this, we'll have to import user state. Let me define user state. So if you do this right now, let me refresh, link is not defined, so we'll have to we don't need actually this one, redirect to the page. Actually, let me define /p. Okay, I think the error has gone right now, so let me refresh. Okay, we'll have this type of thing. We don't actually need this text, we'll remove this haven't an account, we don't need this. Okay, so additionally you can also keep this. Okay, or you can simply define its center position. So that's why what you will do, inside this form we'll have a button. You can keep this button class name tableau full. Okay, so if you make it full, then it's not actually full. You can simply, maybe we should just make it here w full. Okay, so now we can see this full width, so we can just change this. Here the text will be admin login. Okay, admin login dash you can just simply define dash board login, something like this. Okay, so if you do this now, I think it's okay. And now let me check if here there is let me just refresh it. Everything is fine. If anyone click, for example, it will be username, so that's why we will have to rename it. This is actually user name, and we will have to define this is username, and we will just make it id name, and the type will be text, and here is default value is username, and the second is password. It's okay, not matter to change it. Now instead of placeholder, here we'll have to define username. Okay, so now I think if I provide username and choose the password, for example 123, and if you click, navigate is not directed, so that's why here let me simply close this. Here you can just simply let me console log clg dot log data. We can simply just get the console. Let me clear everything, and if you click, now you can see we'll have email value is empty, and this because why actually email value, we don't actually need email value. Why actually taking email empty? Username text fine. Let me refresh it again. So here we'll have admin password, submit it. Okay, now it's working perfect. So if you have, then you can just create a API call, so you can just simply make the page properly. How we can do this? You can simply define at the top. Here you can use Exeus actually, so let me use install Exeus. So Exeus, we will go to Exeus http.com. Here we'll install Exeus, and we'll use this Exeus to our projects. So that's why how to use, you must be on frontend folder. Let me close this by Control C, and let me it's not working. Let me, if it's not clear, so let me paste it Exeus. So Exeus is installing. After installing, let me run the project again. Okay, so our project is running, and you can see everything is fine. Okay, everything is fine. You can just remove the cache here. You can simply define screen sc screen. Okay, now it will be on the middle positions. Now what you will have to do, as we install Exeus, have to use it. To use it, actually you can just click post request. Look, you will have to define this way. You will have to app.post. Okay, so to do this, actually on this, let me install import Exeus. So import Exeus from actually Exeus. So that would be second quotations. Let me sure Exeus is properly. Okay, Exeus. Now inside this try block, you can simply check const response. You will define a wait, then you will call Exeus, then you will call a post request. So that's why post request. Then you will have to define the path. So post request, this is the URL. So let me go to admin URL. Here you will have to paste it these positions, but we don't need to do this way, so we will use the get base URL. So get base URL, we'll have to call it. After then we'll have auth/admin. Then we'll have to look, if you read the documentation, after this actually we'll have to pass the data. So this is the data, we'll have to define it. Let me define the data will be So the data, and then what you will do, you can simply define curly braces. Okay, we forget to include a comma here. Okay, inside here actually, look, we will have to provide headers. So we'll receive, look, we defined that on the routers here, on the verified tokens here. Actually, you can see on the verified tokens we received the tokens from the header, so we'll have to pass token from here actually, from this, sorry, from this here actually. So inside it actually we'll have headers, and we'll define contents type, application JSON. So if you do this now here, we'll check. So let me define const. What will be, we'll simply define response dot data. Okay, so after this actually, if inside this what, you can simply console log this. So let me define clg. At first let me console the what. So if this is happened, let me, what we will check, if I just, let me inspect it, and if I just check the console, let me refresh it. If there is an admin email and password, and if login, look, a message is getting authentication success, you will set that token from here. So you will make sure if this is happened, we can simply define something like this. Let me do it. If what dot token, you can set it to the local storage. So you can just simply define local storage dot set item, and inside this you will have to write the token name. The token name will be the same, and inside this actually we will have auth dot token. Okay, so this name will be the same as you defined in on actually admin route, so it will be the same name. Make sure this name and here the name is the same, so otherwise you can just fetch error. And then actually this will expire after 1 hour, so that's why here we'll just define set timeout, and this will be a callback function. Let me define this way, and this function will simply define local stress dot remove item. We can just remove the token, then we'll alert token has expired, please log in again. Okay, something like this. And after this alert, we can navigate to the navigate. So let me just define it. So const navigate, we'll have to call use navigate, and we'll have to pass it. So let me define, then navigate will be by default root. Okay, otherwise so this set timeout will, after this curly braces, we'll have to define something like this, the millisecond here, 6000 into 1000 millisecond. That means actually 1 hour. So after 1 hour this token will be expired, and it will just remove the token, and you can simply show an alert. So that is actually, so login successful, or you can just make sure admin login is successful. Okay, and lastly we can just simply navigate it to the dashboard. So dashboard. Okay, simply let me check what happens. So I just refresh everything. If I try to go to dashboard, let me define go to dashboard, it will redirect to the admin dashboard. Here I am just providing a wrong password first, and if I try to log in, it says, so please provide a valid login. Okay, and now I am just providing the perfect password, and if I click, look, and there is get an error. That is actually connection error. The error is that network errors and config is there, something like this. Okay, so now if this is the error, maybe let me check. So let me check the dashboard. Here all the errors actually, here's there is showing an error. The error is actually admin can't set headers after they send to the client. Okay, so the problem is that it cannot be able to set the header. So let's why the issues. So let me check how you can just simply define it. So here we'll define contents headers. So we'll have data, the headers is content type, we'll have application.json. I think it should able to pass. Let me check headers content type application.json. Everything is fine. And so is everything is fine. Let me check authorization. We'll check split. Let me console log here. So CLG token. Okay. Let me check if database is running successful. Okay, now let me close it and let me clear it so that I can understand. Let me run the server again and wait for MongoDB successful connected. And now we'll just hit the request again. Look, admin login successful, and it's redirect to the admin dashboard. So if it's redirect to the admin dashboard, we'll have to design the dashboard something like this. We'll have to go to the admin dashboard and you will have this type of design. So you will have to something like this design, and I provide this template, so don't you have to worry about. We will design all of this thing in the next video. Okay, everything is fine. We just go to the dashboard and we'll have to design this layout, and here you can see we'll have all of this stuff. We'll have to present so this thing, and already we did lots of stuff. So for now actually I'll do a copy paste, and for this actually on the back end we'll have to create a starts folder. So inside this starts folder we will have a routes. So that is actually admin routes. So we'll define admin dot starts. So this is admin starts.js, and inside this actually we'll simply copy paste something. So this is very simple. I don't explain this code, it's a little bit advanced, that's why I just copy paste all of this stuff. And what you will have to do is that you will can simply copy paste from the source code. You will have to import these two things. Actually you will have to import the order model. So let me define import order model. So if it's not available, open this model first. Now you can able to define order, then import order model, and now you will have to import the book. This is actually a little bit advanced, so that's why I'll not cover it, but in the next actually whenever I have time I will just try to cover it. So it's actually nothing much better actually if I explain it a little bit. So the thing is that here we just create a route. Look, we create a route, and this route will work when actually we'll go to admin. Then we can simply create /API/admin, and this will be admin routes. And here we'll have to define simply const admin routes, and we'll require dot slash src. Sorry, we'll have src slash, we'll have start/admin starts, then we'll have to simply define this. Okay, so this is connected. Now when someone hit API/admin slash actually /, then it's actually just get a total counts, and total order counts will be from, you will have to call order. Then if you define this method counts document, then it will actually calculate how many orders there, and then we will calculate the total sale. Here we'll use aggregated method and we'll group it by underscore id, and we'll just define total sales, and we'll calculate the total total price field from this actually collections. Look, in this database actually if you go to these orders you will see the order price. Actually look, here is the total price. It's actually this method actually return total price. It will just addition this two value. Actually if you will have more orders, it will calculate all of this total price value and just sum up it and then return it here. return it on total sale. After then we will check if there is any trending book, so it will just firstly try to match or try to find if trending is true. So if you check here, actually you can see inside this book we have an options to check if there is any trending book. So if these conditions, based on this condition, we'll try to match if there is any book on trending. So if there is trending book, it's actually count it by flowing this, and then we will just check if there is length, so then it will be the length, otherwise it will be return 0. So all of this stuff is doing this. So now I will use this API on this, but before that, if you do this, now we'll have to make this layout. So for this, go to here, actually inside, let me close everything. We don't need this, we don't need anything, we only keep the admin stars.js, and we'll close all of this stuff from the right. Okay, so now what you will do, we'll close our backend, we don't need anything, we will have to close everything. We will go to pages. Inside this pages we will create a dashboard page or admin page. So maybe you can just create what page we can just create, let me mass it. Okay, we can create a dashboard page, let me rename it, so it will be dashboard. So inside this dashboard page, look, we will have dashboard layout. At first we will have to create a dashboard layout.jsx. inside this dashboard layout we will have to rfce, and now we will open router.jsx, and we will define the layout here. Actually we will define the layout here, so let me define the layout will be dashboard layout. So first value will be will import a dashboard layout here. Now if you go there, you can see this dashboard layout, we'll have to design this something like this. Okay, for this actually I provide all the code here on this. You can just simply check this dashboard layout and you can just copy it one by one. So for it, actually what you can do, simply you can simply copy it and just do it. But for now actually I am doing a lot of stuff, so that's why what I will do, at first let me define, check if this project is loading. So that's why here we'll define loading and set loading, and we'll define use state, and by default it will be true. Then what you will do, you will have to define const, then we will check data, and then we will define set data, and then we will simply define use state by default object. So we'll get the data as objects format, and then finally what you will do, you will have use effect hook. This will have a empty dependency and a callback function. So this callback function actually do have curly braces. What you will do, you will define const fetch data, and here we will simply define async function, and this will simply have curly braces, and inside here actually we'll define a try catch, and inside this response, actually let me edit here. What you will do, you will simply define const response, and we will call await, then we will call execute. So let me get execute, import it, execute.get method, and actually if you check, this is actually get method. Look, this is actually get method, and the route will be simply, let me define here, we will have to define get base URL, and then we'll have to call it. After then we can simply define, we'll have to define it's actually index API slash admin. So let me define API slash admin, and after doing this, what you will have to do here, you can simply add a comma, then you can simply define curly braces, and you can just define a headers. So headers will be simply something like this. We'll have authorization will have authorization, and here we'll simply define a backtick, will have barrier token. So that is actually barrier local storage, something like this. Inside it actually will get local storage dot get item, and then we'll define the token. So if you do this, then your task is done, and now you will pass this token to verify it. So content type application.json. So inside it actually you will have to just pass this block inside this headers actually. And after this, the thing is that when you will have const, you can just define the set data to the response dot data. Okay, so after this, what you can do, you can simply define set loading false. So if you have here, you can just show a loading. If there is loading, if loading, then you can simply return a loading component. So let me create a loading components here. We will create, let me close backend. Inside this components folder, we will have to create a loading.jsx rafce, and we will have to create a loading component. So that's why what we can just create, we can simply create it on the component folder. Inside this component folder, you can find this type of thing. Sorry, let me refresh it, and now we can import it, loading. Okay, so if you do this, now you can see here by default it's loading. So by default it's loading until the data is setted. So that's why this type of loading. Otherwise here what you can do, you can just simply define this. You don't need this actually. So we will have to call this function, otherwise it not exist. So that's why we'll call fetch data. So if you do this, now you can see, so after login it just say the dashboard layout. So let's make the dashboard layout, and for this actually I am just copying the design. So I will provide all the assets on this file. You will have to just break the component and just do this, or you can just go get the source code. So for this, how you can do to make the layout, actually you will have to copy the code. I'm just defining it, and now we'll replace it here. We'll just replace this div. And if you do this, now let me import layout. Let me import layout from React Router DOM. Let me import link, and then here I think we don't handle logout functions. Let me copy it and we'll include it at the top. Include it, maybe we'll define const handle logout functions. We'll have something like this. Let me define it this way. And after then actually here is some icons, so we'll have to get these icons. Let me try to get it. So we'll just get the all of this icon, or you can just let me this two icon at the above. We'll have above, and then we'll also define a use navigate hook. So navigate equal, we'll have to include use navigate here. So let me import this, and if you try to get, so check what happens if you refresh. Look, md history is not defined. So let me define, we'll remove this actually, refresh it. This is not included. So what is actually how to include it, you can simply import it from the md icons, and maybe here actually we will have a mistake. Let me try it. So md history icons is there. Now I think refresh it. Okay, you will have the layout, and it shows actually layout home. The home is actually these components. Look, we didn't have to do the components. Yes, I just create an structure. Look, if I click, it's just presenting, so all of these default results. Okay, so for this, now let's design the dashboard home. So for this, we'll create a new components inside this dashboard, that is actually real dashboard. Okay, .jsx, and for this actually rafce, and now we will simply copy the dashboard code. You can just do it, all of this stuff. So for this, let me at the beginning, what you will have to do, look here, you can just, this data is not used, we can just simply just close, or we can just simply copy all of this stuff. We'll have to copy all of this stuff, and let me cart it, and we can just include it here actually. here we didn't use it, so that's why we will remove this stuff from this page actually. Okay, we'll simply make is loading effect. So let me, okay, we don't need this loading effect as well, so we'll have only handle logout function. Okay, so now I think, is there any issues after drawing this? Okay, there is no issues. So if then inside this dashboard actually we'll have to import navigate, use navigate, we'll have to import use state, and the functionality we define it here, we'll have to do it. Let me use install Axios, then we'll have all of this stuff. Then the next thing is that what you will have to do. So here you will have to show if loading simply return, so return loading component. So where is the loading component? So this is loading components. Now look, if you refresh, nothing happens because there this is not added there. So we'll have to add it on routers. So where this is the dashboard home, we will simply import dashboard here. Now if you do this, you can see we'll have an error. We'll have to import use effect hook. Let me import use effect hook. Now I think it's fine. Let me refresh it. Now there is a loading, and see it's still loading, and it will load until it's completed. So let me console log the data. So let me define console log data, if the data is presenting there or not, or you can just keep this console log at the bottom. So get page URL is not there. Let me import it. Okay, now I think this data is getting and the error has gone. Okay, you can see this data is getting. Okay, if you have this data, let me copy the design. And for this actually, let me show it how I just copied it. So I just provide you the everything. So let me close it. You will go to my, here I will provide the source code link and backend UI. Okay, bookstore. You will go to the front end, then inside this front end you will have src, and then you will go to the pages, then you will have dashboard page, then you will copy this dashboard code here from here. Actually let me copy these sections, I don't have time to design it, so I am just copy paste it from here. We will keep it on empty fragment. So let me create an empty fragment, and inside here let me paste it. If I paste it, then let me check if there are any error. So what you will have, if you refresh these, actually look, there is an error, md circle is not there. That means we'll have to import the icons. So let me we can close all of this stuff for now. Let me close all of this stuff. We can simply include the icons by this way. Here this is the icons, we'll have to include this icon. So let me include at the top. So now the issues will gone. Refresh, the issues is gone, but revenue chart is not there. So let me create a component. So we used revenue chart, but this component is not there. So that is actually JSX, and let me define RFC. And now if you import it right now, where is revenue chart? Here is revenue chart. Let me import it. Okay, so now we can see, refresh it, then you will see this type of layout. So if you have this, look, this result is showing we'll have two orders, this price and all of this value is presenting. Okay, I don't have much spend time here, but if you want to present the graphs, you can simply go to the revenue chart and simply copy these components, and now here actually paste it here. So if you do this, now you can see back here the bar is not there, so we'll have to install React.js. So you will search React chart.js 2. You will have to go to this, and let me go to there, and we'll have to import these two dependencies on the front end. So we'll close this front end code and paste it here, and additionally you just simply include chart.js. So that would be Additionally, we will include charges. So let me, so charge JS. So we'll go there, and now here get, click here. After then what you will do, get started. Then where is the integration installation process, we will include these charges as well after this. So I am just installing these two things at a time to avoid the error. So let me install this. At first we will install react charges 2 and charges. So it's done. Now let me refresh our project. Okay, we'll have to run this project. So we installed but didn't run it. Npm run dev. So let me close. Now let me refresh it. Okay, it's loading. Okay, look, the data is presenting on all of this stuff is done. And now when someone click this manage book, it's redirect this manage book. Okay, as we will have all of those books there. So let's make the manage component, manage book component. So here on this dashboard, we create a folder that is actually manage it's maybe manage books, something like this. And inside this we'll have a components that is actually manage books.jsx rafce. And now we'll just add it on router. So let me close loading jx and let me remove this router here on this position. Here to manage books, this is the manage books route. We can simply define manage books here. This is the done. Now we can see the manage books. We'll have to design the manage books component, something like this. We'll have this type of thing. We will refresh the data and then we will have lots something like this. So to make this type of thing on the manage books, actually what you will have to do, look for this, actually we will have to refresh the API. Look, if you just check the manage books here, how we did this. So firstly we will have to define some API. So okay, well, our book API is already created, so we can simply copy paste this thing. At first let me copy paste all of this stuff and we'll include it, as this tutorial is a large based learned. Here we'll have copy paste this and let me import query. So our query is already created. Then we will just call mutation, delete mutation. Okay, this is fine. Next what you will have to do, we'll have to copy this, import this use navigate. So everything is fine. And now if you refresh, you can see nothing changes. But now if you just simply copy this layout, so for this actually simply copy this section and simply paste it here. So now let me import the link. We didn't input the link yet. Okay, so I think everything is fine. Let me check, is there any wrong? Okay, the book data is there. Okay, now look, if you click delete, you can just delete this book, delete successfully, and it refreshed. So because here we simply define a functionality that is actually when someone click handle book, actually handle delete book, it's actually call this delete book and then pass the ID and refresh it. And after this, actually here what happened, when someone edit this book, when someone click this edit book, it will just show a go to the edit book page. But for now, actually let me create a new book first, so then we'll just do all that stuff. So we'll close this and we'll click dashboard. Here we'll have add book, and inside this folder we'll have some, simply we can just make a component that is called it add book. Let me define add book.jsx and that would be rfc. I will manually do this, so you don't worry about it. I will show you how we can upload the book. So it's very simple. At first, look, we need to create a form. So for this, actually what you will have to do, you will have to simply, let me copy the div and let me place it. And here actually look, we will have to create some input field. So let me create an input field here. This will be input field.jsx. And for now, actually replace the code. I just replacing, go to add books. Here we will have input field, copy this input field and now paste it on your component. Then after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to select field. So copy this code, and now we'll simply create select field.jsx. I will simply do it, and now we'll have to import it on add.books. So let me we'll have simply input field, and we'll have select field. Okay, so I just copied the UI part, and now we will implement. If you just check, you will see there's nothing presented because we didn't import it on router. So that's why let me go to routers, and here on this routers we'll have add book. Here instead of this simple div, actually let me define add book. And if you do this right now, you will see there is an errors handle submit or not defined, because handle submit will have to just simply include the we'll have to use from hook at the top. So let me define, let me close this, we'll close, go there, and at the top we'll have to use this use form hook from the React hook form. So let me import this at the top, then I will implement the functionality, no worries. So after doing this, if you check, let me check, is there anywhere? Okay, on submit is not there. So this is actually on submit. Where is on submit? Here it is. We'll have to define a functions, and we'll have something like this. Let me define a arrow functions here. Okay, so for now, actually let me console log the data, clg data. Okay, so what you will have, if you check right now, the error maybe has gone. Let me check. Okay, handle from change, so this it's not defined. So let me check where is handle from check. Okay, here is handle from change. Here you will have to define a functions. Let me define const handle from change, and here the handle from change will be a function that will receive an event. And now we will simply define here const file will target event dot target dot files, and we will simply define the index value 1. And after doing this, what you will have to do, if there is files, so you can, if there is file, we can simply define set image file. So we'll have to define a user state at the top. Let me define user state. So const will have image file, and that would be set. Let me define image file, and here we can simply define user state, and by default it will be null. Okay, and at the same thing we can do, we'll take another thing, and here we'll just define image file name, and this will be image file name, and by default it will be string. Okay, it will be string. And then what you will do here, you will simply inside this file you will call set image file, and you will pass the file here, and then you will have to copy another one, that is actually set image name, that will be file.name. So this is done. Now if you simply go to these sections, on submit sections, what you can do, you can create a new book. So new book data, and here you can simply create an objects, you can simply pass the data, and then you can simply define cover. So what is actually there, let me check the API. Maybe we can just go to the public folders, and then we'll have book sessions. This is actually cover image, so we'll include the cover image will be by default image file name. Okay, something like this. So after doing this, you can simply, instead of this data, let me console log this. Actually let me remove this, we'll just console log this new book data, and let me check. So if you do this now, refresh it. So is loading is not defined. Why? So we'll simply define is loading is not defined. So let me define. Here we'll have to define const. We'll have to get information. So we'll simply take an object. Here we'll simply call use add book mutation, and we'll call it, and inside it actually we'll have add book. So you can check the Redux folder or the name you used for this adding a book. So this is actually for the add book. This is add book, exactly the same things I used. And after then actually we'll have objects, we'll have is loading, and we'll have actually is error. Okay, we'll have these two stuff. Now I think the error has gone. Okay, fine, you will have a form. Let me inspect it, and here we'll just clear the console. And if you define this is test book, then let me define a thing, and let me choose a categories. We'll choose a value $50, $30. Then if you click upload, then for example let me choose upload these book numbers. Okay, let me update these books. And if you now click this add book, so we can just edit a little bit here. It's actually make sure if is loading, let me dist. So it's by default. If you click add book, then you can see we are getting console log with all of this data. So if you have data, you can just call the add book mutations and can just submit it. So that's the thing we will do right here. So to do this here, look at the top when this on submit function is, you can simply try catch it. So let me try catch, and here we don't need to console log. Inside this error we can simply define we'll have console log errors, and we can just define nothing. Okay, so we can just simply define fail to add, and inside this try, as we define await, we can just async, we can just define await, we can call add book, and inside this we can just pass new book data. Then we will have to define unwrap, and then we simply pass it. And after doing this, you can either show an alert, or you can just do a confirmation. For example, the confirmation is used maybe where, okay, we used it on the maybe actually books, maybe on the order page, something like this. We can just actually checkout page, we use this. We can just show this type of thing, solve error alert. So let me, after doing this, we'll have this book added, and your book is uploaded successful. Okay, so now let me check it. Let me import solve from suite alert. So okay, import it, and then actually you can, after doing this, you can just simply define, you can just simply reset it. So reset will come from the form, and you can just define set image file. Set image file name will be a string, and by default we'll simply edit it. The set image file will be null. Okay, now let me check it. If I simply now try to post it, let me refresh it. By default I will show everything. So here that would be test book 1. Then we'll write a little description, we'll choose a categories, then we'll have trending, we'll have a price, we'll simply define maybe it's $10. Now choose an image, for example I choose young bucks, and if I click add book, look, it's adding now, adding show book added. And you can simply, here you can, instead of these actually you can simply, the alert should show something, not warnings. So maybe there is success alert or something like this. Okay, success alert. Now you can see this book is added. But how you can just understand this book is added or not? So click here, go to the root directory, you can see this book is added. Okay, now let's add another book. So here you will have to go to dashboard. So now you can see dashboard. Let me click add book, and now let me do real something. So for this actually notepad, let me open notepad, and here we'll have book data. So simple book data, let me this book data. So now the description is this on description. Then you can simply define this is actually uh, a, for example, it's a fiction type book, it's trending now, book price is maybe $80, now the new price is maybe $15. Now for this actually what you will do maybe is we will choose this image, and if you click add, then look, it's added. And you can, if you click OK, the form is just cleared. And if you go to the book, here you can see your book is there. If you click, then you can see book details is there, you can add to cart, no matters, actually it's working perfectly. So if you just work this add new book, then you can see all you have done. Now we will have to edit this book. When someone click here, it will go to the edit book, and we'll have to just make this edit book functionality. So for this, let me close everything, and for now actually we will go to, actually we'll have dashboard. Then we'll create a new file, actually new folder, that is actually edit book. And inside this edit book, what you will have to do, you will have to define update, or okay, we can just simply rename it as update book. Okay, .jsx rafce. Now here inside this router, actually where is edit book, instead of this actually you can simply define upload book isn't sorry, update book, actually update book. And now and see here, okay, update book, and we'll have to make update book something like this. So if someone click, it will be loaded, and after the loading done, wait, we'll have this form. So we can simply get this form here. Actually in this edit book field, you will have update book. And now what you will do, you will simply copy this div. I just just design copy this design, I will implement the functionality, so not be worried about it. So for this update book, here I just replace this div, and let me fix how you can. At first you will have to import this field, then we'll have to import this on select. So let me, so field select. Then the next thing is that we'll have to define some thing here. So at first we need to include use params and react from hook. So let me define these two things. At the top we will include use params and react from hook. Here we will get the IDs. So const will get the ID from the use params hook. So use params, and we'll call it. Then what you will have to do, we'll have to call const, we'll have to update book. So that's why we'll use update book mutation, and this will receive actually an ID. And so let me check it, is it receive an ID? Is actually it's actually received not an ID, it will be something like this. Let me go to Redux folder. Here we'll have this update book, it will have to destructure this at first, then it's actually there is loading, and then we'll have actually is error, something like this. Okay, and now we need to get the book data, so that's why we'll define const. And as we use queries, so that's why use book, use fetch single book by ID, we'll pass the ID here, and by default we'll get data, and we'll just rename it as actually what we'll just rename it as actually book data. Okay, so next what we will do, we'll get is loading, So if it's conflict, you can just rename it. Actually this will be, you can just not need this. Actually you can just remove this. Okay, so is loading is error. Okay, if is loading is error, then you can just show you actually if is loading, you can simply return, then you can simply use your loading, okay, components, or otherwise if is error, then show error fetching data. And next thing is that, what the next is that we'll have to define use state, and we don't include the from hook. So let me define this from hook, then we'll include this from hook here, and after then we'll have to include the on submit. So let me define on submit. We will only copy this little text, and then actually we'll have simply define inside this on submit, we'll have nothing, but we'll keep this way. Okay, now here actually we need to define a use effect hook. So use effect hook, actually here something like this, we'll have a callback function, and then we'll simply define this way. We will have a empty dependency inside curly braces. What you will have to do, if this book data, that means if book data is available, then you can simply use this set value, and you will define set value. You will define a name. By default the first name will be title, and we will define book.title, and after then we will have another one, that is actually book descriptions, book category, then we will have price. So price will be actually, this price will be not the price, we will have actually old price, then we'll have set value new price, and this is actually same way. We'll just simply define all of this stuff inside it. Then after doing this, the next thing is that here we'll define book data as a dependency, and we'll define set value as a dependency change. Okay, so now here what you will do, now if you refresh, look, all the data is by default taken. Now you can simply define here on the one click, we will have simply get const update book data equal, we will have get the okay, we can create an object. So this object will be by default, we'll have title will be book.title, then description will be data.description, then we will have all of this stuff. Let me copy this, it's a repetitive code. So inside this form actually we will simply create a object something like this. I hope you can able to do that. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have a try catch block, and inside this catch what you will have, you can simply define console dot log, and that is actually failed to update book. Okay, and you can just simply show an alert failed to upload book, and inside this try block we'll have to call await, then we'll call this update book, and this will simply receive two things. Actually it will simply receive the id. Look, if you just check the api, it's actually receive an id and object. So let me define this way. We'll have to define, we'll have the objects, we'll have to pass the id and this new book data. Let me do it, and then we'll have unwrap it, and then let me show if it's successful. You can simply define, so let me open this add book, and we can just copy this swirl. So we'll have swirl, and then we can simply include it this way. Let me import this swirl. Okay, book updated, and book is updated successful. Okay, something like this. Now let me check. So for example, we'll just define lifetime 2, and we'll just make it business, and let me define it trending. And if you now click update, look, book updated successfully. Now if you go back here, so if you refresh, why nothing happens? Actually it's updated, but why nothing happens? Is there any issues? Okay, we can simply refetch it. So let me, after doing this, let me wait, we can simply refetch. From where we'll get refetch, so we'll get actually refetch here. So when we get the error, we can simply get a refetch, and we can simply have a refetch, call it. So this is this help. Let me check. If you just try, let me refresh it. Lifetime, we just edit that stuff. Let me go to dashboard, manage books. Here we'll just define, let me console log. So here we'll define lifetime 2, and now if I click book updated successfully, but if we go there, let me, there is not changed. Why? Actually, so if this method is not work, we can do a little bit changes here. Instead of this method, we can just do, okay, let me try to hit this exhaust.post method, or actually it's actually put method. Let me try to this way. Here we'll have the API. So the update book API is simply this API. Let me copy this. We'll have to pass this way. Here instead of this, actually we can simply use get base URL, and we'll call it. And after then, instead of this ID, we have to pass the ID by this way. So this is actually ID, and then we will pass the updated book data. So let me check if it's working or not. So if you do this now, I think everything is okay. Let me refresh it. So now we'll click this. Now we'll define a true, and then if you click update, failed update because unauthorized, because the token maybe has expired. So let me define here. We can just define curly braces, and let me pass the headers and contents authorizations. So let me close this. So the error has gone. Maybe we can just define this way, and now let me refresh. So now we can simply define h2. Let me update, book updated successfully. Now you can see the changes. So after doing this, actually it changes. You can see all of this stuff is done. You can upload a book, and you can just edit the books, or you can just delete the books. Let me delete, and this is the final show. We can just click the manage, actually manage books, and let me delete this one. Okay, if you want to add a book, let me define. We'll have to add a new book. Let me define killing business, young bucks killing business. This is the book description. If you want to include author, you can just keep an input field and just make the author. Let me choose a business category, and here $50, then $20. And for the image upload, actually if you upload any image, if you upload for example this image, make sure this image is include these actually assets folder. You will have inside assets folder, you will have both folder. So if you or would like to upload any image, you must keep this image here actually on this book, otherwise it will not work, because we didn't any third party image hosting service. That's why we just make sure that if the image is only exist here, that means if you want to include this image or any image for example from the internet, you must keep this image. For example, you can simply, let me keep this, for example you only, maybe let me define here, we just rename it a little bit. So Starbuck, maybe it's 2. Okay, so we will simply upload this image. So if you would like to upload this image, what you will do, you will simply copy this, and now you will, so you can simply, let me copy it, and you will go to the folders. So this is the project folder, and what you will do, if you use third party library, then you can handle the proper just functionality. But for now I just show you how you can upload the look. You will simply paste it, Now if you paste this, the look, and now if you choose the Starbucks 2, and now if you just upload, then it will work. Look, if you go here, you can see Starbucks 2, the image is uploaded. But if you don't do this way actually, then it will not work. So if this, let me go to dashboard and let me manage book. So last thing is that we'll edit this. So let me edit here. We don't include 2. We can simply define the pricing. We can simply define the pricing only $50, and now $20. Here we'll make it trending. Let me update. It's updated successfully. And now if you go there, actually go the home page, you can see it's updated and the price is now something like this. So as I said, everything is working perfectly, and in the next video actually we'll deploy the project. So we have done everything. Now it's time to just host your project on Vercel. So that's why what you will do. At first you need to configure your file. So that's why where you will go to Vercel. So Vercel, you will search vercel.config, and then if you go there, if you see host your project on front end, for example, you can see here's framework, and then you will choose Vite, because on the front end we are using Vite. And then if you scroll a little bit, then you will find something like this. Using Vite to make a single page applications, what you will have to do, you will have to create a vercel.json file. Let me create it. We will just include it on the frontend folder. So go frontend and click this package.json, then include this vercel.json file. Here we'll simply copy this portion and keep it here. Okay, after doing this, the next thing is that we will have to create a same thing on the backend. So we will have something like this vercel.json file, and inside this vercel.json file you will have to include a little code. So if you search something like this, or if you go to my repository, let me show you. I just show it from my repository. So you need to configure it a little bit. So that's why we will go to here. You can just simply go to backends, then you will find vercel.json. Here you will copy this configurations and paste it here. After doing this, inside this Vercel, inside this backend, you will have a .git ignore file, and inside this git ignore file you can simply copy the git ignore file from the front end and keep it on the backend. And additionally you will define .env file, so we don't keep the secret on the backend. Okay, so if everything done, let me close all the tab. We can simply just push our code to the GitHub, then we'll just verify it. So that's why at first you will have to go to GitHub. Then if you like this video, actually don't forget to send a star on GitHub. We'll create a Git repository, and here we'll name, so you can name book, let me define app, and for example it's frontend. So let me define this is frontend. And after then if you just click this, you will have to command this to just push your front-end code to the GitHub. So let me copy it, and we will open the terminal, and on the left side our front-end is just running. You can just simply stop it. Let me clear it. And now what you will do, you will just copy one by one and just paste it. So let me add a readme file. Then the second command is we'll have to define add a git init file. Then we will have a git add, but you don't only include read.me file, you will actually only add everything. So that's why you will define git add, and you will additionally define a dot, so it will add everything. And then you will simply copy this fourth command and simply paste it here. So if you press enter, within a few seconds it's actually a git repository will be created. So wait until it's complete. Okay, it's completed, and if you refresh, then you will see there is the git repository. Now we will have to go to Vercel. So we will have to go to vercel.com, or you can simply go to vercel.com. Then if you have account created, then you will redirect to this page by default. If not, you will have to create an account using your GitHub. For example, let me log out. And if I log out, you can just continue with GitHub. Click here, then you will have to authenticate. So it's creating an authentications, and after this actually you will see this dashboard. Then you can create a add new project. So click this new, create projects. Then you will have to see right now we just add this Git repository. So we upload this project on Git repository after this second. So we'll import this, and here we'll can choose your project name, but for now it's okay. But we don't do anything here, so we can click this environment file, and there, look, inside this frontend we'll have a .env.local file. We'll have to copy all of this environment variable, and we'll have to paste it, Control V to paste it. Look, all of this environment variable is added. Next thing is that you will have to click this deploy. Okay, it's done. You can see the congratulations, and you can simply click this dashboard, and now you can see this is the dashboard, and you can see the API, because maybe your backend is not running. Yes, backend is running. Wait, so maybe it will fetch it will take a little time to get that informations, but let me inspect and let me check is there any issues. Okay, actually, Vercel blocked this API. So how you to fix it? You will have to copy this root domain URL, and then you will go to the backends, and then you will go to index.js file. Then here, actually, look, we use cross origin policy. Here we'll have localhost URL, but the current Vercel URL is not included, so that's why here you will have to define this way. We don't include this. Okay, so if you add your current URL address here, then you can see, refresh it, then you don't fetch the issues, and these issues are coming from the, okay, from here. But the next thing is that what you will have to do, you will have to add these URL to the Vercel as well, sorry, to the Firebase as well. So let me define, go to Firebase, and then here we will go to firebase.com, and from this click this console, go to console, and then what you will have to do, you will see your project, latest project. This is our project. We'll click here, and then what you will have to do, you will have to click this, either you can just simply click this authentications, then you will click this settings, and inside this you will see authorized domain. Here you will have to add your domain. What you will do, the Vercel URL, this is the Vercel live website URL, you will have to paste it, and then you will have to click add. So if you do this, now your projects can able to log in. So right now you can see, let's try to log in. We'll just try to log in as maybe we can just try to go log in with Gmail accounts. So let me log in. So you can see the users is logged, and if you check here, you go dashboard, you can see all of this dashboard is there. If you just go to checkout page, you can see it's now currently in enable, so you can just place an order. So let me go to place an order. Everything is fine, so we can simply define moon. For now we'll have 1 2 3 4 5 6. Everything is fine, but the our task is actually, it will be actually, sorry, it will be A, B, C, D, and a number, and let me define it, place it. Okay, so loading and order confirmed, yes. Then you can see we'll have orders. If you refresh, maybe the order will become, okay, you will have total 3 orders right now. Okay, after doing this, we'll have to host the backend to the GitHub, and then we'll have to also work with the Vercel. Okay, so for this, actually, let me post this Git repository. So we'll have to create a new repository. Let me click, and this is for the backend. So we'll define book app backend, something like this, and now we'll press enter or click this create repository. We'll have to do same process. We'll have to copy it. Let me stop the backend terminal, and here we'll add this. Then we will have git init. So git init, then we will have git, third one is git, we'll have add, and extra we'll define a dot. Then we'll simply copy the fourth command. We'll simply copy it and paste it. If you do this, So everything will be completed. Wait, so now you can see, refresh it, your Git repository is there. And additionally, what you will do, you will go to the Vercel. Let me click this icons. Then you will have to create a new project, and then you will have to just import the backend projects here. Let me import. What you will do, you need to define environment variable, so that's why we'll have a environment variable. So .env file, copy this, and now click the first one, control V to paste it. Now this two environment variable is there, and now click this deploy. So it is deploying. Wait until it's complete. Okay, after doing this, you can click this continue. Then you will find this API, but you can see book server is running. And then if you hit books, API slash books, then you can see the books data is fine. So if you have this, now we'll have to just use this URL to the front end. So for this, what you will have to do, either you can simply edit the front end by this way. Let me go to front end folder. Here we will have src, then you will have utils file, and then you will have a base URL. You can check this URL from everywhere. So let me check it. If this is available, it's used one place, so that's why here if we replace this, so we'll replace this, we'll copy this backend live URL and we'll replace it from frontend. Look, this is actually from this utils, then base URL. So you will go to the frontend utils and base URL. You will have to paste your URL here, don't include /, and after you edit, you will have to push this code, otherwise it will not work. So make sure you are on the frontend part, and we'll simply define git add, we'll define a dot, then we'll define git commit -m, we'll define URL update, this is a commit message, then we'll simply define git push. Okay, if you just did it, then you will have to wait until, so if you go there, look, if you go Vercel, actually where is Vercel? Okay, if you go back, so when your this is your front end, sorry, this is your front end, let me refresh. So look, it's updates 7 minutes ago. We'll have to wait until it's update, then it will actually work. So it's update now. If you just go to the front end projects, if you refresh, now the data is will come from the backend. Let me check. Okay, after a few seconds the data is coming from the backend. If you refresh it, and if you go to the network tab, if you click fetch and now refresh it, if you see this books /, look, this URL is now not a localhost URL, it's actually from the backend URL. So that's why you can see our Vercel project is working, and you can see if you place an order, it will go to the backend and you can do everything. So this is the tutorial, and if you enjoy this tutorial, please like this video and please comment, and if you face any issues, feel free to contact me. I will just try to help you to any issues on this project. So thank you.